Floating Island, SSS talent by risky_bam bang. Humans of Earth were transported to the divine sky realm, a world brimming with fortune and danger. In this celestial domain, humanity now dwells upon floating islands, ascending as rulers. When else will you get the chance to be a king and vie for supremacy? The system bestowed powers upon chosen individuals, granting limitless luck. Lein, an ordinary office worker, received the SSS-rank talent, Infinity Duplicate. There was nothing in this world that he couldn't duplicate, not even god-tier materials. The path to becoming the strongest lay before him. Yet, Lein knew all too well that it required a process. Even the gods needed a process to create the universe. The divine sky realm offered a fantastical life that Earth's humans had always dreamed of, soaring through the skies, shattering mountains, rising to the pinnacle in all endeavors. But humans remain humans, wherever they are, driven by their innate nature, greedy and unaware of their limits. Humans believed they were the sole inhabitants of the universe, thinking only they received the system's fortune. But reality proved otherwise. Other races in the universe were granted the same blessings, without distinction. In fact, the human physique was considered low tier. Races like the wood elves, dwarves, goblins, dragons, and countless others possessed bodies that defied the heavens from the outset. Could humans survive in the divine sky realm? We can only hope for the best. The humans found themselves in a realm where dreams and nightmares walked hand in hand, a place where every desire and fear took form. Floating islands became their new kingdoms, a testament to their newfound power and ambition. Lein, an unremarkable man back on Earth, now wielded the power of Infinity Duplicate, a gift that could make him invincible. Lein's desk was a chaotic testament to his relentless workload, strewn with stacks of papers and the ever-present hum of his computer. The room, silent but for the rhythmic tapping of keys, seemed to hold its breath, as he toiled over the financial report that had to be completed by day's end. The screen's glow highlighted the tension etched on his face. Suddenly, breaking the monotony, a vivid blue panel materialized in the air, hovering like a holographic projection. Its luminescent glow cast an otherworldly light across the cluttered desk, and bold, striking text pulsed on the screen, demanding attention. The room, once a shrine to mundane tasks, now felt charged with unexpected intrigue. The Earth's time has ended. All humans will be transferred to the divine sky realm in 1 minute. Lein's fingers froze above the keyboard as he blinked several times, trying to discern if this was an illusion or reality. The soft hum of office activity suddenly felt distant and surreal. He glanced around the room and noticed that his co-workers were also staring at the same blue notification. Faces that had been serious and focused moments ago were now painted with anxiety and confusion. "Hey Lein, did you see that blue panel?" asked Daito, his voice trembling. Daito's desk was right next to Lein's, and his usually composed demeanor was now shaken. "Yeah, it says the Earth is going to be destroyed," Lein replied, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Is this some kind of joke?" Daito let out a bitter laugh. "A joke? Who has time to pull off something like this?" Around them, their colleagues tried to ignore the notification, forcing themselves to concentrate on their work despite the rising tension. Skepticism hung heavy in the air. Few could bring themselves to believe the message. Across the room, a manager attempted to calm the staff, insisting that it was likely just a technological glitch or a computer virus. However, across the globe, every nation received the same information. People from all walks of life, professions, and ages reacted differently. In a high school, students in the middle of their final exams suddenly whispered in panic. There was something strange, though. Middle school students did not see the notification. Only those aged 15 and older could see it. In a hospital, a doctor paused his surgery to glance at the blue panel that had appeared before him. "This can't be possible," he murmured, looking at the nurse beside him, whose face had turned deathly pale. Panic began to ripple through the world. The notification spread rapidly across social media and television news, creating a wave of mass hysteria. Time continued to tick away, and as the final minute passed, Lein felt his heart pounding. In the usually quiet office, the ticking of the wall clock grew louder and more ominous. The last second ticked by, and suddenly, Every human vanished from their location. Lein felt nothing but a strange sensation, as if he was being sucked into a void. He lost consciousness momentarily. The world descended into chaos. A school bus driver disappeared mid-route, leaving the bus to careen uncontrollably into a 5-story building. A plane crashed mid-air as both pilots vanished. These incidents led to widespread destruction on Earth. In a playground, a mother watching her children vanished along with them, leaving behind slowly swinging swings and toys scattered on the ground. Moments after humanity disappeared, a catastrophic earthquake shook the planet. The Earth's crust cracked, volcanoes erupted, and the destruction continued until the Earth itself shrank and disintegrated into ash. On a floating island high above the clouds, a young man with short black hair lay sprawled on the ground, his body heavy with fatigue. His 170 centimeters frame rested on the wild grass, and his tan skin glowed faintly in the ethereal light. His eyes fluttered open, revealing a landscape that seemed to blur and shimmer. Surrounding him was a vast expanse of empty land, covered only by wild grass. The island, no more than 100 square meters, floated in an ocean of clouds that obscured anything beyond a short distance. The ethereal glow of an otherworldly sun bathed the scene in warm light. But the surreal beauty was lost on him as he pressed a hand to his temple, trying to quell the dizziness that washed over him. He groaned softly, his movements slow and deliberate as he attempted to rise. His vision swam, and he blinked rapidly, trying to clear his mind and make sense of where he was. Peering through the haze, he could see only the edges of the floating island and the impenetrable wall of clouds beyond. The emptiness of the island and the disorienting shift to the divine sky realm left him grasping for any sign or clue. He scanned the ground and the horizon, hoping to find something or anything that might offer an explanation or direction. As Lein's vision began to stabilize, he noticed a faint glimmer in the center of the island. Focusing more intently, he realized it was a transparent orb, shimmering slightly under the golden light. Curiosity piqued, he cautiously approached the mysterious object. The orb hovered just above the ground, almost pulsating with an inner light. Leaning in closer, he examined it from all angles, trying to discern its purpose or origin. The orb's smooth, glassy surface reflected his puzzled expression. Tentatively, he reached out, fingers brushing against the cool, ethereal surface, wondering what secrets it might hold. As Lein examined the orb more closely, he noticed a faint panel hovering above it, displaying information in a holographic format. Region orb owner, insert the name of the sovereign. Region speed, 1 square meter per second. Region size, 100 square meters. Seeing the panel's description, Lein was reminded of the video games he had played during his teenage years. Have I been transported to an isekai? He wondered aloud. A mix of excitement and fear welled up inside him. The thrill of his childhood dream coming true entering a game-like world was tempered by the memories of frustration, sadness, and disappointment that came with gaming. Just imagining the potential pain sent a shiver down his spine. Pushing the thought aside, Lein's eyes suddenly narrowed with panic, his heart nearly stopping. What about Nita? He thought frantically, worry for his sister overpowering his thoughts. Before he could dwell further, a figure materialized from thin air. A girl, bearing a striking resemblance to Lein, appeared before him. She stood at about 155 centimeters, with silky black hair and an oval face that highlighted her beauty. Her expression was pale and disoriented, mirroring Lein's initial state of confusion. Nita, Lein murmured, rushing to check on her. His hands trembled slightly as he touched her shoulder. Nita's eyes fluttered open. Fear and panic flashed across her face, but these emotions quickly faded when she recognized her brother. Yes, this was Nita, Lein's younger sister, who had just graduated high school and worked at a retail store. Their lives had been closely intertwined, supporting each other since they lost their parents in a workplace accident when Nita was just 10. They had lived in a small rented house in the city, trying to save on living expenses. Now, standing on this mysterious floating island, their familiar world seemed so far away. Brother, where are we? Nita's voice quivered as she stood up, looking to Lein for answers. Stay calm, Nita, Lein replied, trying to sound reassuring despite his own uncertainty. I don't know where we are either, but there's no danger right now. Their uncertainty was short-lived. The same system voice they had heard on Earth echoed around them again. Welcome to the Divine Sky Island realm. Successfully entered region number 2344. Loading status panel. Obtaining beginner's chest. Evaluating talent. Acquired talent. Infinity duplicate. SSS. Lein shivered as he saw the letters SSS in the talent description. He knew he had received something extraordinary and quickly checked it. Infinity duplicate, SSS. Duplicate one item into 1000. Cooldown, 1 hour. Duplicate any item in the universe. The survival talent of the creators of the universe. The description seemed simple, but the implications left Lein breathless and amazed. Wasn't this a talent that defied the heavens? If a god could create one, Lein could create 1,000. What concept surpassed that of a god? A small smile crept onto Lein's face. If he could harness this duplicate talent, it wasn't impossible for him to become a king who commands. Oh, Nit. Did you get the same notification? Lein asked, ensuring his sister received the same system information. Yes, brother, but the system said no talent was found. Nita replied, sadness creeping into her voice despite not fully grasping the concept of talents. Don't worry about it, Lein reassured her. Look, what talent did I get? Lein explained his overpowered talent to Nita. Even Nita, who wasn't much into games, found the concept of multiplying by 1000 astonishing. Besides acquiring talents, the system also loaded a status panel. Status panel. Sovereign's name. Insert name. Level 1, 0%. Attributes: Strength 3, Agility 2, Intelligence 1, Resilience 3. Equipment dash features: Market, Chat, Friends. Seeing the line insert name for the sovereign, Lein recalled the same prompt on the region orb panel. He entered Lein. He briefly considered using a gaming alias but dismissed the idea, recognizing the reality of their situation. Wouldn't it be grand if his real name became known across the universe for being the strongest? Okay, it's good enough, Lein muttered, ignoring the status and checking the chat. Regional chat number 2344. Honey, help, save me. Penabur, be careful, this is not a game. Death is the end of your life. Randy, someone. I'm at location X:81K600Y:16U84ROO. Bunter, thank goodness my family is with me. I will protect them. Donnie, I found another island. Is it safe to enter? Zaki, I'm from Jakarta. Where are you all from? JJ, don't fall off the island, you will die. System, ASAP has died. From the chat, Lein saw the number 900,000 and something. He guessed it was the population of region number 2344. The chat provided a wealth of information: how to operate islands, existing dangers, the situations of other sovereigns, and more. Lein noticed that death notifications appeared frequently, suggesting that thousands had already perished. The regional chat was bustling and active. Messages from sovereigns constantly filling Lein's panel. Feeling informed, Lein closed the chat. Next, he examined the market feature, which intrigued him given his talent's reliance on it. An interdimensional trading feature, limitless and boundless. Haha, Lein chuckled, inspecting the market panel. Market: Sandy, 100 grams of deer meat. Bintang Malam, 100 milliliters of water. Hugo, rabbit hide. Raid, iron sword, light leather cloak. There were already over 100 shops listed. People were clearly exploring. Lein quickly closed the market panel and checked the friends feature. Friends, friend list, dash, search friend, enter name. It was straightforward. Lein didn't fully understand its use but added Nita to his friend list. Successfully added, Cute Cat, as a friend. Yes, Nita's name was Cute Cat. She believed it would bring good luck, and Lein could only shake his head. In truth, she likely wanted to keep her identity private. Having explored all system features, the last task was to open the beginner chests. The chests had been in front of them all along, one for Lein and one for Nita. Lein opened his first. Successfully opened, beginner chest, long wooden sword X1. Water 100 milliliters. Both chests contained the same items, a sword and 100 milliliters of water. The system is quite stingy, Lein muttered in frustration. But his spirits quickly lifted. Why worry about scarcity when he could duplicate items 1,000-fold? Lein shouted in realization. He had forgotten his talent could duplicate the beginner chest. Idiot. He cursed himself. Ha ha ha. It seems you're more worried than I am, brother. Nita laughed, gently patting his head, mimicking how he had comforted her earlier. Lein's nerves settled. No problem. He could still duplicate the essential water. However, he decided to delay this task. He wanted to explore and try his luck for more valuable items to duplicate with his talent. Lein and Nita discussed their plan briefly. Once ready, they stood, gazing at the white clouds surrounding them. Ready? Lein asked, looking at Nita from the side. Nita was enthusiastic, raising her sword high and pointing it forward. Let's go. And so, the siblings set off on their adventure, destined to command the universe. Lein's island continued to slice through the clouds, carving a path with relentless determination. The island moved at a steady pace, parting a square meter of clouds every second. The ethereal beauty of the shifting clouds, backlit by the golden glow of the otherworldly sun, would have been mesmerizing if not for the pressing uncertainty that gripped Lein and Nita. After 2 minutes, they had traversed 120 meters, the expanse of empty land behind them gradually disappearing from view. The journey persisted for another 3 minutes, the anticipation building with each passing second, until a substantial clearing of 100 square meters emerged. The dense clouds dissipated, unveiling a goblin-infested island of equal size. 10 green goblins, each about a meter tall and wielding crude wooden clubs, occupied the newly revealed terrain. Their guttural grunts and growls filled the air, a stark contrast to the serene silence that had preceded them. The Goblin Island appeared more vibrant than Lein's sparse, grass-covered home. Tall, sturdy trees stretched 10 meters into the sky, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. In the center of the island stood a small straw hut, its simple construction hinting at the rudimentary lifestyle of its inhabitants. The sight was both intriguing and menacing, the goblins' beady eyes glinting with hostility as they took notice of the intruders. Lein and Nita's eyes widened as a status panel for the goblins appeared in their vision. Goblin Tribe. Level 1. Attributes: Strength 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 0, Resilience 1. Weaker Broken Baal muttered under his breath, a mixture of relief and determination filling his voice. With his strength at 3 points, these goblins seemed as easy to defeat as kicking a ball. Yet, he remained cautious. Numbers could still pose a significant threat. The edges of Lein's island met the goblin territory with a subtle thud. The goblins, with their sharp, menacing eyes, glared at Lein and Nita. They had been roasting a deer over an open fire for breakfast, the savory aroma wafting through the air, but paused at the sight of their new adversaries. Their guttural growls grew louder, and they gripped their clubs tighter, ready for battle. Lein and Nita prepared themselves, gripping their long wooden swords tightly. The weight of the weapons was reassuring, a tangible source of strength. Long wooden sword. Strength +1. The swords boosted their confidence, adding an extra point to their strength. The siblings exchanged a quick, determined glance, their unspoken resolve clear. Now, Lein whispered, his voice steady despite the tension, and then he charged forward, his movements swift and purposeful. The goblins formed a defensive line, their clubs raised, bracing for Lein's assault. Their eyes were filled with a mixture of fear and anger, the unfamiliar threat unsettling them. Tska broken bar. Tsa broken bar. Killed Goblin Tribe member, EXP +1. Killed Goblin Tribe member, EXP +1. Lein's first strike was swift and lethal, taking down 2 goblins instantly. The wooden sword sliced through the air with precision, its impact decisive. Agha broken bar. Agha broken bar. The remaining goblins roared in anger, surrounding Lein and striking him with their clubs. The crude weapons landed with dull thuds, but Lein's agility allowed him to evade the worst of the blows. Lein didn't stay still. He rolled back, distancing himself from their attacks. His movements were fluid, a result of both instinct and training. The goblins pursued, determined not to let him escape, their snarls filling the air. Tsa broken bar. Another goblin fell, decapitated. Nita, having struck from the side, quickly retreated to observe the others. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she remained focused, her eyes scanning for the next opportunity. They knew their advantage well. Even with 3-4 strength points, a direct confrontation with 10 goblins could be fatal. They used hit-and-run tactics, striking swiftly before retreating. Their strategy was effective, their movements coordinated and precise. Aga broken bar. Despite their fury, the goblins were helpless. They couldn't match Lein and Nita's agility. The siblings moved like a well-oiled machine, each strike calculated, each retreat measured. Killed Goblin Tribe member, EXP +1. Killed Goblin Tribe member, EXP +1. 2 minutes later, all the goblins lay dead. The battlefield was littered with their bodies, the air heavy with the scent of blood and sweat. Huffed a broken bar. Finally a broken bar panted, wiping sweat from his brow. His breath was heavy, and his clothes were soaked. The adrenaline coursed through his veins, leaving him both exhilarated and exhausted. Nita, not far away, looked similarly exhausted. The battle had drained them both. Her hands trembled slightly, but she managed a small, victorious smile. They rested for a few minutes, then began to tally their spoils. The goblins' crude belongings were scattered around, a testament to their primitive lifestyle. First, they each gained 10 EXP points, increasing their EXP by 1%. The incremental progress was a small but satisfying reward for their efforts. They had expected just EXP, but as they approached the goblin corpse, a system notification appeared. Goblin Tribe Corpse, extract materials? Yes, Lein replied, his curiosity piqued. The goblin's body lifted slightly, glowing before turning to ash. A shining object materialized, catching the light. Acquired energy crystal +1. Curious, Lein examined the crystal. Energy crystal, a crystal formed by natural energy. The crystal felt cool in his hand, its surface smooth and flawless. He wondered about its potential uses and value. Closing the system panel, Lein continued extracting from the goblin corpses. Nita joined him, assisting with the remaining bodies. Each extraction yielded a small reward, the materials varying in type and quantity. "Brother, I'm done," Nita called out, her voice tinged with both relief and excitement. Once finished, they gathered the fallen materials. The spoils of their battle lay before them, a modest but valuable collection. Energy crystals +3, goblin blood +2, goblin claws +1. Not all corpses yielded items upon extraction. The randomness of the rewards added an element of surprise to the process. Lein and Nita then explored the goblin island. The trees, now devoid of their goblin protectors, rustled peacefully. The straw hut at the island's center beckoned, its contents promising further discovery. Inside the hut, they found a region orb similar to their own. Its ethereal glow was both familiar and comforting. This time, there were two options. Take over the territory. Destroy the territory. Note: taking over the territory will merge the Goblin Island with the Sovereign's Island. Note: destroying the territory grants several square meters of land and resources instantly. Weighing the options, Lein chose to take over the territory. He believed expanding the island was more beneficial than instant resources. The potential for long-term growth and stability outweighed the immediate gratification. Besides, he could still harvest resources from the Goblin Island over time. The thought of integrating the goblins' vibrant landscape with their own was appealing. Upon choosing to take over, Lein's island grew larger, though its shape was no longer a perfect square. The new terrain added variety and potential for future expansion. "Brother, I'm thirsty." Nita's voice was raspy, her earlier excitement giving way to fatigue. "A broken bar. It seems we need to duplicate the 100 milliliters of water first," Lein mused, holding the small bottle. The necessity of basic resources became increasingly clear. Water 100 milliliters, duplicate. Yes. Suddenly, 1,000 small bottles of water appeared out of thin air, scattering around them. The sheer volume was overwhelming, the sight almost comical. A broken bar. Nita's eyes widened, a mix of astonishment and gratitude in her gaze. She grabbed one and drank eagerly, quenching her thirst. The cool water was a welcome relief, her parched throat finally soothed. Lein, too, was amazed by the sight. The sheer potential of his talent began to sink in. "This is absurd," he thought, a smile tugging at his lips. "Couldn't I dominate the trade with this talent?" Lein pondered, his mind racing with possibilities. Currently, most items in the market traded for resources, especially water. The scarcity of such a vital resource made it incredibly valuable. He checked the market for a while. Indeed, water was highly valued. The listings confirmed his suspicions. Market: iron sword, 10 energy crystals, accepting resources especially water and equivalent items. A broken bar. Long bow: 500 milliliters of water. A broken bar. Hard leather, 1 energy crystal, accepting water. A broken bar. Imagine a family of 4. They would need 4 liters of water a day. The demand was staggering, the opportunities endless. Haha, broken bar. Nita, let's rest for a bit, Lein said, heading back to the main island. The prospect of leveraging his talent to secure their future filled him with renewed energy. Nita nodded, following her brother. The journey ahead was uncertain, but with each step, they carved out a path to survival and, perhaps, greatness. Returning to the main island, Lein and Nita eagerly examined the market. Their goal was clear: to purchase full-body equipment to strengthen themselves. Becoming more powerful would accelerate their leveling up. The higher their level, the greater their chances of obtaining valuable materials. That's when Lein's extraordinary talent would truly shine. Lein navigated to the equipment section of the market, his eyes scanning for long-range weapons. His fingers flicked through the listings, occasionally using filters to narrow down his search. After a few minutes, his eyes lit up as he found the Evo Bow. Evo Bow, strength +10. Explosive arrow. Arrows will explode on impact, dealing +30 damage. The Evo Bow was priced at 20 energy crystals. Lein quickly did the math. The current exchange rate for water to energy crystals was 1 to 100, meaning 100 milliliters of water was worth 1 energy crystal. With his vast supply of water, Lein's net worth was effectively 1,000 energy crystals. Without hesitation, Lein accessed the market's request feature, filtered specifically for water, and exchanged 10,000 milliliters of water for 100 energy crystals. Successfully exchanged 20 energy crystals for a Evo Bow. Successfully exchanged 10 energy crystals for 1,000 wooden arrows. A 1-meter-long green bow materialized in front of Lein. The bow looked luxurious and strong, with soft bird feathers adorning its ends and a string that was both sturdy and elastic. Ha ha ha, perfect, Lein laughed, feeling the weight of the Evo Bow in his hands. The explosive power of the bow meant he could annihilate a group of 10 goblins in mere seconds. Lein resumed scrolling through the market items. Successfully exchanged 14 energy crystals for flowing cloak. Flowing cloak, resilience +8, agility +2. A long, blue-green cloak appeared out of thin air and fell into Lein's hands. Nice. A broken bar, Lein thought to himself, admiring the cloak. It boosted 2 attributes simultaneously, a rarity even in the entire market. Lein continued browsing for another 10 minutes, eventually acquiring 3 more pieces of equipment: wind boots, glass gloves, and courage headband. Wind boots, agility +9, resilience +2, glass gloves, strength +6, resilience +5, courage headband, resilience +4, intelligence +1. With these new acquisitions, Lein now wore 4 pieces of equipment and wielded a formidable weapon. He felt his body surging with newfound strength. He checked his status panel. Status: name, Lein. Level 1, 1%. Attributes: strength 19, agility 14, intelligence 2, resilience 23. Class: beginner. Skills: dash. Equipment: Evo Bow, wind boots, flowing cloak, glass gloves, courage headband. Talent: infinity duplicate SSS. Features: market, chat, friends. Lein spent a total of 72 energy crystals to buy all his equipment. These were the best items he could find in the market. If there had been stronger gear available, he would have bought it, but he would be foolish enough to sell top-tier items at this stage. Brother, look, Nita called out hopefully. She was now also fully equipped, her attributes not far behind Lein's. Status: name, cute cat. Level 1, 1%. Attributes: strength 8, agility 9, intelligence 21, resilience 14. Class: beginner. Skills: dash. Equipment: Gein's staff, soft boots, midnight cloak, smart gloves, forgetful cap. Features: market, chat, friends. Great, you look taller, Lein remarked, ending his statement with a playful tone. Brother, Yuga broken bar. Nita felt both flattered and insulted. She raised her staff, a white light forming at its tip. Danger! Lein exclaimed, eyes wide. He ran, dodging to avoid becoming the target of Nita's magic. Okay, broken bar. Sorry. Stop. Nita broken bar. I apologize. Here broken bar. Mercy. Broken bar. And kept shouting, pleading for forgiveness. Seeing her brother's silly antics, Nita paused. Humph a broken bar, she sighed, flicking her long hair back with her small hand. As Nita stopped, Lein cautiously approached. He, amazing, he complimented, carefully choosing his words. He praised her a few more times, feeling that if he hadn't run, he might have met an untimely end. Enough, Nita snapped, pressing her finger to her lips, signaling him to stop his exaggerated praise. Do you think I don't know? Nita's gaze was still sharp. He a broken bar and scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. His sister had grown up, no longer easily fooled by such tactics. All right, now that we're ready, let's go hunt those monsters. Lein raised his right hand high, hoping for a cheer from Nita. All he got was the sound of the wind as Nita walked past him. Lein followed, trailing behind her with a silly grin, insisting she respond to his motivational words to keep their spirits high. And so, the siblings ventured into the sea of white clouds once more. Killed sharp-toothed wolf, EXP +5. Killed sharp-toothed wolf, EXP +3. A broken bar. On an island spanning 900 square meters, a fierce battle was underway. A young man shot arrows every 5 seconds at a pack of wolves. Sharp-toothed wolf. Level 5. Attributes: Strength 9, Agility 9, Intelligence 5, Resilience 6. Wolf's Roar increases attack power for a few seconds. Nearby, a young woman wielding a long staff unleashed a continuous barrage of white ice energy. Hailstorm. A powerful spell. The energy at the staff's tip created a massive hailstorm covering an area of 25 square meters within 5 seconds. Killed sharp-toothed wolf, EXP +4. Killed sharp-toothed wolf, EXP +5. These were Lein and Nita. The wolves before them were the 8th group of monsters they had encountered in the past hour. In that hour, Lein and Nita had leveled up twice, reaching level 3. The 900 square meter island was home to approximately 90 wolves. Killed sharp-tooth wolf, EXP +5. With the death of the last wolf, Lein and Nita finally relaxed their tense muscles. As usual, after each battle, they extracted materials from the monster corpses, each holding a burlap sack to collect the dropped items. They wondered if the system would eventually provide them with proper bags or if they needed to craft them themselves at a higher level. They buried their curiosity and continued extracting materials from the wolf corpses. Each extraction emitted a white light, revealing various items. But this time, the corpse Lein was handling glowed with a golden light. Acquired silver chest +1. Lein's eyes widened in disbelief and awe. Nita, noticing the golden glow, approached, her eyes fixed on the 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide silver chest. What's in it? She asked, her voice tinged with excitement and curiosity. Brother, we're going to be rich. Yes. Brother will duplicate it first. Lein and Nita had returned to the top of the main island at this time. Lein's duplicate skill was active, and he would duplicate the silver chest they got. Silver chest. Duplicate 1000 times? Just like when Lein duplicated 100 milliliters of water, silver chests kept popping out of empty air and falling to the ground like worthless stones. Seeing the silver chests appearing like there was no end to them, Lein felt that he would be able to stay alive just by staying on the floating island. Even if he couldn't level up with it, all the support materials would greatly increase his strength. At least people wouldn't think of him as a bully. Nita didn't even wait for instructions from her brother. She had already opened the first chest. Successfully opened the silver chest, obtained materials. -1000 milliliters water, which is Hat X1, Whitestone X8, Spear of Harmony X1, 1 liter of water. When Lein saw the 1000 milliliters water, he immediately imagined the water emerging from empty air just like when he duplicated the 100 milliliters water. In addition, 5 white-colored stones aroused Lein's interest. He immediately examined them. White stone, newly used to perform forging to the common level. I remember. He immediately took out his Evo bow weapon. He saw that there was a forging feature on the bow's description panel. Evo bow forging requires white stone x1, energy crystal x10. Note: 70% success rate. Failure will lower the forging rate. Okay, I'll forge it later, said Lein while observing the remaining crates that were very large. He then picked up one of the chests and opened it. Successfully opened the silver chest. Obtained materials: wheat seeds x10, harmony flower x1. Mid-level lair, archer wolf. Mid-level lair, archer wolves. The lair of the archer wolves. Summon 5 archer wolves every day. There's hope for building an army, Lein muttered to himself. Lein opened the silver chest again, and so did Nita. From a distance, their island glowed brightly continuously. Successfully opened the silver chest. Obtained materials. Successfully opened the silver chest. Obtained materials. Nita would notify her brother when she found a good item, then group them together. 15 minutes passed, and finally all the chests were opened. There were many items that they got, starting from weapons, Yama great sword, hard spear, battle shield, crystal cloak, steel helmet, wind cloak, terror boots, judge's hammer, combat weapons, auto bow turrets, small cannons, flamethrowers, elven guard turrets, lookout turrets. There are about 600 more of each weapon type, not to mention an equal number. Then they also got resources. Food resources: 100 milliliters water, 100 gram venison, 500 gram buffalo meat, 500 milliliters water. Material resources: hard stone, light stone, malingo leaf, exact flour, fine stone, light steel, gold bar, wooden board, fine sand. In addition, the number of supporting materials is the largest. Support materials and items: iron smelter blueprint, medium main hall blueprint, wood cutting blueprint, broken rope blueprint, small healing pill, medium healing pill, 100 centimeters gauze, 500 centimeters coarse cloth. In total, there were over 2,000 materials and support items. If observed from afar, the main island was not as cluttered with piled-up materials as usual. This was because they found a very useful item. Medium storage crate. 150 storage slots. Endurance 10,000 points. Very efficient. They stored all the equipment they got into 20 storage chests. Another support item that they really liked is the bag. Medium bag. 50 slots. It's a simple attribute but very useful when traveling. It's easier than paying for a storage crate that's almost 1 meter in size. The storage chest provided better equipment than their current equipment, so they replaced it and increased the attribute by 50% more. Nita, help brother to build a tower defense. Okay brother. Nita went to the center area of the island and began to think of a location to build the tower. Meanwhile, Lein headed to the edge of the island. His island is currently almost 60,000 square meters, or more than 240 meters in side length. Blueprint of stone wall: rough stone, fine stone, sand, water. Note: form a tower line to the edge of the island. Note: the amount of materials needed depends on the size of the island. Build a stone wall. Sure? Yes. Lein immediately agreed and chose yes. Successfully built the stone wall. Construction time 2 hours. Lein saw the system notification, and the countdown time started. 1:59 and 56 seconds. 1:59 and 23 seconds. 1:58 and 49 seconds. Good, Lein said casually. He thought it would be finished right away, but he didn't expect it to take time. Alright then, let's build another building. Lein remembered the warrior's den. Building a mid-level lair. Archer wolf. Sure. Successfully built a mid-level lair. Archer wolf. Construction time 6 hours. Yes. Building medium main hall. Sure. Successfully built medium main hall. Construction time 5 hours. Yes. The two siblings continued to build the buildings they got from the material crates. Time passed, and finally, the construction of the territory was completed, just waiting for the construction time to finish. Phew, finally finished. Lein, who was sitting on the ground, released a sigh of relief. He scanned the entire area, and the circular light from the system filled the entire place. Yes, that circle of light was the construction area that took time. The more Lein saw, the more satisfied he was with the results. His SSS-level talent was indeed heaven-defying. The regional chat went on as usual, except that nearly 2 hours after the arrival of the humans, the system's alerts about the dead were drastically reduced. Humans were undoubtedly adaptable. It's only a matter of time before humans rule the divine celestial realm, some people thought. Lein conducted an evaluation of his progress. His strength increased by 50 after replacing some equipment, and had already reached level 3. Opening 1,000 silver chest gave nearly 5,000 items, producing nearly 34,000 energy crystals. His territory was growing rapidly, with over 50 buildings under construction. Defense towers, warrior nests, support buildings, and other buildings. Checking the infinity duplicate skill, there were still 15 minutes left. He would continue to duplicate the silver chest for now. But before that, he had to level up with Nita. Lein's floating island continued to break through the clouds, moving slowly and steadily. The wind blew past Lein's face. Beside him, Nita stood tall. No matter what they were thinking at the moment, only the two of them knew. 2 hours living in the divine sky realm gave them the feeling of being newborn, living in a strange realm. Several times Nita felt lonely because she had never seen another human being besides her brother. She even still couldn't believe it and felt like this was all a dream. Lein continued to calm her down. He was quite satisfied with the starting line they started. 7 minutes passed and finally their island stopped and collided with another alien island. Bull Muscle Tribe Island. Area 4,900 square meters. Easy defense. Medium strength. Level 6. Bull Island has a fence made of 1 meter high wood. Then several guard towers are watching from the top of the tower, directing their attention and already in a state of readiness. More than 20 bull warriors are standing in front of the fence ready to face the threat from Lein's island. Bull Muscle. Level 6. Attributes: Strength 16, Agility 12, Intelligence 8, Resilience 14. Hammer Boom. For 10 seconds. The attack deals a blast effect around, increasing the attack damage. Brother, this time it seems like it will be difficult. They are prepared and have defensive buildings, said Nita worriedly. Lein looked at her with a strange look. You talk like you don't see your status, Nit, Lein replied casually. Yes, their abilities have increased because of the equipment from the silver chest. Status: Name, Lein. Level 3, 40%. Attributes: STR 38, Agi 31, Int 9, Res 42. Equipment: Vampire Sword, Fiber Shoes, Combat Cloak, Rough Fiber Glove, Hard Rubber Helmet. Talent: Infinity Duplicate, SSS. Features: Market, Chat, Friends. Lein's main weapon has changed. This is because he found a very unique red sword. This sword has a very strong ability: Vampire Sword +5, STR +10 +2, Blood Energy. Every time you kill an enemy, the enemy's blood will be absorbed, and increase the STR value +2 each stack. Maximum 10 stacks, lasts for 5 minutes after absorbing blood last time. Lein chuckled looking at the red sword in his hand. He even felt the dark aura of the sword. In addition, he had forged the vampire sword to +5, increasing the weapon's status and damage by 5%. Although it cost a lot of energy crystals and white stones, it was worth it. A weapon that has been forged to +5 will emit a white light that greatly increases the sharp aura of the weapon. Seeing her brother's very confident appearance, Nita became more relaxed. Her status was only slightly below Lein's. Even her weapon was also very powerful, no less powerful than a vampire sword. Corpse Stick +2, Int +10, Temporary Life. Resurrect all corpses that have been killed and become warrior lords for a maximum of 10 minutes, gaining 50% attributes while still alive. Corpses cannot use skills. Now, Lein began, but hadn't finished speaking. He was already advancing towards the group of bull men on the other side of the island. The bull warriors didn't expect Lein to be so aggressive. They also raised their swords and maces, charging forward. The watchtower fired fire arrows, 10 of which flew towards Lein, the rest towards Nita, who was at the back. Shark kills bull muscle X +9. Kills bull muscle X +12. 1/. The muscular bull's head fell very easily. Blood came out and hit everyone, not to mention the vampire sword. As soon as the blood touched the sword's surface, a red aura enveloped the sword. Lein felt an immediate increase in strength. His muscles contracted and became more energetic. Lein was not daydreaming. He saw the sword coming from beside him, quickly ducked and darted to the side. He slashed back towards the nearest muscle bull. Just like splitting a sponge cake with a cutting knife, the bull's body split and fell limp and helpless. Ugh! Eek! The muscle bulls were angry. None of their attacks hit Lein. They immediately hit the ground and rampaged. Boom! Bomb! Danger! Thought Lein silently. He immediately ran away. Brother, watch out! Nita shouted from afar. Her wand had been raised and black energy had condensed at the tip of the wand. Immediately, a huge ball of light floated and flew towards the group of angry bulls. The black energy exploded, releasing black light afterwards. The grass on the ground was no longer visible, replaced by black blood. From the black blood rose monsters similar to muscle bulls, but black in color. They looked around, and then rushed to attack the remaining muscle bulls. The bull warriors' eyes shrank, fear enveloping their bodies. They originally thought this was an easy battle, as their opponents were just two young humans. But reality said otherwise. Not only did they lose, but it seemed that these humans wanted to consume them all. One by one, all the warriors outside the fence were dead. Lein and the other corpses then broke through the wooden fence. Inside the fence, more than 100 bull warriors were ready, while the civilians of the bull muscle tribe could only hide inside their houses and watch from afar. Seeing the scene, Lein and Nita both hesitated. They imagined they looked like bad guys. Sir, why did you attack our tribe? One of the leaders asked Lein. They were actually speaking in a strange language, but somehow Lein and Nita could understand what the leader was talking about. Lein's dreamy eyes became clear at this moment. Not intending to answer the bull leader's question, he charged forward and slashed with all his might. Attack! The bull leader shouted angrily. Sah! Sang. The sound of cutting meat continued to be heard. The distant attribute made it seem like Lein was walking on shallow water. Kill bull muscle X +10. Kill bull muscle X +12. He decided to exterminate this muscle bull because he was in no condition to choose. The muscle bulls asked like that because they didn't have enough strength to kill. Lein was actually a little sorry to see the muscle bull tribe, but he didn't want to be hypocritical with himself. Every 10 seconds Nita released a blast of her black magic, and all the dead monsters would revive. The intense battle ended quickly in just 5 minutes. All that was left were the civilians of the muscle bull tribe. After the battle was over, Lein and Nita discussed further and decided to let the corpses summoned by Nita's sword finish off the rest. The corpses of the warriors understood Nita's intentions and wishes. They then rushed into the houses and finished off the remaining muscle bulls. As usual after a battle, Lein and Nita performed the extraction of the bull's corpse. Muscle bull corpses, extraction? Yes. Extraction of bull muscle corpse successful, obtaining hard skin X2, bull's tooth X1, energy crystal X2. The materials from the bull corpse are mostly some parts of the bull's body. Occasionally it will drop equipment blueprints, energy crystals, etc. The process of extracting the corpses and collecting all the fallen materials to be stored into the crates took 10 minutes. Next, Lein and Nita checked the entire Bull Island area for other materials, as well as hidden items. Another 10 minutes passed and finally Lein and Nita returned to the main island after taking over Bull Island, increasing the size of Lein's floating island. Brother, rest first, I'm tired and hungry, said Nita as she walked with her body bent. Yeah, I'm tired too, let's rest for a while, replied Lein. Arg! Shah! The clanging of metal, the crashing of bodies, the roar of flames and the various sounds of battle fill an island of 14,000 square meters. Two humans are fighting hundreds of furry gorilla monsters. Gorilla fur. Level 10. Attributes: STR31, AGA 27, Int 12, Res 24. Heavy fist. Increases fist strength by 2 and deals critical blows to vital areas. The gorillas, 1.5 meters tall, felt helpless against the two humans. This is because the two humans are Lein and Nita. Even though their level is only level 6, their attributes are worth an average of 30 points, higher than the attributes of a level 10 gorilla. Lein danced with his sword, each slash causing the gorilla's massive body to fall one by one. Not to be outdone, Nita's staff continued to unleash black flame attacks, resurrecting the corpses of the fallen gorillas. Kills Gorilla Fabrics plus 34. Kills Gorilla Ferox plus 31. The Gorilla Island they are currently on is the 40th place they have invaded, and they have spent over 5 hours there. During these 5 hours, Lein and Nat have already advanced to level 9. 99%. It is estimated that they will advance to level 10 when they complete Gorilla Island. In addition, Lein has duplicated the silver chest 5 times in 5 hours. Gives another 5,000 silver chests. The contents of the silver chest are no joke. The materials that come out are always beneficial and will directly increase their strength and the strength of the island significantly. Kill Bull Muslix plus 35. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. Tier 1 promotion mission has opened. Lein heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally reached level 10 and unlocked the promotion mission. Out of curiosity, he made a detailed promotion mission. Tier 1 promotion mission. Crystal Aura X1. Crystal Energy 10,000. Level 10 Heart Monster, Protector. That's all? Lein was a bit incredulous at the details of the promotion mission. He thought it required him to pass the trials and then choose a class. All of the mission requirements are already in Lein's possession. Elvenarcher Aura Crystal. Gives the ruler the aura of a powerful Elvenarcher. Note: activates level 1 promotion missions. A white crystal the size of an adult's hand now appeared in Lein's hand. He had many such items. Swordsman Aura Crystal, Fire Mage Aura Crystal, Holy Priest Aura Crystal, etc. He also had the level 10 Monster Heart Protector. They have attacked islands with Guardians on several occasions. Usually, Guardians have higher attributes than warrior-level monsters. Nita, you've seen the promotion mission, right? Which crystal did you choose? Lein asked Nita, who was standing next to him. I want to be a ranged attacker. I think archers or mages would be good too. Nita had tried both bow and staff type weapons and she liked them. Lein nodded and told her to choose the aura crystal he would use. Lein also thought hard about which aura crystal to choose. There are several options, for example, in the swordsman crystal, aura crystal, swordsman, void race, aura crystal, swordsman, desert race, swordsman, dragon race. There are also cultivation aura crystals, support aura crystals, etc. Lein tried to find information about the promotion mission in the regional chat, but strangely enough, there was no detailed information. All they knew was that level 1 promotions happened when they reached level 10. Lein immediately decided on his choice and finally chose Crystal Aura, Swordsman, Holy Human Race. The reason was simple: of all the crystals he got, there were only a few that had holy words in them. So he chose the human flavor. Nita has also finished choosing. She chose Crystal Aura, Archer, Elf Realm Race. Nita, Big Brother will go first. You after, okay? Lein asked Nita next to him. Nita nodded her head. Then Lein handed over the promotional item on the system panel. Tier 1 promotion mission, handing over promotional items? Yes. As Lein agreed, he felt his body being pulled by a force. His vision instantly darkened, and then he saw that he was looking at a completely different scene than before. Brother? Nita asked confused. She saw Lein standing there 1 second ago, but now he was gone. Nita's worries didn't last long. It would be strange if it happened on Earth, but it was a different world now. He stopped thinking about it and then took out all the bodies of the gorillas they had killed earlier. Fur Gorilla Corpse extraction successful, obtaining Hard Feathers X2, Gorilla Tendon X1, X6 Energy Crystal. Lein, on the other hand, was standing on a huge white altar. In front of him was nothing but an old man dressed in pure white. Are you awake, young man? The old man asked kindly. Lein looked at the old man and couldn't help but feel depressed. He felt that the old man in front of him was dazzling and gave off a pressure that made him depressed. It was like a huge storm and Lein was at the center of it. The old man saw that Lein was in great pain, Then he waved his hand and Lein was finally able to look at him. This time it was different. He felt that the old man in front of him was his own grandfather. He even wanted to hug him and sit on his lap. Lein shook his head, not wanting to be affected by the old man's aura. "Come, you want a promotion, don't you?" The man immediately shot the contents of Lein's mind. Lein shuddered and was once again surprised by the old man. "Yes sir, I want a promotion," Lein replied humbly. "Easy, easy." The man waved his thin white hand. "You just need to test your talent on this tool," the old man continued, pulling a strange stone out of the air. The stone is 1 meter high and has numbers written on it. Initial universe stone. The universe power contained within can calculate an individual's destiny, talents and abilities. "How do I use it, sir?" Lein asked, looking at the old man in front of him. "Just place your hand on the stone. The higher the number the better," the old man explained. Then he took out some crystals, a total of 9 crystals of different sizes. The crystals floated in front of the old man. He proudly took them out and let Lein inspect them. Crystal core, first level, 100 points. Level cap, 20. Additional X plus 10%. Skill 1, strong slashes powerfully over 10 meters. Cooldown 5 minutes. Skill 2, sword energy, increases attribute for 10 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Skill 2, double slash, attacks twice, dealing critical damage. Cooldown 2 minutes. Crystalline core, second level, 200 points. Crystal core, third level, 300 points. Level 1 is the smallest crystal and has the lowest points, and the eternal crystal is the largest, costing 1,500 points. "How?" the old man asked patiently. He seemed to have done this a lot. Lein, who currently held the immortal crystal, 1,500 points, was trembling. He felt as if he had been caught stealing. The old man smiled kindly. Lein breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the old man knew what he was doing. Lein's heart was beating very fast at the moment. In the eternal crystal core he saw that there was a duplicate function. "Can I duplicate the item I'm holding, even if it's not mine?" Lein asked silently. He seemed to have found a bug in his SSS talent. "Crystal core, immortal. Duplicate 1,000 times?" "Yes." Immediately, the duplication was successful, and inside Lein's bag were 10 slots filled with immortal core crystals. "What?" Lein's heart trembled with fear. For when he performed the duplication, the old man sensed that there was something strange about Lein and the immortal crystals. The old man withdrew all the crystals, and Lein's body remained motionless. 10 seconds passed in silence. Then Lein found the strength to move again. Lein's heart was still trembling. Just a few thoughts from the old man in front of him could crush him. Forgive. The old man waved his hand, his smile returning. "Ah ha 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 ha." Lein laughed awkwardly, his voice cracking. "All right, go ahead." The old man instructed Lein to test his strength on the test stone. The stone was metallic black and did not reflect light. Lein placed his hand casually, hoping that nothing bad would happen. The numbers on the stone began to move. 15. 23, 60, 140. The old man continued to watch, his eyebrows slightly raised. 200, 270, 600. This time the old man could not stand still. He approached the line and, without blinking, scrutinized the numbers on the test stone. 1,200, 1,500. The stone emitted a bright golden light. The old man's eyeballs bulged, as if he had just seen something that should not be seen. "No way." "Immortal talent?" The old man's tone shook. It didn't take 1 second after the golden light flashed. A middle-aged man appeared. The middle-aged man had an extremely terrifying aura, 100. No, 1,000 times that of the previous white old man. "Grandmaster Dudu, is this from the new planet?" the middle-aged man asked the old man. "Yes, sir, it has been less than a day since it appeared," the old man replied respectfully and humbly. "All right, leave it to me." "You go back first." The middle-aged man waved his hand to let the old man return. "Yes, sir, I'll go." The old man immediately disappeared. Now it was just Lein and a middle-aged man. Lein studied the middle-aged man in front of him. A crown of 9 stars sat firmly on his head, A golden robe unrolled neatly behind his back. The man's eyes were so calm, Lein even felt that the man could know every detail of his body and everything he was thinking. Scary, Lein said to himself. Son, what's your name? Where are you from? The man was very friendly. His voice was even pleasant to hear. My name is Lein, sir. I am from Earth, Lein answered obediently, without hiding anything. I remember. You are a race that has a system, is that so? The man asked for confirmation. At that moment, Lein felt as if his brain had been struck by lightning. He had not expected the man in front of him to be aware of the existence of the system. Lein's mind immediately turned to checking the system. He could not open the system. What? Lein exclaimed inwardly. Infinity Duplicate, version 2. Update patch. Improved system security. Increase multiplication to 10,000. Crazy. Lein shouted louder in his heart. He felt that the talent, Infinity Duplicate, was not from an ordinary system, but from another higher system. But whatever it was, Lein was happy with system. His strength would increase even more. Kid, you haven't answered my question yet, the middle-aged man continued to casually observe Lein. Yes sir, right system, Lein replied to the man. Well, I'm sorry for temporarily blocking it. The man understood Lein's concern, so he explained. Some people with systems have talents that can trick the touchstone. There have been cases of someone with S-level talent manipulating the numbers on the touchstones. A middle-aged man explains like a guide. Would you like to test again? The man pointed at the stone. Good sir. Lein was not afraid. For some reason he had great faith in the strange system. Once again Lein put his hand down and the numbers on the stone changed. 100, 300, 400, 800, 1300, 1500. This time the man's face changed. He couldn't hide his shocked expression. Is this the age of human awakening? A very sharp light came from the man's eyes. His eyes seemed to radiate a very strong intention. But the man's shock didn't last long, as he seemed to imagine some terrible events, then shook his head. Very good, the man tested. Then he took out 5 objects. They are, immortal crystal, a bottle of white potion, a golden sword, 2 golden talisman papers. Accept them. I hope you don't have any misfortune and can continue to grow. If fate allows, we will meet again. The man did not wait for Lein to answer. He waved his hand and Lein disappeared from the white platform, leaving only the middle-aged man. Soon a throne chair appeared and he sat down, his face returning to its original state. Then he tilted his head to the left and leaned on his left hand. A wine glass appeared out of nowhere. He shook it and drank casually. Go on. A word came out of the man's mouth. A burst of golden power emanated from his body. The surrounding space curved into ripples of water, and soon a huge portal appeared, big enough to fit a throne. As the throne entered the portal, there was only total darkness. But for the man, the scene inside the portal was as bright as daylight. He smiled a little, then their chair moved slowly into the portal. Lein regained consciousness. He looked around at the familiar surroundings. Yes, he was back on his island. Brother. Nita ran over and hugged Lein from a distance. What's wrong, bro? Why did you suddenly disappear? Nita released her hug and asked curiously. Lein understood his sister's concern and explained the situation he found himself in. From going to the huge altar, meeting old man Dudu, testing the talent, earning 1,500 points, meeting the crowned man, and returning. Lein also talked about the upgrade to his Infinity Duplicate talent. For his part, Nita is the person he trusts the most in this and other worlds, so there was no hesitation in telling her about the oddity of his system. Even the powerful man was unable to block the system after the upgrade. It's scary. Thank goodness you're okay. Nita only heard the stories, but she felt how scary the place was. Alright, time to check the results of the trip to the scary place, said Lein with a big smile. To be honest, he was very curious about the things the strong man took out. Something that came out of such a strong man, even if it was just the tip of his hair, would still be valuable to them. Lein first looked at the description of the golden sword. The divine sword, part 1, level 20, growth attribute, STR73, int plus 56, Agi plus 70, Res plus 78, holy blessing. All body wounds healed, base attribute plus 20%, damage increased by plus 20%, for 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. I told you, this sword must be unusually broad, Lein said happily. He was very satisfied when he saw the half-meter-long golden sword in front of him. It was extremely sharp on both sides, had a pointed tip, and had a strange writing pattern on the center of the blade. Lein had opened nearly 3,000 plus silver chests. He knew that the attribute limit of equipment was 2 types. But the divine sword gave 4 attributes at once, with an average of 70 points. The active skill is also very terrible. It heals all wounds, increases attributes and damage, and even people with no talent can easily kill monsters. Next is the white herb in the clear bottle. Blessing potion. Attribute plus 100, random. Note, can only be taken 5 times. The usual wild. Good stuff again, Lein said casually. Excitement could be heard in his voice. Then he imagined his double talent, 10,000 potions like this. Wouldn't he become rich overnight? Another item that Lein was curious about was the 2 paper amulets. Golden Step Talisman. When activated, the body will move to a location within a 1-kilometer radius. Golden Shield Talisman. Activating the talisman will form a shield that can withstand the full power of master-level creatures. Master level? Lein asked silently. Will you become a master when you reach level 20, 30, or the level above? But whatever it is, the higher the master's position, the more he likes this shield talisman. With these 2 talismans, he can go anywhere without fear. And the last major item is Crystal Core. Immortal level. Race, Holy Man. Species, Swordsman. Level limit, Eternal level. Additional X plus 90%. Skill 1, Divine/Shadow. Each slash creates 5 shadows with 80% of the main power. No cooldown. Skill 2, Sky Shattering creates a sword aura 100 meters long. Ignores 50% of enemy defenses, self-heals 50% of damage. 10 minutes. Skill 3, Area of Light. Creates an area of light in a 100-meter radius. Increases all attributes by 100%. Negates enemy healing. Plus 100% damage to dark creatures. Lasts 10 minutes, has a 1-hour cooldown. Yuck. Too evil. Despite having seen it when he entered the altar with Old Man Doodoo, Lein still felt breathless when he saw the immortal level core crystal. Great brother, let's promote quickly. Nita couldn't wait to see her brother promoted. Swordsman core crystal, sacred human race, immortal level. Do you want to absorb it for promotion to tier 1? Yes. As soon as Lein's body was raised, golden light rained down on him. Lein's mind seemed to be electrified at that moment. But the feeling did not last long and faded after a while. From Nita's perspective, her brother seemed to radiate light. Then the aura that was released was also very strong. Nita even felt a little threatened. I'm sorry, I'm not used to this new power yet, Lein said while scratching his head. Brother, you look more handsome, Nita said with a meaningful look. Although she felt that her brother was very different after the promotion, she always teased Lein that he was ugly and unattractive. Silly girl, do you realize? Lein shamelessly accepted Nita's praise. Nita rolled her eyes as if she were going to throw up. By the way, I want a promotion too, bro? Nita asked Lein. Lein also thought hard about how Nita would be promoted. He wasn't sure about Nita's talent, because she didn't have any. Nit, what if you use the same swordsman core crystal that I use? Lein asked back. Nita thought the same thing. She was unsure of her talent. I'll still try, brother. After all there is brother, Nita said as she lifted her chin and put her hands on her waist. Alright, get it over with. Brother will be waiting here. Okay. Lein watched his sister disappear, then turned his attention to his floating island. It's late afternoon now. 10 hours after the humans arrived, the 2 of them had already reached level 10. Moreover, their island was already highly developed. A high stone wall surrounds the island. The 30-meter-high main hall is the main building and the center of attention. The main hall stands majestically in the center of the island, 30 meters high with traditional Chinese imperial architecture. The building is made almost entirely of selected wood, with a curved roof decorated with dragon and phoenix ornaments. Columns carved with dragon motifs add to the grandeur, while large, intricately carved doors welcome visitors. In addition to the main hall, there are dozens of other buildings used for the production of raw materials, such as smelting, wood cutting, herb processing, wheat milling, and many other raw material processing buildings. In the southern part of the island is a military area where 40 nest buildings have been constructed. Werewolf Nest, Mountain Witch Nest, Angry Rhinoceros Race Nest, Warrior Ant Nest. In addition to the Warrior's Lair, there are 5 types of defense towers on the island: Lightning Tower, Fire Tower, Automatic Bow Tower, Dragon Cannon Tower, Watchtower. All these buildings cost a lot to build, but that wasn't a problem for Lein. While waiting for Nita, Lein checked the human chatter. Regional chat number 2344. Waiko Suryo, hello everyone, I am the current president of Indonesia. Today I declare the creation of the Indonesian Alliance. Whitestone, hello Mr. Waiko, I would like to join the alliance. Taeyong, I want to join. What are the requirements? Where is the location? Raiden Tue, I am Raiden Tue. I hereby declare the Garuda Alliance established. Chogo, great, Raiden Tue has formed an alliance. Rumor has it that his talent is S level. Fruit Melon, I'm already level 10. I want to join the alliance too. Human adaptation is very fast. They understand that only by uniting can they survive. Only certain people like Lein can live alone on an empty island. Lein actually wanted to form his own alliance. As well as helping to reduce the human mortality rate, he wanted to organize a trade in items. After 10 minutes, Nita finally showed up. How? Asked Lein curiously. Hi. Look, Nita showed me the crystal she had received. Crystal core, king level. Race, elven. Type, Archer. Level cap, king level. Additional X plus 60%. Skill 1, arrow explosion. Each arrow shot explodes, causing damage in a radius of 10 meters, plus 30% damage. No cooldown. Skill 2, nature archery dance. Draws power from nature, movement speed plus 200%. Can perform 2 high jumps in the air. Damage plus 50%. Lasts 2 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Skill 3, Sun Core Arrow. Shoots a sharp arrow that can lock the target, plus 100% damage and ignores 50% of the enemy's defense. Cooldown 1 hour. An arrow that can lock onto a target. Lein gaped at the description of Nita's 3 ancient elven archery skills. Hearing her brother's amazement, Nita was so proud that she struck a casual pose. Hurry up with the promotion, Nita. Next we have to form an alliance. Don't lose to these people. Okay bro. Just like when Lein was promoted, Nita experienced the same thing. After the strange circumstances had passed, Nita felt a change in her body. This is fun, I feel lighter, said Nita, jumping up and down. Lein could only respond with 2 big thumbs up in praise of Nita. After getting used to their powers, the 2 of them walked towards the wake of the main hall. Entering the main hall building, Lein was dazzled by the splendor of the room, filled with lavish ornaments. In the center of the room was an elegant long table, where guests were graciously received. On either side of the room were long tables, ready for important meetings and discussions. Lein went further, noting the grand staircases to the right and left of the reception desk, inviting visitors to explore the floors above. The main hall consists of 5 impressive floors. Floors 2 to 4 are filled with well-organized blocks of rooms, each ready for different activities and gatherings. The top floor is the most special, designed with unparalleled luxury, just like the offices of CEOs in skyscrapers on Earth. Nita walked slowly, her eyes taking in every detail of the building and the ornaments that adorned the room. Her admiration was written all over her face, unable to hide the sense of awe that surrounded her. Every corner of this building seemed to tell a tale of splendor and luxury, enchanting all who entered. Lein had now reached the 5th floor. There he found a large table with a black upholstered chair behind it. He straightened up and sat down. Very soft. Lein felt very comfortable on the soft chair. On their way to inspect the entire contents of the main hall, Lein and Nita decided to form the World Market Alliance organization. The formation process was quite simple. First gather a few people, then decide on the main headquarters of the alliance, then announce it to everyone in the regional chat. In addition to the major powers, There were many smaller powers that formed their own organizations. Lein was confident in his ability to form an organization that could grow and become the strongest. Where do I find reliable people? Lein asked himself. He would not accept people indiscriminately. Humans were very greedy, covetous and hypocritical creatures. He did not want to set a bad example by accepting people who could not be trusted. Lein felt a little frustrated. He kept thinking hard, trying to find a way, but he could not find a solution. He hadn't even met any humans after moving to the divine sky realm. Knock knock. A knock came from outside the door. Lein knew it was Nita, his sister. Come in. Nita entered the room and sat down on the chair next to the black chair Lein was sitting on. Brother, how are you? Did you make it? Nita asked casually. Lein was telling her about the problem he had with recruiting confidants. Hey, you forgot your beautiful sister. Nita got up from her chair, walked to the center of the room and danced like a princess. Lein tapped his forehead with his left hand. That child is acting up again, Lein said to himself. After a few rounds, Nita's dance was over. She bowed her head, lifted the hem of her shirt slightly and said, "Leave it to Nita, brother. I invite you to join the group I have created. This group I originally created to find equipment. I know them all. Almost all the good stuff that isn't on the market I got from them." Nita continued to explain, then invited Lein into her private group. "You are invited to the group by Cute Cat, Princess Nita. Accept. By the way, what kind of group name is this?" Lein frowned slightly at the group name, but he was already used to Nita's silly antics, so he didn't have much to say. Group chat, 24, Princess Nita. Ifan, hello brother Lein. Welcome to the community of Princess Nita. Hana, hello brother Lein. What city are you from? Dion, Sister Nita, I have a new item here. Have a look. Small teleportation blueprint. Cute Cat, sorry, everyone, this is Lein, my brother. Cute Cat, add Dion, let's trade, brother Dion. Takulani, haha. He is the brother of Sister Nita. Welcome, brother Lein. Lein, hello everyone. Dion, where did you get the teleportation item? Dion, I got it from the golden chest, brother Lein. I was lucky. Golden chest, Lein said in a long tone. He had thought that only he had received many benefits, such as meeting a stronger man wearing a crown. But there were other people out there who had also received their respective fortunes. He must not let his guard down. Lein continued to chat with the people in Nita's group for a few minutes. He wanted to know more about the group members, such as their location on the island, their family and their status. When he had enough, Lein closed the group chat and turned his attention to the teleportation description. Lein desperately needed the teleportation blueprint item in front of him. Small teleportation blueprint opens a teleportation portal between rooms. Maximum distance 25 kilometers. Construction material, luminous stone X1000. Energy crystal X100,000. Blood of a gluttonous whale X10. Iron rod X1000. Note, construction time is 6 hours. Lein checked all the materials in the market system. All the materials were available, consuming a total of 250,000 energy crystals. He had no problem with the amount of energy crystals used. He immediately bought 10 packets of teleportation materials. Big brother, when will we gather? Nita's voice came from the side. In 3 days everyone should be gathered. Lein had already done some simple calculations. When he had browsed the regional chat earlier, someone had said that the area of region number 2344 was about 480,000 square kilometers. Under normal circumstances, the speed of the island was 0.5 meters per second. So if they traveled for 10 hours a day, they would cover 18 kilometers. Lein felt that 24 people would be enough as a core group. All the members of the group were trustworthy people, at least for the time being. They had their own talents, too. Okay, brother. Nita then made an announcement to the group. Everyone responded enthusiastically, but there were 5 people who could not join because they already had their own alliances. Nita told them. Lein just nodded his head. She didn't want to force people to join, so there was no need to bother. Groch gurgr. The sound of stomach rumbling could be heard. Nita smiled and said, I'm hungry, how about some grilled meat? brother." Nita's invitation was most appropriate. Lein immediately nodded his head. The two of them went down to the first floor and built a campfire away from the main hall. The 10,000 square meter area in the center of the island was completely paved with a floor of stone tiles, not suitable for enjoying the dark night. It was already dark, around 8 p.m. Earth time. Nita skillfully carved the deer, then added some spices. Then she placed it on the blazing fire. "Brother, do you think Auntie and Uncle are doing well at the moment? And has Aunt Lena recovered?" Nita mentioned several names. With each question, "Nita, calm down. There will come a time when we will definitely meet them. Besides, have you forgotten how they behaved when we were on Earth?" Lein continued to explain, giving Nita a different perspective. He didn't want his sister to grieve for people who had no sympathy for her. Hearing her brother's explanation, Nita calmed down and felt more relaxed. "Brother, take your grilled meat." She handed some skewers of grilled meat to Lein. "Thank you." Lein politely accepted and immediately popped them into his mouth. Delicious. And so it was. The two siblings spent the dark night eating grilled meat, accompanied by the sound of a roaring campfire. Morning, 5th floor of the main hall, on floating island. A young man and a woman could be seen standing on the balcony, enjoying their time together. The woman, who was shorter than the young man next to her, was casually looking at the scene in front of them. Occasionally the woman would point in a direction, and then the two of them would talk and laugh together, as if they were sharing good memories. A light breeze blew through their hair, adding to the warmth of the atmosphere on the balcony. Yes, they were Lein and Nita. Today was the second day after moving to the divine sky realm. The view from the balcony was soothing. The wind was blowing strongly, refreshing the atmosphere. Down below, various important buildings were almost all completed. There were houses, restaurants, shops, a 10-story inn, roads stretching in all directions, neatly arranged lampposts, beautiful flower gardens, and various other supporting facilities, all perfectly completed. This scene reflected the progress and beauty of Lein's floating island. In addition to the magnificent city buildings, there were also some very intimidating defenses. Sturdy towers stood guard over every corner of the city, creating an aura of inescapable vigilance. On closer inspection, several officers patrolled the towers. They were not ordinary officers, but werewolves with sharp teeth, ready to face any threat. Their presence adds a sense of mystery and wonder to the city, reminding us that behind the beauty and progress there are forces ready to protect. The night before, Lein and Nita continued to build the island with great enthusiasm. They planned to create a bustling city full of life. Lein had a special vision behind this plan. He wanted to create a place where people with strange and extraordinary talents could trade and exchange unique items in the city he founded. In addition to building the island, Lein had activated the infinity duplicate talent 10 times. All of the items he received from the crowned middle-aged man during the promotion had also been directly duplicated 10,000 times. Divine Sword, Part 1, X10,000, Blessing Potion, X10,000, Golden Shield Talisman, X10,000, Golden Step Talisman, X10,000, Crystal Core, Immortal Level, 10,000. Yes, because the Infinity Duplication talent has been upgraded to version 2. Increase the duplication to 10,000. Apart from these 5 items, Lein has also duplicated the silver chest, for a total of 50,000. Even if he and Nita opened all the chests 24 hours a day, it still took them 3 days to open 50,000 silver chests. There was a reason why Lein made crazy duplicates or silver chests. He only hoped to get unique items from the contents of the silver chests. Nita, who had been silent the whole time, asked, "Brother, do we have to give this city a name?" "Yes, I think it's a good idea." "Do you have any good name ideas?" Lein agreed. 10 teleportation portals were enough to support the transport of people. Nita thought for a while to come up with a good name. After a while she raised her index finger. How about the City of Life? Doesn't that sound cool?" Nita made a suggestion. It wasn't really a suggestion. Nita seemed to be pleading at the moment, clasping her small palms together and then giving Lein a pleading look. "Come on, brother, please." "Smile." Lein nodded. only able to surrender. Okay, you can announce it right now. The sooner the better. Lein made the suggestion, then continued. The city needs inhabitants, too, so it won't be lonely, and it will be taken care of. Thanks brother, you're the best. Nita was so happy to hear her brother agree, she hugged Lein tightly. Lein felt that Nita's hug was quite long, so he pushed her away a bit and said, that's enough, go about your business. Ha ha ha. Thank you, brother. Nita laughed, then let go of his hug. Not waiting any longer, she hurried downstairs to make preparations. The military area, behind the main hall. Lein looked at the over 200 soldiers standing in front of him. The soldiers in front of him were neatly lined up in groups. All of these soldiers were from the 50 layers that had been built. Werewolf X50, Mountain Witch X50, Angry Rhino X50, Warrior Ant X50. Werewolf, class, Swordsman. Level, 10, max. Attribute, STR72, Int 46, AG 66. Res 57. Skills, War Raw to increase attack plus 5%, max stack 20%, buff lasts 1 minute, cooldown 15 minutes. Mountain Witch. Class, Magic. Level, 10, max. Attribute, STR34, Int 71, AG 46, Res 55. Skills, Earth Manipulation, manipulates the ground within a 10 meters radius, reducing enemy movement by 10%. Cooldown 10 minutes. Grumpy Rhino. Class, Berserker. Level, 10, max. Attribute, STR79, Int 33, AG 53, Res 78. Skills, Rampage Mode, increases STR plus 10%, Res plus 10% for 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes. And Warrior. Class, Swordsman. Level, 10 max. Attribute, STR72, Int 46, AG 66, Res 57. Skills, Paralyzing Poison, attacks enemies with poison horns, poison effect for 1 minute, reducing HP by 0.2% per second. Cooldown 15 minutes. These soldiers are all level 1 when first summoned. Their levels will then be increased until they reach the Lord's level cap. Each level up cost 1,000 energy crystals. In total, Lein had spent 200,000 energy crystals. After checking on the soldiers' condition, Lein planned to explore other areas of Floating Island. However, he stopped when he heard a message from the system. Event, Rise of the Sovereign begins. Void monsters will attack each sovereign's island for 7 days. Killing void monsters will give you killing points, which can be exchanged at the market event. Event rankings released. Event duration 6 days. 23 hours, 59 minutes. It's finally here. Lein had expected the system to release an event like this. Whether it was to help the sovereigns or to conduct a test, Lein didn't care. All he cared about was what was in the market event. Market event. Materials, wooden cupboard blueprint, 10,000 points, iron pickaxe, 5,000, straw rope, 2,000. Resources, fine stone, 1.000 points. Pillar leaves, 1.000 points. Black sand, 1.000 points. Weapons, dark iron sword, LVL 10 to 200.000 points. Dragon muscle shield, LVL 15 to 300.000 points. Jungle king bow, LVL 20 to 400.000 points. Chests, gold chest 1.000.000 points, silver chest 100.000 points, wooden chest 10.000 points, the golden chest. Lein said in a low voice. He finally had the chance to acquire the golden chest. Apart from chests, the materials and equipment on sale at the market were very varied. Although he already had most of them, Lein still felt the need to buy them when he had more points. Next, Lein checked the ranking event. Event rank 1-3, Energy Crystal 1 million, Territory Artifact, Multi-Space Teleportation Blueprint, Earth Dragon Nest, 410, 300,000 Energy Crystal, Sun Cannon Blueprint, Great Teleportation Blueprint, Sky Gorilla Nest, 1150, 100.000 Energy Crystal, Automatic Bow Tower Blueprint, Small Teleport Blueprint, Werewolf Lair 51-100, 50.000 energy crystal 11-500, 50110000. The event ranking list goes up to the 10,000th rank. Multi-space teleportation. Artifact. Lein read the rewards for the first rank over and over to make sure he hadn't misread it. Just hearing the name would tell any fool that it wasn't just any item. Whatever it was, it had to be one of the top 3 ranks. As Lein thought about his future plans, he saw the rank event board filling up. Rank event 1. Sergei Dragunov number 328 to 150. 2. Shining Star number 6712 to 80. 3. Kwang Yu number 4192 to 50. Fuck. Ranking the entire region? Won't the competition be really tough? Lein shouted inwardly. Even with his SSS level talent, he was a bit unoptimistic. This was because his talent was not specifically for combat, but rather for long-term development. God only knew what high-level combat talents the other billions of humans had acquired. Lein had made up his mind not to look down on other humans. Big brother, there's a monster. From afar came Nita's cry. What's wrong? Lein ran towards the main hall and then his steps stopped. He saw a huge rock island appear in the distance. The rock was grayish in color and had a rough, hollow texture. Even from a distance, strange monsters of various shapes and sizes emerged from the holes. The size of the floating rock was 100 meters in diameter. It was currently moving slowly towards the edge of Lein's island. Dangerous. Lein said in a low voice. Brother, what shall we do? Nita asked tremblingly from the side. Neither of them had expected the event the system was referring to be like this. Calm down, Nita. Don't worry, our condition is already very good compared to other humans. Lein tried to reassure Nita. Quickly help brother to replenish all the energy in the defense tower. Lein ordered Nita, then he also went to the military area to mobilize the monster army. Yes, brother. Nita rushed to the nearest tower. Charge the energy of the Autobow Tower X 1000 energy crystals. Yes. Nita did not see the number of energy crystals. After finishing one tower, she ran to another nearby tower. A huge island floated in the sky, a dozen times larger than Lein's island. The large island was surrounded by other smaller islands. On the main island, magnificent and varied buildings stood, creating a lively and dynamic atmosphere. People walk the streets, trade, dance, cycle and engage in various other activities. At first glance, the island looks like a thriving modern city. Yes, this is the main island of the Indonesian Alliance. You can tell by the red and white flag flying proudly in front of the main hall building. Behind the hustle and bustle of the city's streets, the island's sovereign are holding an important meeting. Main hall, conference room. The conference room was presided over by a lanky but well-built middle-aged man. His gaze was relaxed yet profound, and the batik shirt he was wearing added to his noble aura. The middle-aged man was the current president of Indonesia, Wiko Suryo. In front of him sat military officers and ministers. All of them had once been sovereign, but out of a strong sense of community, they had joined forces with Wiko Suryo and destroyed their island orbs in order to rebuild the Indonesian state in the form of an alliance. The structure of the country remained as it was on Earth, but those officials and the ministers who did not have enough power and level would be removed from the competition. Mr. President, currently more than 60,000 people have joined the alliance, reported a Minister of Population and Civil Registry. In addition, some alliances have refused to cooperate in dealing with the Void Monster disaster. Wiko Suryo nodded, indicating that he was listening carefully. Then a stern-faced middle-aged man spoke. Mr. President, after several safeguards, the power of the Void Monsters proved to be many times stronger than ordinary monsters. Ordinary Void Monsters have an average attribute of over 50. There are also high-level Void Monsters with over 250 attributes. The stern man who spoke was the commander of the Indonesian Alliance Army. Wiko Suryo nodded again, indicating that he understood. All right. Continue to recruit alliance members and monitor the movements of the Void Monsters. Remember our nation's identity of unity, he instructed the ministers and other high-ranking officials. The conference continued until it was adjourned 30 minutes later. The meeting of Alliance officials did not only take place in region number 2344. It took place in all regions. A huge floating island could be seen in the cloudless sky. It was 10 times larger than Lein Island. There were beautiful buildings everywhere, tall buildings, schools, restaurants, beaches, all on this island. The huge 100-meter-high wall gives a very dominant feeling. The 25-meter-high defense towers give you the feeling that you are always being watched. This huge floating island belongs to the United States Alliance. In front of the main hall stood a young man with white skin. 7 palm-sized stars floated around the young man. The stars were transparent and bright white in color. In front of the young man, dozens of people were gathered in a relaxed discussion. The talents, or some of them, could be seen at a glance. Some carried golden bows with gleaming black arrows. Others sat on unicorn horses with long sticks in their hands. At the far end of the group, a middle-aged man, accompanied by a man who looked very much like him, watched intently in silence. "All of you must have received the same information about the new event system," said the starry-eyed youth at the front. "As long as you help me become number one, I will be very grateful to you all." "I can do it. What if the conditions are with the Alliance shares?" someone asked with a bit of curiosity. "Of course, I can do it," the man replied without hesitation. Of course, he didn't hesitate because he was the current president of the American Alliance. William Anderson, S-level talent, Prince of the Stars. William was basically a nobody on Earth. But because of his extremely powerful talent, the people made him the president of the Alliance. Such arrangements are common. Of course, such a thing would not happen if the person, president, did not have a high enough talent, at least S-level. As it was, all the organizations were preparing for the event of the Lord's Ascension. Oh no, more like the Void Monster disaster. Lein and Nita watched Stone Island approach. Both of their hearts were uneasy, though they tried to remain relaxed. They believed in their status and strength, but the sudden change brought about by the new event was still an unexpected surprise to them. At that moment, Lein checked his status. Name, Lein. Level, 10, 8%. Attributes, Strength 261, Agility 203, Intelligence 156, Resilience 217, Profession, Swordsman. Skills, Divine/Shadow, Sky Shattering/ Area of Light. Equipment, Divine Sword, Cloud Shoes, Gout Mantle, 3-colored Glove, Dragon Skin Helmet. Talent, Infinity Duplicate SSS. Features, Market, Chat, Friends. Lein's total attribute is 837 points. Of course, this is very reasonable considering their Blessing Potion, which randomly adds 100 attributes. Lein and Nita have already drunk 5 bottles, so they have gained 500 attribute points for free. In addition to the attributes, Lein saw the new skills he had gained and couldn't wait to try them out. At this point, Lein was not alone with Nita. Behind them, up to 200 soldiers were confidently preparing. "Brother, they're getting closer," Nita said worriedly from the side. She never took her eyes off the void monster that would soon be approaching. The sound of the islands colliding could be heard. Stone Island merged with Lein Island. Hundreds of monsters entered Lein Island's territory. A bat-like monster about a meter tall flew by, its broad wings and sharp fangs in its mouth making the weak tremble and unable to stand. Stone Bat, Warrior. Level, 20. Attribute, STR88, Int 55, Ag 81, Res 63. Sharp voice, emits a high-frequency sound, mentally weakening the enemy, silencing them for 5 seconds. Next was a tree monster that walked with its roots. The black branches were twisted and very sharp. Dead Earth Tree. Rank, 15. Attribute, STR58, Int 41, Ag 49. Res 61. Trapping roots, ejects 10 sharp roots, trapping all enemies for 10 seconds. As well as monsters in animal and plant form, There are also void monsters in human form. Lein saw a humanoid void monster standing calmly among the crowd of monsters attacking Lein Island. The humanoid monster wore a black mask and seemed to be observing the entire situation on the island. It seemed to have thoughts like a normal human. Dark mask, protector, level 20, type, assassin, attribute, STR 130, int 122, AG 152. Res 98, shadow body, turns into a shadow, plus 50% movement speed, 10% increased damage, 50% reflexes. Wow, protector level monsters, Lein said to himself. As the name suggests, the attributes and skills of humanoid monsters are very powerful. Brother, Nita said Lein's name in a deep voice. Nita was quite calm at the moment. Before, she was very worried about the large number of monsters. But after seeing the characteristics of the void monsters, she relaxed again and had a lot of confidence. Stop acting cute, Nita. No one in their right mind would be fooled by your face. Hi. But I'm still cute, right? Nita was very relaxed at the moment, even daring to joke with her brother like that. The void monster continued to approach, eventually reaching 200 meters from the center of the island. The city's defense tower rumbled and a very loud explosion was heard. Bomb. Autobout tower kills, one-eyed wolf, level 10, X plus 69, kill points plus 10. Fireball cannon kills, red Kijimo, level 12, X plus 78, kill points plus 12. System notifications kept popping up on the system panel. The XP is that high? Lein asked silently. Even when he was level 9, level 10 monsters only gave 30 XP. But this time the monsters were giving almost double the XP. After a while, Lein seemed to have an epiphany. He had almost forgotten about his promotion to swordsman, tier 1. With the immortal level crystal core, he gained 90% additional XP. Brother, I'm attacking. Don't daydream, you'll lose experience. From the side, Nita had already raised her flaming red bow forward. Then she pulled the bowstring, and the black arrow flew through the body of one of the void monsters. Successfully killed. Autumn leaf, level 14, X plus 83, kill points plus 14. Attributes totaling over 800 points are no joke. One normal arrow instantly killed a level 14 monster. Ha. Let's compete. Whoever kills more will win. Lein shouted with a broad smile. He didn't stand still, but immediately ran and lunged forward. Shas successfully killed. Autumn leaf, level 16, X plus 173, kill points plus 16. Two quick slashes from his sword instantly knocked down a group of nearby monsters. Upon closer inspection, each of Lein's slashes was followed by 5 shadowy slashes that were barely visible to the eye. The speed and accuracy of his attacks were impressive. So powerful, muttered Nita, watching her brother's actions from the sidelines. Lein's spirit flared even more. Then he ran straight to the center of the monster crowd and faced them fearlessly. In addition to his extremely high STR, Lein's defense was also extremely strong. Even the few attacks that hit him could not harm his body in the slightest. The current 200 soldiers did not remain idle. They spread out and dealt with the void monsters that were increasingly entering the city area. In the distance, it could be seen that the ground within a radius of 10 meters was turning to mud, slowing the movement of the void monsters passing through. If there was only one mountain witch, it might not be a problem. But what if there were 50 mountain witches? That meant an area of 70 by 70 meters would be filled with mud. Unlike the mountain witch, grumpy rhino, werewolf and ant warrior fight head-on. Occasionally, void monsters will be kicked out of their group after being hit by grumpy rhino. Also, sometimes a void monster will fall for no reason, only to be followed by a 1-meter ant. The poison in the ant's horns is very powerful. The battle between Lein Island and Stone Island continued unabated. Stone Island continued to release void monsters, with over 1,000 monsters in just 1 minute. The island's defense towers continued to fire relentlessly even after the cooldown had expired, and their explosive power greatly reduced the number of void monsters. Void monsters may seem weak to Lein and the defense towers, but they have still done to doing damage to the island. There are already 4 defense towers destroyed, more than 10 soldiers dead at this point, and some of the town buildings destroyed. Visibly, the monsters have not yet entered the city. However, void monsters with ranged attacks can still have an effect on town buildings. Battles between the Sovereign Island and the void monster Rock Island are going on everywhere. Somewhere in the sky, a 100 by 100 meter island could be seen merging with the Rock Island of the same size. There were several defense towers on the island, and dozens of nest soldiers protecting the island from the attacks of the void monsters. "Hear me, stay with the others." A man with an untidy face and a large shield shouted to a young man far ahead. The young man heard his father's words and quickly retreated. He rejoined the two women fighting the void monster. The young man ran through the crowd of monsters, trying to reach his mother and sister. What he didn't realize was that at that moment, a very powerful arrow shot out from a distance in the monster area. It was a monster with long ears, big eyes, and a gray bow, smiling broadly. Gugu, Protector, Level 20, Species, Archer. Attribute, STR 186, Int 102, AG 138, Res 108. Arrow 3 layers. Each arrow that hits the enemy gains a layer of poison, then a layer of dizziness when the layer is frozen. Each layer lasts 5 seconds. The young man who was running realized that something was wrong, but he didn't understand what it was. He seemed to be making a decision in his heart. Then he disappeared from his place and was replaced by an elephant-shaped void monster that appeared from nowhere. A powerful arrow shot straight through the elephant monster's body. That was close. The young man who had disappeared reappeared with his mother and sister. "Hear me, you were careless this time." His mother, who was holding the staff, stopped for a moment to scold the young man. "Sorry Mum, it won't happen again," the young man said with a remorseful face, then prepared to fight again. Lein's fears were true. Though his talent was terrifying, other people's talents were not useless. Get ready. Fire. A loud shout echoed from the top of the extremely high city wall. Rows of men lined up neatly, bows in hand, and unleashed a volley of arrows. See. Thousands of arrows rained down on the attacking void monsters. A void monster suddenly floated higher than the other monsters. The void monster with the veil spread out both hands. A transparent, convex barrier appeared. The size of the barrier continued to grow to 100 meters. SHT. Cannon squad. Ready. Fire. A stern, wrinkled man shouted again. This time it was the cannon troops on the wall and throughout the cannon tower that moved. Hundreds of cannonballs flew towards the army of void monsters. Once again, a human-looking void monster appeared. It made a hand gesture and then brought its palms together. A 100-meter-long piece of earth was lifted from the ground. The earth continued to rise until it finally stopped at a height of 100 meters. Surrounding most of the incoming cannons. Damn, these protector-level monsters are quite clever. It was true, the void monsters blocking the onslaught of the archer and cannon troops were protector-level monsters. This time, there were over 100 protector-level monsters. This was directly proportional to the size of the void monster Stone Island, which was 1,500 by 1,500 meters. The Sovereign Island was no less large, measuring nearly 5,000 by 5,000 meters. "Everyone, attack!" the wild man shouted again. But this time, the moving troops were completely different. They were all sovereigns with formidable spirit and strength. "Hey, come on! It's time for our chance." "Yeah, I can't wait to get the points." These few sovereigns spoke casually. Then they all rushed out of the city towards the wave of void monsters. Some flew, some disappeared, some ran, some went underground. Only the system and they themselves knew what skills they possessed. Lein Island. Successfully killed. Dark Mask, Protector, X plus 4,600, kill points plus 2,000. Protector-level void monsters are no different from ordinary monsters to Lein. After 15 minutes of fighting, all the void monsters finally died. Lein Island was a mess of void monster corpses, and the outer city buildings were almost half damaged. "Brother, we can take out the monster corpses. 5,000 more corpses will take a very long time," Nita complained from the side. "Just imagine, it takes at least 2-3 seconds to extract one corpse. If there were 5,000 more corpses, it would take almost 3 hours." Hearing Nita's words, Lein also felt a bit dizzy. It looks like there's no need to extract for now. Burn the bodies and reduce them to ashes. Our top priority now is to repair the island. Lein sacrificed the materials and energy crystals from the monster corpses. But their priorities were now changing. He even planned to increase the number of towers to over 200. Okay, brother. By the way, there are already 3 group members who have made a teleportation portal. Do you think we should start opening our teleportation portals? During the battle, some people in the group, Princess Nita, sent a message that they wanted to know the portal ID on Lein Island. To connect the portal, only the portal ID was needed. It was that simple. Yes, please, take care of everything. I'll check the Rock Island. Lein ran straight for Rock Island, where the void monster appeared. Up close, the surface of Rock Island appeared to be rough stone, with no soil at all. Every 20 meters there was a hole 3 meters in diameter. Lein stepped into one of the holes to see what was inside. It was quite dark inside, so Lein's eyes could barely see any further. He took out a torch with an energy crystal power source. The inside of the hole was clearly visible, all rough rock. There was a long passage leading to the core of the island. Along the passage was what looked like a large cocoon. The fishy slime and odor made the walls of the passage slippery and smelly. The cocoon had been torn open, indicating that something had come out of it. It was likely that the void monster had emerged from this cocoon. Lein went deeper into the passage, and as he went further, a branch appeared. But whichever branch he chose, they all led to the core of the stone island. Lein continued down the passage, through the branches, until he reached the deepest part of the island. There was nothing in the core of the stone island except for a few larger cocoons and a black orb, which was cracked in the center. Lein approached it and looked at the description panel of the black orb. Alpha orb. Remaining energy 92. There was no useful description on the alpha orb. Unlike the ruler orb, which could be taken over or destroyed, the alpha orb offered neither. Lein was about to close the panel when he saw the number 92 drop to 91. Is the Rock Island getting energy from this black orb? Lein guessed in his heart. Then destroy it. Lein really wanted to destroy the Rock Island. If this black orb was the source of its energy, then destroying it would destroy the Rock Island faster. Lein didn't wait long, slashing at the black orb with his sword. Destroy alpha orb. X plus 91. What? Lein shouted inwardly. But he didn't have time to look any further. There was a huge rumble, and Rock Island was about to be destroyed. Damn it! I'll die if I fall from the island. Lein cursed his actions, then ran at full speed to leave the Rock Island. It worked too. Lein stood on his floating island and took a deep breath, as he thought about what happened when he destroyed Orb Alpha. What would happen if I destroyed it while it was still full of energy? He muttered. There was a strong belief in him that he could do it. He was very sure of his power. All right, I'll give it a try when the time comes, he told himself, taking his mind off the black orb for a moment. His gaze turned to the main city in the distance. The damage to the city was almost completely repaired and the corpses were no longer there. This was all thanks to Nita, who had been working non-stop with the help of the werewolf warriors. Brother. Nita's voice sounded in the distance. 2 people stood beside her. To her left was a young man of Lein's age, and to her right a middle-aged man with a muscular build. Lein blinked, trying to make out their identities, as the gentle breeze from his floating island swept across his face, bringing new hope. Main hall, living room, first floor. In the spacious living room, 4 people sat around a table discussing their grand plan. Brother Lein, I'm very interested in becoming part of the World Market Alliance, said the middle-aged man named Takulani excitedly. Yes, I'm interested too, added the young man called Ifan. At the previous meeting, they had planned to form the World Market Alliance, an organization that would establish a trading network throughout the Sky Divine Realm. Any human with a system could access the market system, but the main drawback was that all the goods sold there were of low quality. To solve this problem, Lein had made a brief note of his organization's grand vision. World Market Alliance goal: to sell high-level equipment at below standard prices. To purchase high-level goods at above standard prices. Benefits: minus 50% discount on the purchase of items from the WM Alliance store. Alright, if you agree, please sign this letter, Lein said, handing over the paper Nita had carefully prepared. "Princess Nita is as detailed as ever," Takulani praised with a smile. Takulani and Ifan did not hesitate. They were very excited to see how serious Lein and Nita were about this alliance. Ifan felt very happy in his heart. For Ifan, Lein had a very bright white light. He was very surprised when he met him for the first time. The tablet in front of him showed Y, Lucky Eye, A, Lein, Luck Level, Maximum. One of the reasons why Ifan dared to come to Lein Island without fear was because he had the gift of Lucky Eye. The last time he saw such a white light was when he found the golden chest on an island he had raided. The brighter the Lucky Eye's judgment, the better the effect. After they had signed the contract, Takulani asked, "Brother Lein, when will we begin?" "Once your island and mine have merged, the city will be officially operational," Lein replied. As core members of the World Market Alliance, they had to willingly leave their island and join Lein's island. In return, Lein would compensate them with top-quality equipment and protection. Their task as core members was to search for high-level items. The meeting lasted only 10 minutes before Ifan and Takulani returned to their island through the teleportation portal. They were also in a defensive situation against void monsters. "Nita, let's get ready. We're going to level up quickly," Lein said with a big smile on his face. "What's wrong, brother?" "Tell me," Nita pleaded curiously. "I found an item that gives exp," Lein said immediately. Nita's eyes widened with excitement. The more she listened to Lein's explanation, the more excited she became. Lein Island. Lein Island was currently moving at a steady 1 meter per second towards the approaching Stone Island. Lein didn't want to wait. He wanted to destroy the Stone Islands as soon as he saw them. The more time he wasted, the less experience he gained. 5 minutes passed, and finally Lein Island and Stone Island came together. The current size of Lein Island was almost 700 by 700 meter, while the Stone Island in front of it was 1,500 by 1,500 meter, which was huge. Without waiting for the void monsters to attack, Lein and Nita immediately activated their skills and rushed towards Stone Island. Lein casually slashed at the level 10, 15, and 20 normal monsters, killing them all with a single slash. Not to be left behind, Nita shot arrows in all directions. Each arrow killed a void monster. However, the void monsters did not remain silent. 10 protector-level monsters tried to block them. One of the human-shaped monsters with a bird's beak activated its ability, creating a tornado of sharp feathers. Tornado bird, protector, level 20. Species, magic. Abilities, STR 136, Int 202, AG 114, Res 117. Feather tornado. Creates a 10 meters diameter feather tornado for 1 minute. Lein slashes at the incoming feather tornado. Due to the difference in strength, the tornado disintegrated easily. Quack. Sensing danger, the tornado bird retreated immediately. "You want to run?" Lein jumped up and slashed at the tornado bird's neck. Successfully killed the tornado bird. Protector, X plus 4100. Kill points plus 2000. The protector monsters watching from a distance were afraid. However, Lein sensed that one of them had greater strength. In the center of Stone Island, a little boy with a red horn on his head stood. Demon Child, Protector, level 20. Species, Sword Master. Skills, STR 316, Int 227, AG 286, Res 239. Demon Clones, produces 3 clones, each specializing in STR, AG, Res attributes. Each clone inherits 150% of the attributes, 1,000 attribute points in total. Lein muttered to himself. This time he had to be careful. "Big brother." The monster with the horns is dangerous. Nita, who was already next to Lein, felt the same way. The red-horned monster looked at the other 12 protector monsters. They seemed to be whispering. Suddenly they all attacked at the same time. Lein didn't have to hold back this time. He immediately activated his strongest skill. Within a radius of 100 meters, a bright light illuminated the ground, a great vital energy filling the entire area. Skill 3, Area of Light. Creates an area of light in a 100-meter radius. Increases all attributes by 100%. Negates enemy healing. Plus 100% damage to dark creatures. Lasts 10 minutes. 1 hour cooldown. Lein's attributes have now reached 400 points each. The first protector monster came, a snake that sprayed acid in a 10-meter radius. The other monsters came one by one, showing off their best skills. While Lein fought at close range, Nita hovered at a distance, firing explosive arrows. Nita's speed was so high that her second skill gave her 200% speed. Skill 2, Nature Archery Dance, draws power from nature, movement speed plus 200%. Can perform 2 high jumps in the air, plus 50% damage. Lasts 2 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Successfully kill Taurus, Protector, X plus 5140. Kill points plus 2000. A protector monster falls every 30 seconds. Lein and Nita had the upper hand at the moment. The demon child didn't stay still, activating the clone skill. Soon, 3 similar creatures appeared. One had almost 500 STR, another clone had 340 Agia, and the last had 358 resilience. Big brother, I'll take care of the clone with Agia. Nita didn't wait for Lein's answer. The arrow skill that could lock onto a target had already been released. A glowing white arrow shot towards the clone with the highest Agia. The clone with the highest Agia tried to dodge, but the arrow continued to follow it. Ugh! The clone died, but there was no system message. Lein felt it was time to end this battle. The demon child began to panic at Lein's sudden surge of power. It's too late. Lein unleashed his second ability. Skill 2. Sky Shattering Divine. A 100-meter-long sword arrow appeared, slashing at the enemy. A sword arrow appeared and slashed at the demon child as he tried to escape into the pit. But it was too late. The sword aura crushed the demon child and caused great damage to Stone Island. Successfully killed the demon child. Protector, X plus 640, kill points plus 2000. Nita, quick, let's go to the core, shouted Lein. The two of them rushed towards the core of Stone Island, even though there were still many void monsters outside. Inside the Stone Island room was the same orb Lein had seen before, still in good condition, not cracked. Alpha Orb. Remaining energy, 92,890. Still so much. Lein felt that Stone Island still had a lot of energy, so the void monsters would continue to appear. Lein took out his hand to check the orb system panel. He tried to duplicate it, just like when he duplicated the crystal core. Alpha Orb. Duplicate 10,000 times? Ha 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 ha. Lein laughed happily. What's up, bro? Nita was curious. Lein did not explain and immediately performed the duplication. Light appeared from the crystal orb and 3,600 alpha orbs instantly appeared in his pocket. Another 6,300 alpha orbs continued to fall from empty air. Lein checked one of the orb crystals and found that it was indeed an exact match. However, there was something strange. The remaining energy kept decreasing by 1 point each time. Even the alpha orb in the bag. Nita, destroy all the black orbs in front of you, Lein ordered. Nita immediately destroyed the orbs with her arrows and a system message sounded. Destroy alpha orb. X plus 91,460. Destroyed alpha orb. X plus 91,438. Congratulations, your ruler level has reached 11. Congratulations, your ruler level has reached 12. The two of them continued to smash the orb, while the system continued to issue exp gain notifications and the occasional level up notification. The alpha orb kept breaking, and system notifications continued to appear on Lein and Nita's system panels. Congratulations, sovereign level increased to 17. Plus 100 empty attribute. Congratulations, sovereign level increased to 18. Plus 100 empty attribute. Congratulations, sovereign level increased to 19. Plus 100 empty attribute. Congratulations, sovereign level increased to 20. Plus 100 empty attribute. A sovereign level has reached the tier 1 limit. Please proceed with promotion. A different notification appeared on their system panels. They no longer received experience points after reaching level 20, the maximum level for tier 1 sovereigns. Their levels had reached 20, but May alpha orbs remained. Alpha orb. Remaining energy, 37,213. The remaining energy continued to deplete rapidly. Brother, What if we share these with Old Man Takulani and Ifan? Nita suggested. No. We've already discussed this. We must be cautious about the abilities we possess. Understand? Lein replied firmly, ensuring Nita wouldn't face trouble later. Nita was a bit disheartened, but her brother was right. Revealing to others that they had many alpha orbs would invite the greed and suspicion of others. With nothing else to do in the core of Rock Island, Lein and Nita left and returned to Lein's floating island. Upon returning to the main island, Lein checked the promotion requirements. Tier 2 promotion mission. Silver badge, Sacred Human Race, Cultivator. 100,000 energy crystals. Level 20 monster heart, Commander rank. Cultivator? Lein was curious about the mention of a cultivator in the sacred human race. Could the old man and the middle-aged man with a crown he encountered during his Tier 1 promotion be cultivators? But why did the crowned man know about the system? Lein was a bit worried. Wasn't the system supposed to be a secret, only possessed by chosen individuals? At least that's what the novels he read suggested. Nita, is the nature elf race in your promotion mission also a cultivator? Lein asked Nita beside him. Nita nodded. She also didn't know what was going on. Let's not take the promotion mission for now. Let's finish the Void Monster Invasion event first. Lein adjusted his priorities. He then checked the leaderboard. Event ranking. 1. William Anderson, 211,400. 2. Baichi, 208,129. 3. Vladmanova, 200,488. 4. Kimon, 193,331. 9. Wykos Urio, 167,684. 10. Elena, 167,076. The event had only been running for 3 hours, and people's points had already surpassed 200,000. Lein glanced at his points and could only smile wryly. He hadn't focused on killing monsters for the past 3 hours. He was busy reaching the Void Monster Island, which was over 1,000 by 1,000 meters in size, to harvest alpha orbs with abundant remaining energy. 34. Lein, 89,087. 38. Cute Cat, 86,361. Seeing that his kill points were only half of the 10th rank, he didn't feel disheartened. After reaching level 20, his confidence had been restored. Status: Name, Lein. Level, 20, 1%. Attributes: STR 632, AGA 520, INT 479, Res 408. Profession: Swordsman. Skills: Divine/Shadow, Sky Shattering/ Area of Light. Equipment: Divine Sword, Windblow Shoes, Heart Cloak, Adhesive Gloves, Green Flame Helmet. Talent: Infinity Duplicate SSS. Features: Market, Chat, Friends. Raising from level 10 to 20 gave a total of 1,000 empty attribute points. Additionally, all his equipment had been upgraded to white grade, providing a plus 5% attack bonus. Materials were not a problem for Lein. He still had many unopened empty silver chests. These numerous silver chests were the reason Lein was so confident in establishing the World Market Alliance organization. Lein and Nita didn't linger. After a short rest, they would chase points and destroy every passing stone island. Feel this. A young woman drew her bow with all her strength, aiming at a black flying monster bird. Swoosh. Swoosh. The arrow shot through the air and struck the monster bird right in the forehead, causing its head to explode. The contents of its head scattered like pieces of gravel. Not far from the woman, a young man wielding a glowing sword danced among many monsters. Each swing of his sword resulted in a monster being cleaved in half. Grew. A tree monster at the back of the horde grew furious, shaking all its branches and leaves. The falling leaves hovered in the air, then flew like thousands of bees towards the young man with the glowing sword. Each time a leaf struck a werewolf warrior or an ant soldier, it exploded with great force, creating a blast radius of up to 10 meters. Imagine the devastation if thousands of leaves exploded simultaneously. Sensing the impending danger, the young man glanced around, spotting the thousands of leaves moving towards him. I thought you'd stay idle until all your minions were dead, Lein said calmly. He then gripped his sword with both hands, swinging it from behind. A brilliant light emanated from the golden sword, extending up to 100 meters. Without hesitation, the young man swung it forward, cutting through the incoming leaves. Swoosh! Whoosh! Crack! The sword light sliced through the thousands of leaves, piercing through the monster horde and eventually reaching the tree monster at the back. RGHHH. The tree monster looked resigned, its eyes vacant. The last thought it had was how a human could possess such immense power. "Your sword light is indeed very powerful," said Nita from a distance, praising her brother's sword technique. They continued attacking the Void Monster Islands until the evening. Their points surged to 800,000, placing them in the top 20. "Phew." "Nita, let's take a break," said Lein, slashing the last remaining monster. As usual, Lein and Nita had set up a small camp outside the main city. They enjoyed being outside the city, as it felt like living in nature. Green grass covered the ground, and there were several trees, including some fruit trees. Nita had planted several fruit trees and flowers around the island. Even though they were no longer on Earth, Nita still fulfilled her childhood dream of becoming a princess. "Brother, Old Man Takilani and Defense Island will arrive tomorrow," Nita began, wanting to discuss the World Market Alliance. She continued, "I've instructed them to sell items under the World Market Alliance name in the system shop. They are only selling basic items there. Besides that, I've asked them to recruit members who want to join. If they wish to trade luxury items, they should come to our island." Nita continued talking about the alliance situation and explained it to Lein. "Good job, Nita. Everything is going according to plan. I hope this city will become more lively." Lein approved of all Nita's actions. The core ideas of the alliance were still Lein's. Due to his age, Lein was more mature, and Nita had always respected her older brother since they were young. At 7 a.m. on Lein's island. As usual, Lein and Nita were sitting on the balcony, enjoying the bright and beautiful morning. Lein's island had grown considerably, now spanning almost 4,000 by 4,000 meters. The city had undergone significant improvements. Defense towers had been added, troop barracks built, production buildings increased, and support areas such as playgrounds, hotels, restaurants, and even educational facilities were established. They planned to officially announce the establishment of the World Market Alliance and inform all sovereigns in Regional Number 2344 that Lein's Island was open to the public. "Brother, they will arrive in an hour," Nita said while sipping her tea. By they, she meant the members of the group, Princess Nita, who had agreed to join Lein's Island. Their islands would also merge with Lein's Island. "Yes, we should get ready then," Lein replied calmly. Outside the walls of Life City, the name of Lein City, 1,200 soldiers were lined up neatly, fully armed. The weapons they used were provided by Lein for free, obtained from opening silver chests. Werewolf type, swordsman. Level, 20, max. Attributes, STR 328, INT 308. AGA 311, RES 294. Skill, War Roar, roars to increase attack by plus 10%, stackable up to 25%. Buff duration 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. Mountain Sorcerer. Type, Sorcerer. Level, 20, max. Attributes, STR 281, INT 348, AGA 271. RES 261. Skill, Earth Manipulation, manipulates Earth within a 15-meter radius, reducing enemy movement by 15%, duration 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. Angry Rhino. Type, Berserker. Level, 20, max. Attributes, STR 351, INT 271, AGA 285, RES 325. Skill, Rage Mode, increases STR plus 15%, RES plus 15% for 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes. Warrior Rant. Type, Swordsman. Level, 20, max. Attributes, STR 324, INT 283, AGA 337, RES 301. Skill, Paralyzing Poison, attacks enemies with poisonous horns, poison effect lasts 1.5 minutes, reducing HP by 0.3% per second. Cooldown 15 minutes. In order to create 1,200 level 20 troops, Lein spent a total of 2,000 energy crystals per level. 1,200 troops cost a total of 24 million energy crystals. And as usual, Lein didn't need all the energy crystals. He had an almost unlimited amount by selling discarded items on the system market. Lein intentionally stationed them outside the city to show those coming to Life City not to act recklessly. With the strength of 1,200 level 20 soldiers, only a fool would cause trouble. Additionally, more than 200 sturdy defense towers were erected inside and outside the city. Autobow Tower. Attack, 1,200. Attack speed, 2 arrows, second. Defense, 10,000. Range, 500 meters. Cannonball Tower. Attack, 5,200. Attack speed, 1 cannonball/10 seconds. Defense, 12,000. Range, 300 meters. Lightning Tower. Attack, 10,200. Attack speed, 1 lightning bolt/30 seconds. Defense, 15,000. Range, 300 meters. There were a total of 5 towers on Lein's island, all the best he could obtain. However, he couldn't compete with the top Alliance towers, who had probably opened countless golden chests. In their free time, Lein and Nita spent their time opening chests, forging weapons, planting flowers, building territorial structures, and many other activities to enhance the island and its equipment. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lein and Nita were waiting leisurely at the front of the main city, welcoming several islands approaching. From afar, 10 islands of various sizes were approaching. The largest measured 15,000 by 15,000 meters, 2 others were over 10,000, and the rest ranged from 5,000 to 10,000 meters. Lein hadn't expected the recruits to have islands larger than his own. Of course, these individuals wouldn't come without benefits. Lein had promised them all that if they joined his territory, he would provide them with a full set of elite level 20 equipment, green equipment or plus 10 refine, 10 blessing potions, 100 empty attribute, max 5 times, and a high position in the World Market Alliance. Lein, of course, wouldn't give them benefits without expecting something in return. His first requirement was an S-rank or unique A-rank talent. As the island with 10-meter-high stone walls merged with Lein's island, several dozen people and over 100 soldiers stood ready outside the walls. Lein saw the leader, an old man in a pristine white robe with a long white beard, and deep, calm eyes. Lein guessed that this old man was a scholar back on Earth. The old man led his people towards Lein's island. After a moment, the two groups met, and Lein spoke first, raising his right hand. "Welcome, Mr. Heikel. It's a pleasure to meet you." The old man laughed warmly and shook Lein's hand. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Lein." Mr. Heikel then introduced several people behind him, all of whom were part of his extended family. He had 3 children, all of whom were married. Since the system gathered people with blood relations in the nearest area during the first teleportation, they all joined together, with Mr. Heikel as the leader. Lein then checked Mr. Heikel's panel. Status: Name, Heikel Emmanuel. Level, 12. Class, Magic. Lein was quite surprised to see Mr. Heikel's level of 12. He was curious about Mr. Heikel's attribute values, but the system didn't display other sovereigns' attributes on the information panel. Mr. Heikel was an S-rank talent sovereign, so Lein valued the old man highly. Lein didn't know the specifics of Mr. Heikel's S-rank talent, but during the contract signing, Mr. Heikel had provided information about his talent level and capabilities. Not long after Mr. Heikel arrived, other islands began to appear. The last island to arrive was the largest, measuring 15,000 by 15,000 meters. This island radiated a sacred aura, even more so than Lein's holy sword aura. Additionally, a 100-meter-high white wall blocked the view of the city inside. The island filled with the aura of holy light finally stopped and merged with Lein's island. The city gates opened, revealing 5 people who stepped out and walked toward Lein's island. From their appearance, it was clear they were a family, 2 adults and 3 children. The leader of the group was a woman with a white headscarf. Her face was fair and smooth, with a prominent nose and calm, relaxed gaze. Her black hair peeked slightly from under her white scarf. This woman seemed to be the eldest daughter of the family. Beside her was a slightly younger girl, probably around Nita's age, and a boy who looked about 12 years old. With steady steps, the family approached Lein and the other sovereigns who had arrived earlier. It didn't take long for them to meet and introduce themselves. The presence of this family added a serious yet friendly atmosphere, and Lein could sense the sincerity in their every movement. Friendly smiles and the meaningful glances adorned this meeting, signaling the beginning of a harmonious cooperation under the World Market Alliance. With their arrival, Lein felt a wave of mixed emotions: a happiness, enthusiasm, and hope. He knew that this alliance would bring many positive changes to his territory. "Hello, Brother Lein, I am Laras," the woman said warmly. Lein somehow felt as if they had known each other for a long time. "Hello, I'm Lein." "Nice to meet you," Lein replied, returning her greeting and shaking her hand. Upon hearing the woman's name, Laras, Lein's mind recalled something. Yes, this woman was the sovereign who ranked 6th on the event leaderboard. "It seems I've gained a strong ally this time," Lein thought to himself. During a chat in the group, Princess Nita, Lein had already suspected. But after seeing her in person, he was 100% convinced they were the same people. Then, Lein looked at everyone present, totaling more than 150 people, and said, "Since everyone is here, how about we discuss inside the city?" Lein invited everyone into the city. The city gates opened, revealing a majestic and well-organized cityscape. "It seems this man wasn't lying," said the woman with the aura of light, admiring the splendor of Lein's city. "Brother Lein seems to have quite deep secrets," remarked a young man with a black and red sword in his hand, his tone serious. Some members of the group were also very impressed and amazed by the state of Lein's city. How could they not be, as Lein had spent hundreds of millions or even more than 1 billion energy crystals to decorate and strengthen the island? Which sovereign could generate hundreds of millions of energy crystals even less than 3 days after moving to the divine sky realm? Their admiration wasn't just for the physical grandeur of the city but also for Lein's intelligence and vision in building a strong and harmonious community. This was the beginning of a new era that promised many opportunities and challenges for everyone involved. Currently, inside the meeting room in the main hall, 12 people were seated around a round table to discuss various issues regarding the World Market Alliance. Lein, as the meeting leader, spoke first. He delivered a few words of greeting before stating the discussion topic for this meeting. "Once again, I thank you all for joining and becoming part of the World Market Alliance," said Lein, looking at everyone with a respectful gaze. He then continued, "The first topic we will discuss is the compensation I promised earlier." Lein pulled out 50 blessing potions from his spatial bag. Immediately, 50 transparent bottles appeared in front of everyone. Lein then distributed 5 bottles to each of them. "Ha ha ha, Brother Lein is indeed trustworthy," said the old man Takulani from one corner of the table, his voice full of appreciation. "What? Isn't this potion equivalent to raising the level by 5? Exclaimed a young man with blue hair. The young man, named Dion, was the sovereign who had sold the teleportation blueprint to Nita. "A very pure and powerful potion," said the woman with the aura of light, staring at the potion with enthusiasm. If others saw the panel in front of her or even Lein, they would undoubtedly feel envious to their core. "Blessing potion. Attribute plus 200, random. Note: can only be taken 10 times. Laras didn't show how happy she was inside. She simply took the potion and put it in her bag calmly. "Next, I will provide you all with a full set of level 20 elite equipment." Lein then produced 10 packages of equipment wrapped in green light. "Whoa! Level 20, elite tier?" Several people exclaimed in awe. "How many crystals did Brother Lein spend to forge all this?" asked a female sovereign with black braided hair. Lein looked at Hana and said, "Not much. Not much." "Sister Hana, don't worry about it, this is just my generosity." Lein spoke honestly. He didn't find it difficult to forge elite-tier equipment. If he could obtain higher quality stones, it wouldn't be impossible to forge them. Lein distributed 10 sets of equipment to the 10 people around the table. Laras, observing from one end of the table, saw the equipment given by Lein. First, she looked at the weapon, but she didn't check its status for long before putting it in her bag. However, when she looked at other equipment like robes, shoes, headgear, and gloves, a small smile appeared on her face. Heavenly Light Robe. Level 20. Attribute, STR plus 84, Int plus 132, Agi plus 92, Res plus 108. Body of Light, increases light damage by 10%, restores health by 0.2% per second for 30 seconds, reduces dark damage by 25%. Cooldown 10 minutes. If Lein saw the attributes on Lara's panel at that moment, he might feel his talent was slightly useless. All the attributes from the Heavenly Light Robe in front of him were twice as much as usual. Why not? All the equipment given by Lein had light attributes according to Lara's request. Everyone temporarily checked all the equipment they had received. Lein and Nita sat quietly, observing them all closely. After a while, they finally sat back down comfortably. Haha. Apologies, Brother Lein. The equipment you gave was a bit beyond our expectations, said the old man Heikel with an appreciative tone. Yes, Brother Lein, Ethan agreed. All right. Let's not exaggerate. Next, we will discuss the operational activities of the World Market Alliance, Lein said calmly, then pulled out some notes to continue the discussion. The Alliance meeting continued with fervor. Lein, the main speaker, enthusiastically outlined the duties and roles each member must undertake. He detailed the long-term benefits of joining the World Market Alliance, such as increased trade and access to broader resources. Lein emphasized that merging their floating islands did not mean destroying individual islands. Instead, it meant staying within the same area so that if any member needed help, others could quickly provide support. This created a strong sense of community and solidarity among members. Moreover, Lein assured that the development of individual islands would continue as usual. Members could still upgrade their territories, levels, and make various improvements without interference. However, as core members of the World Market Alliance, they would work together as if on the same ship, sailing towards a common goal. After an intense and productive hour-long discussion, the meeting concluded. Each member returned to their respective territories, trying to adapt and embrace the upcoming changes in their environment. They returned with renewed vigor and a better understanding of their roles within the Alliance. Lein, currently in the main hall with Nita, prepared to announce the formation of the Alliance and the opening of the City of Life. The 10 other members were also ready in their territories to make the same announcement to their followers. Immediately, Lein wrote a message in regional chat number 2344. Regional chat number 2344. Lein, good morning, everyone. I am Lein, the leader of the World Market Alliance, announcing that the World Market Alliance has been officially formed. Additionally, as the sovereigns of the City of Life, I am pleased to announce that the City of Life is now open to the public. Please use portal ID #42877 to access it. Hana, the World Market Alliance is accepting new members. Experience the benefits of joining by visiting our main base on Brother Lein's Island. Dion, we offer level 5 weapons for 10 energy crystals. Level 10 weapons for 100 energy crystals, level 15 weapons for 500 energy crystals, and level 20 weapons for 1000 energy crystals. Weapon forging is available up to elite level. Lara's, come, and your beloved family will not be in danger. The 10 other members helped Lein promote the establishment of the World Market Alliance. Thousands of responses poured in when the announcement was broadcast, especially when Lara's sent her message. Lara's had many fans due to her high kill points, placing her in the top 6 rankings. Look. Aren't those equipment prices too cheap? The system shop prices average 10-200 crystals for level 5 equipment. I would transfer if I had teleportation. Night Hero, did I see correctly? Goddess Lara's is also a member of the World Market Alliance. She is ranked number 6 on the leaderboard. She might be the strongest person in our region. Dickon, Brother Lein, where is your location? I don't have a teleportation portal. Mawar, amazing. The strongest alliance ranking in the region seems like it will change this time. Hendro, congratulations to Brother Lein. The Peace Alliance sends its regards. Wykos Urio, congratulations, Brother Lein. Indonesia is proud to have talents like you. The response from various small sovereigns was very positive. They were pleased with the benefits offered by the World Market Alliance. Those without portals could only travel hundreds of kilometers with their islands. Besides small sovereigns, many alliance leaders also congratulated them. Lein did not expect Tycho Suryo himself to extend congratulations. The Indonesia alliance was the strongest in the number 2344 region, supported by Indonesian military soldiers. Not long after the announcement, several people appeared at the teleportation portal. They were all amazed by the appearance of the City of Life, standing majestically with beautiful buildings and impressive architectural structures. As they looked around, they also saw another very bright city, Laraz's City of Light, shining with luxury and beauty. Additionally, they noticed a city with a peaceful aura, Old Man Heikel's city. These two cities were also open to the public since Lein's city alone could not accommodate the massive influx of people. People kept appearing, and within minutes, more than 5,000 people had entered the city. Inside the city, there were many enjoyable buildings and places. Lein had previously arranged for the families of the 10 other members to ensure the security and comfort of the newcomers. "Look, that tower looks very powerful," a young man said as he gazed at the lightning tower with sparks crackling at its tip. He felt a bit intimidated by the tower's power. "Yes, how did Lord Lein obtain such a strong tower in just 2 days?" His friend standing next to him replied, amazed at the speed and strength of the tower's construction. At that moment, a family emerged from the portal and looked at the surroundings of Lein's island with admiration. "It's much safer here, not a single void monster island in sight," said a middle-aged man to his family. He had come here specifically to check the island's environment. If it was safe, he would decide to move his family here for their safety. The man had planned from the beginning to run a business in the Divine Sky Realm to survive. However, he was a bit late when the Indonesia Alliance first opened, and the cost of land and buildings has become very high there. So, he was willing to come early to the World Market Alliance to try his luck in business here. Others also had big plans for the City of Life. A young entrepreneur, full of enthusiasm, intended to open businesses in the City of Life. He planned to set up shops and markets selling daily necessities and expand a wide trade network. Meanwhile, a family of former educators from Earth planned to establish an education system in the City of Life. They wanted to create schools similar to those on Earth, complete with comprehensive curriculums and quality teachers, to educate the city's young generation. Additionally, a talented artist planned to open an entertainment business in the City of Life. He aimed to present dance, opera, TV shows, and various other forms of entertainment to entertain the city's residents. With his passion and creativity, he hoped to build an arts and culture center that would attract many people. Lastly, an adventurous man planned to form an adventurers association. He wanted to create a place where adventurers, sovereigns, could get missions, collaborate, and trade. With this association, he hoped to build a solid community that supported each other in facing various challenges in the Divine Sky Realm. With these grand plans, the City of Life not only became a safe place to live but also a center of activity and innovation that attracted many people to come and settle there. 1 hour after the opening of Lein Island, more than 10,000 people had already arrived, either using the portal or coming directly with their own islands. Nita had asked Lein several times about the process of managing city land, as many sovereigns had submitted requests to buy or lease land. There were also those who wanted to invest in Lein Island by providing materials or energy crystals. However, all these requests were rejected by Lein. He wasn't selling shares of the island, only opening land purchases or leases for now. At 12 noon, a small island measuring 100 by 100 meters was seen moving calmly through the cloud-filled sky. On that small island stood a young man with a light sword in his hand, his gaze relaxed yet firm. The young man was Lein. He decided to use a smaller floating island to search for stone islands with void monsters on them. He left the management of the main island to his sister, Nita. His first goal of establishing an organization that manages trade routes in the Divine Sky Realm had reached its initial step. Although the Alliance's grand objective hadn't been achieved yet, Lein was confident it would become a reality in the future. Currently, his next goal was to become number one on the event leaderboard. He was curious about the leaderboard prizes and the gold chest. Besides him, Laras and Old Man Heikel had also left their main islands to increase their points. Now, in front of Lein, a stone island with an area of 1,200 by 1,200 meters came into view. Slowly but surely, the two islands would merge in 3 minutes. Lein was ready. With his average status of 600 points, he could easily take down 100 protector monsters on the stone island, as well as more than 50,000 regular monsters at levels 10-20. 3 minutes passed, and finally, the two islands merged. Without waiting long, Lein charged forward to face the approaching void monsters. The void monsters were just as enthusiastic. They attacked Lein in overwhelming numbers, like a flood. Yuravutu, warrior, level 16. Attribute, STR-76, Int 43, Aga 76, Rees 53. Lightning ball, throws a lightning ball, causing shock effects if the enemy's status is lower. Ogre Void, warrior, level 18. Attribute, STR-87, Int 33, Aga 61, Rees 69. Mace throw, throws their mace at the enemy with great force, plus 25% damage if the enemy's status is lower. Lein saw the void monsters in various shapes and forms coming with their diverse powers. However, in the face of vastly superior power, they were nothing more than fallen leaves from a tree. Successfully killed, Ogre Void, level 17, X plus 93, kill points 17. Successfully killed, Guto Oyo, level 19, X plus 107. Kill points 19. The sound of kill notifications echoed in Lein's ears, but since his level was already maxed out, his X points didn't increase at all. Lein, who was engrossed in slaying the regular void monsters, now saw a protector monster appear in the distance. The void monster resembled a large lion, wielding a fire staff in its grip. Fire Lion, protector, level 20. Type, magic. Attribute, STR-144, Int 187, Aga 171, Rees 126. Fire Aura, transforms into the red fire form. Attributes plus 25%, magic power increase 50%, burns the area within a 10-meter radius. The lion roared loudly, spewing fire from its mouth, creating a threatening heat wave. Lein dodged nimbly, zigzagging to avoid the fire attack. Quickly, he jumped high and attacked from above, swinging his light sword with full force. The lion tried to block with its fire staff, but Lein's attack was too swift. Lein's light sword cut the fire staff in half, and with the next quick move, he plunged his sword into the lion's heart. The lion roared in pain before finally falling to the ground, dead. Successfully killed Fire Lion, protector, X plus 4,350, kill points plus 2,000. However, shortly after the Fire Lion's demise, another protector monster appeared. The next protector monster had the head of a shark. This monster had the ability to create an ocean within a 100-meter radius. Lein, initially confident, soon found himself in trouble when the monster created an ocean within a 100-meter radius, trapping him in water. Struggling, Lein tried to regulate his breathing and find an opening to attack. The monster glided quickly through the water, attacking with its sharp teeth. Lein managed to dodge several times, but small wounds began to sap his stamina. In a desperate situation, Lein decided to use his second skill, Sky Shattering Slash. With a powerful strike, Lein created a 100-meter-long sword aura that shattered the monster's defense. The attack ignored 50% of the enemy's defense and healed Lein by 50% of the total damage dealt. The shark monster was split in two, and the ocean vanished, leaving a rejuvenated Lein. Successfully killed Red Shark, protector, X plus 4,850, kill points plus 2,000. Haha. These void monsters have some bizarre attacks, Lein said, catching his breath. He was quite surprised by the red shark's skill that created an ocean within a 100-meter radius. It would have been fatal if his attributes were the same as the shark's. Lein continued searching for stone islands with void monsters to catch up on his kill points. Until nighttime, Lein didn't return to the main island as it would take too much time. So, he camped on the small floating island for the next few days. Over the course of 8 hours from noon to night, Lein had cleared hundreds of stone islands. He was now ranked 12th with over 2,500,000 points. Meanwhile, Laras had dropped to 8th place, and Old Man Heikel was in 31st place. The leaderboard didn't show exact positions due to the diversity of talents and items possessed by the sovereigns. Before sleeping, Lein read several messages from Nita. Nita informed him that the main island was getting busier with many people intending to settle there. Additionally, some sovereigns had already established their own businesses in the City of Life. Nita also told him that she received information from Laras to be cautious of the Garuda Alliance. They had tried to recruit Laras before but were flatly rejected. Unlike other alliances, the Garuda Alliance seemed to hold a grudge against them. A floating island measuring 100 by 100 meters leisurely drifted through the clouds. On this island, a young man sat on a chair, with a table beside him holding a glass of wine. The man was Lein, enjoying the beautiful morning. The warm morning sun bathed his muscular body. Yes, this was the 7th day in the Divine Sky Realm. Event, Rise of the Sovereign. Event duration, 0 days, 1 hour, 12 minutes. The event time was down to just over an hour. Lein opened the event leaderboard and his expression turned indifferent. Event ranking: 1. William Anderson, 136,490,000. 2. Bai Chi, 91,721,000. 3. Vladimir Nova, 85,034,000. 4. Kimon, 55,648,000. 26. Lein, 23,800,000. 31. Laras, 21,738,000. He could hardly believe it. He had been very proud of his SSS level talent, something that defied the heavens. But it seemed his talent did not lie in combat. His instinct to create a trading organization had been spot on. Lein was curious about the powers those other people possessed. Did they also have SSS level talents? Lately, he had been losing sleep over these thoughts. Realizing there was no chance of making it into the top 20, Lein decided to return to his main island. He stood up and entered the only portal on the floating island. At that moment, atop a circular altar, a young man with black hair and a golden sword at his hip emerged from a 10-meter portal. Lein observed his surroundings and saw many people. He had missed this place. He had not returned to the main island once in his quest to climb the rankings, but all his efforts had been in vain. Stepping off the portal altar, Lein saw the bustling city streets, lined with street vendors and buildings like hotels, restaurants, entertainment venues, and more. Ha ha ha. I seem to have pushed myself too hard. Isn't this vibrant place my dream? He thought to himself. Yes, Lein had been trying his luck at becoming a sovereign, a king, an emperor, like in the novels. With his SSS level talent, he thought he could do it. But reality was different. Alright, I wonder how Nita is doing? Lein was curious about his younger sister, Nita. Hey! Stop! I said stop! A uniformed man grabbed a young boy by the shoulder. Give it back, the man demanded, extending his hand. What? I didn't take your stuff. The boy didn't give up, his hand trembling in his pocket. He stared defiantly at the uniformed man without fear. Are you trying to cause trouble? I'll show you the power of a level 13 mage, the uniformed man threatened, his body glowing white. A black staff appeared in his right hand. The boy activated his own equipment, a wooden sword materializing in his hand. He was only level 3. Before the uniformed man could use his skill, an elderly man in red robes appeared. Master Ruai, let it go. He's still young. He's also my student from the Red Flower Magic Academy. I'll replace whatever he took, the old man continued. Alright. I won't pursue this further. Ask him what he stole, the uniformed man replied, visibly annoyed. Aldi, what did you take? The old man asked the boy. The boy seemed to relent, showing respect for the elderly man before him. He pulled out a black pouch containing 10 energy crystals. "Sorry, Teacher Damas, but my mother needs these crystals," the boy explained, tears streaming down his face. "Don't cry. I'll visit your home later," Teacher Damas reassured the boy, then tossed the black pouch to the uniformed man, adding 5 extra energy crystals as compensation. "The matter is settled here," the old man declared. "Thank you, Master Damas," the uniformed man grumbled before walking away. Lein had watched the entire scene. He had wanted to intervene, but the old man had acted faster. Red Flower Academy? Lein mused aloud. He decided to continue exploring the island. Lein felt the creation of the academy was justified. His floating island now spanned over 120 by 120 kilometers. Combined with the total area of the floating islands of the 10 members of the World Market Alliance, the alliance's total area was 150,000 square kilometers. A huge island, with only 100,000 residents, leaving many areas still uninhabited. Lein continued his journey through the vibrant Life City. After wandering through several streets, he arrived at a 3-story restaurant. He entered and was warmly greeted by a male waiter. The waiter was very efficient and polite. "Welcome to Rudy Resto." "Please, sir." The waiter guided Lein to a table and offered the menu: grilled fish with sambal, tofu fried rice, grilled nila soup. Seeing the menu, Lein couldn't help but be astonished. "What is this? Is this Earth?" For a moment, the menu shocked him, which was very similar to those in Earth's restaurants. "Excuse me, sir, is there nothing to your liking?" the waiter asked, noticing Lein's distraction. Sorry, I'll have the spicy crab and hot tea," Lein replied, still deep in thought. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. During his 6-day absence, Nita hadn't mentioned anything like this. She had only said everything was going well. There were no void monster attacks, no dangers, and the city was thriving. Did she do this on purpose? Lein wondered. A broad smile appeared on his face. The restaurant's atmosphere was very tranquil, with the sound of a mini fountain adding a peaceful, harmonious touch. Lein looked around, seeing other patrons, young couples, families, and some individuals. Their attire varied, almost resembling Earth's fashion. "Yeah, the system is indeed convenient. Equipment only appears when activated," he thought. Like in the earlier conflict between the uniformed man and the boy, combat equipment is only activated when used. In normal conditions, only regular clothes were visible. Within 5 minutes, Lein's order arrived. A crab the size of a human head was served with steaming hot broth that looked fresh and delicious. "Your order, sir." "Please enjoy," the waiter said, carefully placing the dish before leaving. "Thank you." Lein tasted the crab soup. "Wow, this is incredible. I've been missing out for 6 days. Lein cursed his choice. "Damn you, Nita." "I'll get back to you someday," Lein muttered, blaming Nita for his misfortunes. After finishing at the restaurant, Lein continued to stroll through the city streets to clear his mind. An hour passed, and finally, the system announcement came. Event: Rise of the Sovereign has ended. Congratulations to Sovereign William Anderson for achieving first place. Congratulations to Sovereign Bai Chi for achieving second place. The top 10 rankings were announced to the entire region. Finally, the system revealed Lein's result to him. Congratulations, Sovereign Lein, for achieving 26th place. Sovereign has earned 100,000 energy crystals. Automatic bow tower blueprint, small teleport blueprint, werewolf lair. Lein saw his rewards appear in his inventory. He felt deeply disappointed this time. However, he accepted his situation with an open heart, using this experience as a valuable life lesson. "Brother, where are you?" At that moment, a personal message from Nita appeared. "What's up?" "I'm just wandering around the city," Lein replied. "It's nothing, brother." "Don't give up, I'll always support you," Nita said without mentioning the rankings, simply expressing her unwavering support for Lein no matter what happened. "Thank you, you're quite mature this time." Lein responded, shaking his head. Sometimes, his little sister could be quite annoying. Yet, she was the biggest reason he worked so hard. He wanted to make her happy and ensure she didn't face any difficulties. Aside from Nita, Several messages from the Alliance group also appeared. Group #World Market Alliance. Lara's, brother, congratulations, we all support you. Hey Emmanuel, Mr. Don't be discouraged. Great things often start small. Hana, keep your spirits up, brother. Dion, brother, don't give up. We support you. Lun, thank you all. I'm fine. Of course, all the Alliance members knew of Lun's grand ambition to be number one. On several occasions, they wondered why Lun hadn't returned for 6 days. Huff. Lun took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Alright, I need to be more realistic next time. I should focus on my strengths. No one can be number one in everything, Lun said to himself. Lun was contemplating where to go next when someone suddenly bumped into him on the side of the road. Ouch! I'm sorry, sir. A woman in her 20s stood up after falling. Papers she was holding scattered everywhere. The woman was dressed in formal black attire, appearing to work for a company. Initially, Lun was curious about who dared to bump into him on this bright morning. Status: Name, Sophia. Level, 1. Class, Magic. But seeing the poor woman, he could only sigh inwardly. Let me help, Lun said, helping her gather the fallen papers. Thank you very much for your help, sir. The woman looked very embarrassed, quickly taking the papers from Lun's hands. Do you work at the World Market Alliance? Lun asked the woman, noticing the emblem of a golden coin with a straight sword in the center on her attire. It was the emblem of the World Market Alliance. Yes, sir, the woman said, slightly catching her breath and becoming calmer. She observed the young man in front of her. His calm, kind eyes and slightly long black hair blowing in the wind made her heart beat faster. What's the matter? Let's head to the office together. I happen to work there too, Lun offered. All right. To avoid his gaze, Sophia quickly agreed without thinking. They walked leisurely down the street. During the walk, Sophia followed closely behind, not saying a word. Excuse me, I don't know the way. Could you lead? Lun turned and asked Sophia. Okay, sir. Sophia immediately walked ahead, nervously and quickly. Lun was slightly confused by the woman's behavior. He truly didn't know the way to the main office of the World Market Alliance. They walked for 15 minutes before finally reaching a very tall building, around 15 floors high. The entrance was massive, yet even with such a large door, it was still crowded. Excuse me, sir, I need to go in first. I might be late. Sophia excused herself without waiting for Lun's response, running toward the main office of the Alliance. Brother, a loud shout suddenly echoed. A girl in green clothing descended from the 15th floor. Without hesitation, Nita floated down, landing conspicuously in front of everyone. Brother, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Nita hugged Lun tightly. Who is that? Is that the sovereign of the island? Yes. I heard Princess Nita has an older brother. Her brother is quite handsome. Is her brother married? Hey, stop talking nonsense, he can hear you. Light discussions from around filtered into Lun's ears clearly. Nita, stop that, people are watching. Lun gently pushed Nita away. Let them, I'm not afraid of them. Nita remained as arrogant as ever. Enough. Let's go inside. Lun grabbed Nita's hand and entered the Alliance office. At this moment, a woman was hiding behind the receptionist desk. Yes, Sophia was in complete shock. The person she ignored was the island owner and the actual leader of the Alliance. Oh my god, what is happening? What a terrible day. Sophia could only complain, not knowing what to do. She just hoped she wouldn't be fired from her job as a receptionist. 15th floor. Main office of the Alliance. Lun and Nita were sitting comfortably at the conference table. Nita explained everything about the Alliance's progress. First, the Alliance had established partnerships with the top 5 alliances in regional number 2344 to supply weapon materials, building materials, and strategic items. Second, several branches of the Alliance's stores had opened in the 10 busiest cities in regional number 2344. Third, the total Alliance members had reached over 8,000. 1,000 of them were level 10, and 10 were already level 15. The main members of the Alliance, Laras and Old Man Heikel, had reached level 17. The rest remained at level 16 for now. Today, Old Man Haiklan Dion went to the Indonesian Alliance to deliver transaction goods. "Thank you, Nita, you've worked hard." Lein praised Nita's management skills. He was slightly puzzled about where she had learned to manage an organization. Over the past 6 days, Lein had multiplied gold chests 100-fold. Even now, there were still over hundreds of thousands of gold chests in the warehouse. The results from the gold chests had undoubtedly brought significant changes. Lein himself was shocked when he first saw the transformation of his floating island. Thanks to the gold chests, the World Market Alliance became the #1 alliance in regional number 2344. Nita proudly lifted her chin when Lein praised her. "By the way, when will we attempt the promotion test, brother?" Nita asked curiously. Lein had actually been considering taking the promotion test for a while. He then checked the promotion panel. Promotion mission Tier 2. Silver badge, Holy Human Race, Cultivator. 100,000 energy crystals. Monster Heart level 20, Commander rank. Lein was still missing the silver badge. Even after opening tens of thousands of gold chests, the silver badge remained elusive. The sky stretched out endlessly, its vast blue expanse boundless. In the midst of the sky's silence, a large island floated motionlessly, as if held by an unseen force. This island was immense, nearly the size of Java in Indonesia, its shape resembling land lifted high into the sky. From below, the island's terrain was clearly visible, revealing its rough and rocky underside. One striking feature of the island was a transparent, dome-like shield covering its upper part, protecting it from external elements. This shield glistened under the sunlight, reflecting light like crystal. The large island was not a single mass. At its center lay the main island, the largest part, surrounded by thousands of smaller islands scattered around it. In the sky surrounding the island, many flying boats bustled about, coming and going endlessly, carrying passengers and goods from various places. To the north of the main island was the Gatekeeper Island, tasked with guarding the entrance to the large island. This island measured 1,000 by 100 meters, floating motionlessly like a fortress in the sky. On it stood several houses and fearsome, advanced defense towers equipped with the latest technology to ensure security. "Good morning, Mr. Terra. We would like to conduct a routine inspection," said a man with a stern face. A large sword hung on his back, giving the impression that he was a seasoned warrior. "Badge." Mr. Terra responded curtly. The old man in the grey robe scrutinized everyone who approached with sharp eyes. The stern-faced man respectfully handed over his gold badge. As a commander of the Gold Tier Guards, he felt a bit of pride. However, in front of the gatekeeper of one of the 4 main gates of the World Trade Alliance Island, he could only bow, suppressing his usual arrogance. His duty as a Gold Tier commander was to ensure the area within a 10-kilometer radius of the island was safe from danger. Monster islands could appear at any time, so without routine patrols, foreign monsters could threaten the smaller islands and the survivor flying boats. Mr. Terra examined the gold badge carefully, then looked at the guard team members behind the stern-faced man. Seeing nothing amiss, he nodded and said, "Report back before 6 p.m. "Yes, sir," replied the stern-faced man. He then turned and walked toward the flying boat docked near the island, followed by 100 team members. The boat was 200 meters long, armed with 200 cannons, and equipped with lightning towers and automated bow turrets inside. Its design was impressive, showcasing the strength and sophistication of their defense technology. After all the team members boarded, the flying boat slowly lifted off the ground and began to float, heading towards the area they needed to secure. Inside the boat, the team members checked their equipment, ensuring everything was ready for the mission. They knew that although this task was routine, danger could come at any time from unexpected directions. The sky above the main island remained calm, but tension lingered among the guards. They understood that their responsibility was not only to protect the large island and the thousands of smaller islands around it but also to maintain the strength and safety of the alliance established here from external threats. A week had passed since the first event in the Divine Sky Realm. The main alliance island had been operating regularly, and everyone was beginning to adapt to their new lives. The life and habits they once had on Earth were starting to form again. Schools, colleges, hospitals, entertainment centers, television, flying boats, and various other technologies were emerging. The primary energy source was no longer electricity but more efficient energy crystals. System panels like regional chat and the market were still in use as usual. However, unlike at the start of their transition, the pace of messages was no longer as rapid. The market feature was still widely used, but valuable items rarely appeared. Within an hour of posting a valuable item, the seller might be eliminated before the item could be sold. While everyone was going about their daily lives, Lein, along with Nito and 3 other Alliance members, had just finished destroying a monster island. On top of the monster island lay many corpses of wide-handed gorillas, each over 2 meters tall. Among them was one wide-handed gorilla, 10 meters tall, with muscles rippling all over its arms. Yes, it was a commander-tier gorilla. Brother, this is the 46th island we have destroyed. Not a single one has dropped a silver badge, said an elderly man named Heikel, gazing at a black book floating in front of him. The book emitted a dark aura, and staring at it too long could make an ordinary person fall asleep or even lose their memory. Yes, I suspect the silver badges are not dropped by monsters but might be obtained by completing certain missions. Laras, standing nearby with a large cross on her back, spoke up. Hearing their speculation, Lein nodded lightly. They had been searching for 6 days and had also inquired with other alliances in regional number 2344. No one had any useful information. All right, since there are no results, let's continue searching for a little while longer. If we still find nothing, we'll have to wait for the system to provide a clue, said Lein. Everyone nodded in agreement. They then extracted all the gorilla corpses and took over the island. Once everything was done, they returned to their own island and continued their hunt for the silver badges. Morning on the main island of the World Market Alliance. Children were running around the green open field, filled with flowers, shady trees, and playground equipment. Vendors surrounded the park, selling their snacks to the visitors. Careful, Lius, slide down slowly, a mother said to her son, who was about to go down a half-meter slide. Her husband, standing beside her, was also worried. Hold on tight, son, trust your dad, he said. Scenes of happy families like this could be seen throughout the park. Everyone was enjoying a comfortable and peaceful life. Children played, and parents watched with joy, creating a truly serene atmosphere. In stark contrast to the main island, a tense atmosphere filled the room inside a flying ship. Damn it! I told you to retreat. Why are you all so stubborn? Shouted a man with a longbow angrily at everyone in the room. He looked furious, his eyes red, and his fists clenched tightly. He glared at each person around him, as if wanting to crush them with his gaze. I'm sorry, Captain. We were too greedy, a young man said fearfully but bravely tried to calm the angry captain. Sorry? Sorry for what? Do you think they can come back to life with your useless apology? The man with the bow continued to berate his crew without mercy, looking as if he had lost something precious. Sis Laras, how about we go to Minos Mall? I heard there are lots of good things sold there. Sounds good. Let's go, Laras replied. The 2 women in the flying car were discussing where to go next. They were Nito and Laras, who had grown very close over the past few days. Nito felt that Laras was like an older sister who cared for her, making her feel comfortable around her. Soon, they reached a very crowded area. The main road was 10 meters wide, and the tallest building in the area was 25 floors high with a very aesthetic appearance. Nito and Laras parked their car at one of the buildings and walked towards the mall entrance. As they entered, they were greeted by a vast space. White lights illuminated the entire area, and people bustled about non-stop in front of them. It's huge. I didn't expect a mall this big to be built in just 15 days, Nita said, her mouth forming a big O. She was the main brain behind managing Lein's main island, but due to the many responsibilities and tasks she handled, she forgot to try out amazing things like Minos Mall. Ha. Let's go. Look, there's a jewelry seller over there, Laras said, pulling Nita's hand and heading towards a jewelry store. Unlike Nita, Lein was currently in a very quiet and spacious room. The room was brightly lit with white lights. This room was filled with racks containing gold chests, neatly arranged like bookshelves in a library. Yes, this was Lein's main storage room. The materials he possessed were countless at this point. Imagine, 10,000 chests open 24 times a day for 15 days equals 3 million gold chests. Which regional alliance could produce 3 million gold chests? Even during the first event, with a gold chest priced at 1 million points, obtaining 3 million gold chests would require 3 trillion kill points. Do you want to open a gold chest? Yes. Successfully opened a gold chest. Obtained white stone X4 medium well blueprint hard iron sword. Items immediately dropped from thin air, a white stone, a blueprint, and an iron sword. Lein gathered the dropped materials and placed them in the chest beside him. Opening chests and organizing the items into gold chests was Lein's daily routine. Since his bag was full, the items from the gold chest fell from thin air. Lein tirelessly and unbridled continued to open the next gold chest. Since his failure to be in the top 20 in the first event, he had rid himself of the arrogance of obtaining an SSS talent. He had become someone with calculated and realistic plans and would not do anything without a clear strategy. On a floating island with a size of 3 million square kilometers, in a grand room, there was a 10-meter-high black portal with an endless black water flow. Suddenly, someone emerged from the portal. A young man with a broad smile stepped out. He looked around and nodded. Awesome. Lord William has finally returned. Welcome back, Lord William. How was the journey to the realm of the gods? Someone asked. William shook his head and replied, calm down, I've just returned. Hold an emergency meeting in the Alliance main hall in 10 minutes. Yes, Lord, a woman in a tight suit and black skirt responded promptly, noting down and contacting someone. Ordinary people might not know, but the same event was happening in 2 other places in the Divine Sky Realm. Each person emerging from the portal had an intimidating power, seemingly worlds apart from level 20 rulers. Back on Lein's island, Lein was in the Alliance main hall, reading reports on his desk. He had information on the total permanent population of 240,000, the formation of hunter associations, guilds, and martial arts organizations, and the security and crime rates on the main island. As the main owner of the Alliance, he had full control over what happened. Therefore, he needed to know everything that was going on and how the island was developing. The heavy data gathering tasks were handled by the 10 core members. It was almost 12 noon, so Lein wanted to leave the main hall to grab lunch at his favorite restaurant, Rudy Risto. Before he could stand up from his chair, the long silent system notification appeared in his view. Congratulations to the Sovereign who are still standing. The Race War Battle event has begun. Event duration, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Regional boundaries have been removed. Regional chat has been removed. Blue Planet Trace chat has been added. Lein's Island, Life City. Lein saw the system announcement that had just appeared. He read it carefully, paying attention to every detail. The first thing he noticed was the removal of regional boundaries, meaning that all humans on Earth could now meet. In other words, the strong individuals from the previous event would be facing him. He was very curious about how powerful these people were. Deep down, Lein also wanted to duplicate the items they had obtained as the top 3 in the previous event. Lein then shifted his gaze to the system panel. The system indicated that regional chat had been removed and replaced with a Blue Planet Human Race chat. Blue Planet Human Race. William Alexander, Supreme Overlord. Earth Paradise Alliance is recruiting individuals with BS-rank talents. Regardless of your country, race, or gender, as long as you have an A-rank talent or higher, you will be accepted. S-rank talents will become core members. Bei-Chi, Supreme Overlord. Hello everyone, we welcome all. Come and grow together with the Eternal Life Sect. For Chinese citizens, join us and receive free level 10 equipment. Vladimir Nova, Supreme Overlord. For Sovereign with a total status of over 1000, the King of Hell Alliance is opening opportunities. Jackson, awesome. All humans can finally join. Dad, I'm in region number 5622. Add me as a friend. Use Army. Cherry Blossom Market is selling high-level medicine. Come and save your precious life. Menghao, Abyssal Vanguard sect is accepting disciples. Haruka, did any of you find a portal appearing on your island? Where do these portals lead? Dicky, my friend already entered the portal, but he hasn't returned. Xiaoyu, look at the top 3 chats, their names are glowing. What's with the titles after their names? Do they have any real effect? Hubert, the rewards for the top 3 this time seem several times crazier than the previous event. What does it feel like to be in the top 3? Most people felt happy because now all humans could meet and were no longer restricted as before. They were almost all talking about the ongoing event. A very striking and different feature of the chat this time was the 3 golden chats at the top. The 3 names belonged to the top 3 in the previous event. Their chats never moved down like banner notifications. Even their messages had golden borders and dragon icon at the ends. Sigh. Seeing the arrogant benefits provided by the system, Lein could only sigh. He remembered how arrogant he was to compete with those people without conducting any investigation on them. Patience. Patience. He reassured himself several times before finally calming down. He then shifted his gaze to the leaderboard. Event rank, top 13, super territory artifact, 100 million crystals, epic chest, ancestral dragon's nest. Top 410, regular territory artifact, 10 million crystals, gold chest, sky griffin's nest. Top 1150, 1 million crystals, gold chest, hell monkey's nest. As usual, the leaderboard did not disappoint. The items listed were always new and had very impressive names. Lein didn't look any longer. He then sent a message to the 10 core members of the Alliance and to Nita, informing them of an important meeting. On the northern streets of Life City, there was a small bar with a few people inside. Mr. R, weren't you planning to join the World Market Alliance? An old man asked the elderly man next to his chair. Yes. But I won't apply now. I want to join this new event first, replied the old man with a long white mustache. Ha ha ha. At your age, do you still have hope of competing with those young people? Wouldn't joining the World Market Alliance ensure a good life for your grandchildren? Fool. We are not on Earth right now. Do you think the miracles and wonders you see every day make sense to an earthly human like you? The old man with the mustache looked at his old friend with a mocking gaze. But, enough. Enough. You won't understand. Just run your farming business like a robot without a future. They continued their conversation as old friends. In another room, a sturdy woman was reporting to an old man sitting at a large desk. All main forces have returned to the city, sir. Access to the portal is very easy as it appears randomly in open land, the woman said in a firm and clear tone. The old man nodded and said, is there any movement from the island owners? So far, none, sir. But it seems they will hold a big meeting in a few minutes. The old man clasped his hands on the table, then rested his head on his clasped hands. He seemed to be pondering something. After a long silence, the old man said, speed up all preparations and try to investigate with new organizations from outside the region. Yes, sir. The random appearance of portals was one of the reasons everyone was talking about the new event. Not only ordinary people, but guilds, alliances, associations, and major organizations were discussing the same thing. As the main owner of the island, Lein did not restrict these people. The more they developed, the happier Lein would be. Main hall of the World Market Alliance, conference room. A very spacious white room. The walls are red brown with beautiful, neatly engraved patterns. Statues of various mythical animals and flowers with different aromas fill the corners of the room. A large chandelier in the center of the ceiling adds a majestic feel to the room. There are not many components in this room except for decorations and a large, long table with 10 big chairs lined up along the sides. At the front of the table, there are 2 special black chairs. Lein and Nita sat in the 2 black chairs, while the 10 other alliance members sat in the red chairs along the sides of the table. All 10 members were present. Knowing how important this meeting was, Lein looked at everyone present. It had been 15 days since they moved to the divine sky realm, and everyone had become stronger. Lein could see their growth and development just by looking at their appearances. In the front right seat sat Mr. Haikal with his black magic. A thick black book always floated around him lately. Mr. Haikal was quite famous among the upper echelons on Lein Island. Next to him, on the front left seat, sat Laris with a calmer and gentler demeanor than usual. The large cross on her back gave off an unavoidable sense of threat. Besides its massive size, the cross also calmed the hearts of those who saw it and emitted a strong positive aura. The other members hadn't been idle for the past 15 days either. In the middle right seat was a young man with a Y-shaped staff, the green fire at the tip never extinguishing. Next to him sat a middle-aged, muscular man with his upper body exposed, clearly a blacksmith. Indeed, this man, Gusty, was famous for his S-rank talent in weapon crafting, never disappointing. Other members didn't flaunt their weapons like Laris, Mr. Haikal, Gusty, and Budi with his green fire staff. However, the most notable member was a little girl in the back left seat. The girl had short, straight black hair, fair skin, and innocent eyes. Lein initially didn't think she had a system, but when she demonstrated her ability to summon a skeletal dragon, Lein was convinced and allowed her to join the World Market Alliance. Initially, the girl was quite shy, but after Nita visited her house several times and played with her, she became less afraid and a bit braver. "Welcome and thank you for attending this meeting," Lein began. "First, let's discuss the event and how it works." Lein opened the meeting and addressed the first topic, identifying and understanding the current event. "Yes, Mr. Lein. Some of my subordinates mentioned that the portals lead to places where a certain race is located. There, a war is happening, and if we help them, we will earn contribution points." Gusty spoke first. As a blacksmith, he had a wide network. "Yes, Mr. Lein. I also heard rumors that the contribution points we earn can be exchanged for silver badges. This way, we can break through level 20, said Mr. Haikal from the side. Other members also shared and conveyed all the information they had. They didn't hold back because they had received a lot of help from Lein. As the #1 alliance in regional number 2344 previously, it would be foolish to antagonize Lein. After much discussion, they finally obtained a big picture of the ongoing event. Portals would appear randomly across the island, which had an area of 100,000 square kilometers. The destination and direction of the portals varied. The larger the portal, the higher the level of the racial battle it led to. Additionally, after entering a portal, a 1-hour waiting period was required before the return feature appeared on the status panel. Entering a portal consumed 100 energy crystals, with the cost increasing depending on the portal's size. Contribution point exchanges were carried out by the race they helped, meaning the higher the level of the race, the better the items exchanged for contribution points. Additionally, sovereigns could obtain missions from creatures in the race's realm. Alright, I think that's enough about the event. Next, does anyone have thoughts on how we should participate in this event? Lein felt the event discussion was complete and moved on to the World Market Alliance's plan for the race war battle event. I suggest entering the portals in groups or teams, Mr. Lein. We don't yet know the situation in the realms we will enter, so it would be safer to go with companions. Mr. Haikal expressed his thoughts, prioritizing everyone's safety. I agree with Mr. Haikal. Some of our members are not 100% specialized in combat, like Mr. Haikal and Princess Laris. Dion, who had been silent, finally spoke. He was confident in his A-rank talent, enhancement, A, but he still considered the alliance members as family and felt they should protect each other. Other members also joined the discussion, debating the steps they should take and how to become the top 3 in this event. After several minutes of discussion, they agreed on a few things. Mr. Haikal would lead a team of 5 members, and Laris would lead another team of 5 members. Lein and Laris would go solo. Regarding becoming the top 3, Lein suggested focusing on earning as many contribution points as possible for now. They would discuss detailed plans after experiencing the racial battles firsthand. The final topic was each member's strength, as they needed to know each other's capabilities to form teams. They also shared items if anyone needed them. Lastly, before closing the meeting, Lein distributed a pair of talismans he obtained from a crowned man during the Tier 1 promotion test. Golden Step Talisman. When activated, the body will move to a location within a 1-kilometer radius. Golden Shield Talisman. Activating the talisman will form a shield that can withstand the full power of master-level creatures. After about an hour and a half, the Alliance meeting concluded. Lein and Nita then returned to the main hall of Life City. On their way to the main hall of the city, Lein and Nita walked along the main street. The road was made of sturdy white bricks. As it was the city center, it was very crowded. Lein and Nita were accustomed to walking and enjoying the beauty of the city they had built. Brother, how about we stop by Freshwater Shop? Nita pulled Lein's hand and pointed to a place nearby. There was a 2-story building with a glass front. The logo matched the name, showing a clear glass with ice cubes and water flowing out like a tsunami. Ah, you're still a foodie at heart. Let's go. Lein sighed. No one could resist Nita's food cravings. They headed to the building just like everyone else. Hello, Princess Nita. Where are you headed? Princess Nita, you're getting more beautiful. Can we take a picture? Indeed, the world's technology had almost matched, and even surpassed, that of Earth. Although social media hadn't been developed yet, devices for taking pictures were starting to appear. It was only a matter of time before human civilization advanced 1,000 times beyond what it once was on Earth. Rudy Restaurant, 2nd floor. Lein and Nita were currently dining together at Rudy Restaurant. Brother, do you think they will become hostile towards us? While eating, Nita asked Lein, who was sitting across the table. No. Do you think it's that easy to make enemies? Lein replied casually while continuing to eat his food. A while ago, he received a private message on behalf of the Earth Paradise Alliance. They stated that they wanted to cooperate with the World Market Alliance. However, Lein politely declined. It wasn't just from Earth Paradise. There were over 10 alliances that invited the World Market Alliance to cooperate, but Lein rejected them all. Lein actually didn't have a problem with cooperation, but these top alliances wanted the World Market Alliance to become a subordinate alliance, giving 20% of the World Market Alliance's earnings. Lein wasn't arrogant, but he truly couldn't agree to such terms. It would be foolish to cooperate with others without adequate compensation. Because of Lein's refusals, Nita was a bit worried. In most stories like this, rejection often ends in hostility. But once again, this was the real world. Nita, have you obtained information about the largest portal size? Lein asked. Yes, brother, there are several in Sister Lara's City of Light. Nita obtained information from Alliance members in the information department that portals varied in size. The largest portal found so far was 20 meters high. Good, finish your food quickly, and let's head out. Okay, brother. They continued eating for another 30 minutes before finally leaving the restaurant and heading to the City of Light on the western part of Lein Island. Southern area, City of Light. In the sports field, full of fresh green grass, there was a 20-meter-high blue portal. The portal was surrounded by barrier ropes, and there were 4 guards ensuring that ordinary people did not enter. As the Alliance leader, Lein had arranged for the 20-meter portals to remain inaccessible for the time being. The dangers within had not yet been confirmed, so Lein and the core members would check them first before allowing public access. Welcome, Mr. Lein. Princess Nita, the head guard greeted them. Lein nodded and said, thank you. Please ensure that ordinary citizens do not enter until we give the order. Understood, sir. Lein glanced at Nita beside him. Her face was filled with strong curiosity. Her gaze was fixed on the portal as if reading the thousands of possibilities on the other side. Let's go in. They slowly but surely entered the portal, eventually being swallowed by the blue portal. Multi-space portal. Are you sure you want to enter? Yes. Lein recalled that the top 3 prize in the previous event was also a multi-space portal. Did this mean that the top 3 players had entered the portal before the other rulers? Before Lein could finish his speculation, the portal had already swallowed him from the island. A vast field, portal islands neatly lined up in the middle of the field. Every now and then, people would emerge from the portals. The people who emerged had various appearances. Some carried bows, some had halos of light, Some were cloaked in dark flames, and some took the form of animals like wolves and bears. All sorts of creatures emerged from the portals. Ha ha. Finally, I'm back. I'll kill that ugly monster this time. After upgrading my equipment, I'm sure I'll get a lot of contributions. Those beastmasters are too arrogant with their monsters, and those stupid players, why are they helping those damn beastmasters? Non-stop conversations of people emerging from the portals could be heard. Most of them seemed to be at war and eager to earn contribution points. Not far from the portal field, there were several small posts guarded by guards in matching uniforms. Their hair was neatly tied, and their cloaks bore a crossed sword emblem. At these small posts, some people who had just emerged from the portals headed straight there. After some light conversation, the guards handed over bronze badges to the people in front of them. A few guards stationed on the outer perimeter were having a discussion. Look, it seems the Faithwardens are joining the summon this time. Yes, I also feel Lord Gu is prioritizing the war with the Beastmasters this time. Are you stupid? This battle involves royal-level artifacts. The guard's friend was annoyed and scolded his friend a bit. Yeah, but why are small forces like ours involved in such a big war? Again, you're showing your ignorance. Do you think everything you see here is free, without cost? By mobilizing small forces, if we win, it will greatly reduce the cost of war. That's enough. Get back to work. Since his friend had no warlike thoughts, the guard kept grumbling and stopped talking to his clueless friend. Lein and Nita now emerged from one of the portals. They saw many people of various kinds, styles, and auras. They felt they had moved to a place very foreign and far from home. The surrounding aura was strong. Even Lein, with an average attribute of 500 points, was overwhelmed and trembled inside. Is this a higher realm? Brother, it seems very dangerous this time. I feel like they could attack us at any moment, said Nita from beside him. She kept looking around, seeing all sorts of people. Welcome, sir. Is this your first time in Guandu Realm? A guard noticed Lein and Nita's movements and approached them. Lein looked at the guard who had asked. Status: name, Ukun. Race, Kui race. Power core, cultivator. Level, foundation establishment. Even the status panel display had changed. A cultivator, Lein said in his heart. Yes, this is our first time here, Lein answered honestly. Welcome, sir. I am Ukun, and I will guide you. Ukun had a friendly appearance. He guided Lein and Nita to one of the posts. Along the way, Ukun provided an overview of the place they were in and the current situation. They were in one of the top sects in the Wulin Empire located in Guandu Realm, the Heaven's News Sect. Heaven's News Sect was one of the tens of thousands of sects guarding the southern part of Guandu Realm. Guandu Realm was the realm of the Kui race, who were cultivators, and they were currently at war with the Torvu race. The Torvu race were beastmasters from the Tuwu realm. Cultivators are beings who gain power by harnessing energy from the universe. In contrast, beastmasters specialize in taming star beasts to gain power. Lein was also very surprised when Ukun mentioned that there were 5 types of power cores in the vast universe. The 5 core powers are: 1. Faithwarden, beings who gain power from faith energy. 2. Cultivator, beings who gain power from natural energy. 3. Player, beings who gain power from the will of nature. 4. Starbeat, star beings who gain power from their bloodline. 5. Beastmaster, beings who tame star beasts. Lein and Nita were currently at one of the posts. The supervisor in front of them asked a few questions such as their names, power cores, and origins. The power core referred to the source of their power, so Lein answered system. Their origin was the divine sky realm. After getting the information, the supervisor then issued a bronze badge and handed it to Lein and Nita. War badge, name, Lein. Power core, system, tier 1. Rank, bronze. Contribution points, 0. Origin, divine sky realm. Nita received a similar bronze badge. After their business was finished, they both left. Excuse me, Mr. Wu, where can we earn contribution points? Lein asked Ukun, who was outside the post. Mr. Lein, you can go to the war office to take on missions. Ukun pointed towards the city gate. Mr. Lein, you can exit the portal area, walk straight along the main city road, and after a few minutes, You'll find the war office. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Lein thanked him, then he and Nita walked towards the city gate. Passing through the gate, the surroundings were quite crowded. Excuse me, coming through. Come on, there's a discount promotion today. New menu items, boost your stamina. The shouts of the crowd continued to be heard, making Lein feel like he was in a city environment. Brother, look at that tower, it's so tall, Nita said, pointing her finger towards a tall tower in the middle of the city. The tower was very tall, its top not even visible. We'll have one like that someday, Lein said casually. They then walked for a few minutes before finally arriving at a 10-story building, 100 meters wide. Several soldiers and creatures from different races were coming in and out of the war office. Hey, move aside, do you think you're special with that weak light? Two groups were currently clashing near the entrance. The speaker was a muscular man with a large spiked mace on his back. The one clashing with him was a young man holding a long swan feather. The most striking thing about him was the white halo above his head. Yes, the young man was a Faithwooden. TCH. Who are you to order me? The young man with the halo didn't flinch, provoking the muscular man. Ha ha ha. A little brat like you. Before he could finish his sentence, the muscular man activated all his equipment. Helmet, armor, boots, and gloves covered his muscular body. The blue mace grew larger, and golden spikes emerged. The muscular man swung the spiked mace with great force, aiming at the young man with the white halo. The young man with the halo didn't stay idle. The halo behind him expanded and quickly formed a transparent barrier in front of him. The spiked mace clashed with the transparent barrier, making a loud noise. The impact caused a strong gust of wind. Lein watched from a distance, unable to contain his surprise at the power of the two individuals. What on earth? Do they not know there's a guardian tower in our area? Lein thought to himself. In Lein's view, the transparent barrier shattered, unable to withstand the momentum of the golden spiked mace. A cracking sound was heard, and then the mace hit the young man with the white halo. The young man flew 20 meters and crashed into one of the building walls. Brother, why didn't the guardian tower activate? Does this city not have an automatic guardian tower? Nita asked curiously from the side. She also didn't expect the two individuals to take action in a crowded place within the city. Others didn't interfere with the fight, watching silently from the side. Once again, the players and Faithwoodens. They're like dogs and cats. Enjoy the show. Want to bet? Some discussions from the side reached Lein's ears. It seemed he gathered some important information. Players and Faithwoodens didn't seem to get along. The young man with the halo felt pain in his chest, but it didn't last long. His eyes currently glowed golden. The long swan feather in his hand floated in front of him, then lifted upwards. Feather quills appeared out of thin air. Feathers continued to emerge until there were more than 100, then 1,000. And they kept increasing. Ha ha ha. That player is going to lose this time. Damn, is the Faithwooden going serious? I'm worried the mayor will show up this time to settle the issue. Discussions from the side continued to provide new information for Lein and Nita. The young man with the halo swan feather filled the sky above him. The feathers then flew down towards the muscular man at high speed. Like a rain of arrows, the muscular man's body became the target. Flowing mace. A few words came out of the muscular man's mouth. The mace in his hand moved fluidly, and all the incoming feather arrows were casually deflected. Seeing that his feather attack was ineffective, the young man with the halo, who was 20 meters away, suddenly moved quickly and appeared behind the muscular man. The white halo above his head flew over the muscular man's head. A bright light enveloped the muscular man. Damn, this damned light prison again, the muscular man cursed. He wasn't worried. A clock as big as a ball came out of his bag. The clock's hand turned, and the number 5 appeared. From an outsider's perspective, the entire area within a 1-kilometer radius had currently stopped. Mayor's office. Sir, there's a fight between a player and a Faithwooden again. A female assistant reported to the middle-aged man behind a large desk. Again? The middle-aged man said lazily. Yes, sir. The player even used his time artifact. Tell Elder Zane to handle them. The middle-aged man seemed very reluctant to hear the report. He lazily delegated the matter to Elder Zane. Yes, sir. the woman said respectfully. She then broke a long talisman. Back to the fight in front of the war office. When the clock started, the surroundings time stopped. Some individuals with special abilities were not affected, like a human with snake eyes and a young man with a black sword at his waist. Lein and Nita were also unable to move. However, their thoughts were still active, watching the fight between the two individuals. The muscular man glanced at the young man with the white halo. A wide smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha, you're done this time." He then pointed the tip of his mace at the young man. The mace seemed to move, revealing sharp teeth at its end. Like a snake, the tip of the mace opened its mouth wide, more than a meter, and then devoured the young man with the white halo. The mace chewed briefly with its sharp teeth, then swallowed with great relish, its tongue licking its lips as if it had eaten the most delicious meal ever. Ha ha ha. The muscular man laughed loudly. He felt like he had won a historic battle. He then noticed the clock's hand had stopped, and the number on the clock showed 0. The large clock then disappeared into thin air. Time returned to normal, but the muscular man sensed something was amiss. Why aren't people cheering? He thought to himself, as he had suspected. When he looked back, the young man with the white halo stood there casually. Ha ha ha. Besides big muscles, what else do you have? The young man mocked. Without waiting long, the white halo floated back up into the sky. However, this time it was different. Like a sun shining brightly, the white halo formed a domain. Ha 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 ha. Let's see where your arrogance is now. The young man with the white halo's aura increased at a palpable rate. Even the mayor felt the chaos intensifying. Run. Get away. Crazy. That guy has awakened the seed of faith. Stay away if you don't want to get involved. Mr. Banglu, someone call Mr. Banglu. That player is finished. Panicked screams dispersed the onlookers who had been watching the fight from the sidelines. Who would have thought a brief encounter in front of the war office would spark such a big battle? Miss, do you want to keep watching? Not far from the corner, an old man who looked like a servant asked a young girl in white. Yes, I'm curious about y'all's new power, the girl said with interest. Her hair and eyes were white. Other than that, she looked like an ordinary girl on the city streets. The girl's gaze remained fixed on the young man with the white halo. At that moment, the young man with the white halo moved his swan feather quill, the tip of which was very sharp, exuding a pure white aura. The muscular man was a bit overwhelmed this time. His mace kept clashing with the swan feather quill. Damn. A few months ago, this guy hadn't even awakened his seed of faith. Hey, Petrie. If you stay idle, I'll kill you when we get back. The muscular man glared sharply at a young man with a bow on his back. Ha ha ha. Rod, you made a mistake and brought trouble to me? The man with the bow on his back replied. Despite his words, he still took the golden bow from his back. Petrie's equipment glowed, all in blue. Soon, the man with the bow ran, then soared high into the sky. He drew his bow and aimed it at the young man with the halo. What is it? You're asking for help from your lowly friend now? The young man with the halo mocked. A black arrow flew towards him. Feather quills appeared out of thin air, blocking the arrow. Damn, why do these people always have weird powers? The young man with the white halo said. The feather quills he summoned did not block the black arrow. It was like a hot knife meeting butter. Not staying idle, he moved and attacked the bowman with a rain of feather quills like before. This time, the rain of feathers was different. He received a strength buff from his halo domain. 2 players against 1 faithwooden. The fight continued, and people had already moved away by now. Everyone stop. An old man in a white robe appeared. He floated in the sky. A powerful oppressive aura filled the entire area. Even the young man's white halo domain was shattered. Their attacks all fell, inactive. Especially the 3 of them. The oppressive force was so strong that they lay hugging the ground like lizards. Sorry, Elder Zane, sorry. We were wrong. Forgive us, Elder Zane. The 3 of them struggled to apologize. Elder Zane ignored them. He just continued to stare at them. Then he added more pressure. Blood now flowed from the mouths of the 3. The sound of cracking bones was also heard. Elder Zane, forgive the chaos caused by young Master Yol. We will provide compensation. A woman in the group of the young man with the white halo spoke. Shut up. 2 words came from Elder Zane's mouth, his eyes still fixed on the 3 hugging the ground. their bodies soaked in blood. But, before the woman could finish her sentence, the same strong pressure pressed down on her like the three, now four people felt the pressure that made their hearts feel like they were being electrocuted. The power exerted by Elder Zain rendered them unable to think clearly anymore. Fear, regret, and the hope that someone would help filled their minds. Ha ha. Just because you have a little power. Seeking death in the war zone. They got what they deserved. Elder Zain is as strict as ever. Lein watched everything from start to finish. His heart pounded when Elder Zain first appeared. Status. Name, Zain Wafu. Race, Kui race. Power core, cultivator. Rank, nascent soul. Master. Master? Lein shouted in his heart. He then remembered the golden talisman he had received. The talisman could withstand a full attack from a master-level being? He had more than 100,000 of such talismans. Didn't that mean he had 100,000 life-saving tools? This certainly made Lein very happy. Their security level would significantly increase. But it also indicated that the middle-aged man with the time crown was very powerful. He could even issue protective talismans like that casually. I give you 3 seconds to call someone who can give me clarity. Elder Zain still stood calmly with his hands behind his back. As soon as Elder Zain said this, the pressure slightly decreased. Although their bodies were severely damaged, with broken bones and internal organs, they still mustered the remaining strength to send information to their organizations. Yes, sir. Yes, yes, Elder Zain. From afar, the girl with white hair was sitting at this moment. She somehow got a chair to sit on. Very interesting. And exciting. That idiot Yol, the girl said with irritation. Yes, miss, I hope Mr. Idris does not come. The old servant seemed worried about something if the mentioned Mr. Idris arrived. Not long after the terror caused by Master's Ain, 2 individuals with auras matching his appeared. The first was a woman with red hair, dressed in bright purple. Upon arrival, she ignored Master Zain and went straight to the muscular man to help him. A bottle materialized out of thin air, which he poured into the mouths of the muscular man and his friend, the bowman. Lein watched from afar with admiration in his heart. The woman before him was a player like him, her aura no less powerful than Master Zain's. Status. Name, Rika. Volume. Race, human race from planet Tidak. Power core, player. Level, Master. Pro. That woman is so strong. Even Nita, standing beside him, felt a sense of awe. What would it be like to have such power? After the red-haired woman appeared, another person cameo, a tall old man with long robes, neatly tied hair, and a well-groomed long moustache. He waved his hand casually, and holy light enveloped Yol, the young man with the white halo. All of Yol's injuries disappeared, and he could even open his eyes now. Since you have arrived, let's talk at the mayor's office. I must inform you that, due to the actions of your subordinates, the northern fortress has been destroyed. As soon as Master Zain said this, the eyes of the red-haired woman and the old man with the long moustache narrowed. The 3 of them then disappeared without further ado, and everything returned to normal. As if nothing had happened, everyone resumed their activities. Did you hear Master Zain's words? The northern fortress is destroyed. Yes. I'm worried it's only a matter of time before those beast tamers reach the main fortress. How could it be so easy? Let's take on a mission together. The discussion snapped Lein and Nita out of their reverie. They quickly headed into the war office. The war office was very spacious. In the middle, there were many counters with clerks behind them. On the sides, there were several boards where missions were posted. All sorts of beings with strange powers moved around, looking for members, discussing, and relaxing in the area to the left. Nita, over here, come on. They both headed to the board that seemed to be where the missions were listed. Feel free to browse. A female clerk guided everyone who came to take on a mission. Lein and Nita directed their attention to the board full of writing. They couldn't understand the writing, but at that moment, their system panels displayed information they could comprehend. Kui race missions, combat, patrol at Fortress Number 8 for 8 hours. 10 contribution points. Fight and enter the main battlefield for 5 hours, contribution points plus 70. Guard and defend at Fortress Number 3 for 10 hours, contribution points plus 50. Participate in the assault plan, contribution points plus 200. Kui race missions, achievement. Eliminate a Tier 1 Torval race member, Contribution points +1. Eliminate a Tier 2 Torval race member. Contribution points +10. Eliminate a Tier 3 Torval race member. Contribution points +100. Brother, which combat mission should we take? Nita found it difficult to make a choice because she had no idea about the current war situation. Let's take the mission to enter the battlefield with +70 contribution points, Lein replied. But brother, isn't that a bit excessive, entering the battlefield directly? Nita felt her brother was being a bit reckless this time. Don't worry, we can escape with the golden talisman, Lein insisted. Brother, we did the same thing before. Are you really confident in yourself? This time, for some reason, Nita disagreed with Lein's plan. Seeing Nita's disagreement, Lein was a bit confused. It was not like his sister to be like this. However, as someone who had experienced a painful defeat before, he decided to follow Nita's advice this time. Alright, Nita is smart. So where to next? Lein conceded and listened to Nita's plan. Nita smiled and then said, first, we need to explore the city of the Heaven News sect. With your talent, we will surely achieve satisfying results. Hearing Nita's explanation, Lein was enlightened. He felt his brain was very dull for being too focused on the system. Brother, remember, the system is not something luxurious like in novels. Everyone has it. It's just a way for us humans to process power. What we need to focus on now is taking advantage of all the opportunities as best as we can. Nita continued to explain, hoping her brother would not be too rigid and only focus on the system like a robotic clerk. Haha, my sister is indeed smart as usual. Forgive your slow brother. Lein was not upset by Nita's lecture. He was grateful and remembered back to their days on Earth. Only his sister was his friend in difficult times and always supported him. After discussing further, Lein chose the patrol mission with +10 contribution points. Immediately, the female clerk handed over a kind of bank card with all the mission information written on it. Excuse me, miss. Where can I exchange points? Lein asked the female clerk. Please go to the exchange section over there, sir. The woman pointed her hand to the center of the room. Indeed, several people looked very happy after coming out from the exchange desk. Thank you. Lein and Nita walked while observing the people passing by. The appearance of the players was typically marked by the main weapons they used. Most of them carried swords and magic staffs. It was also common to see players with shields on their backs. From their observation, Lein and Nita noticed that ordinary people without prominent equipment were cultivators. Essentially, cultivators were humans. In the war office, it was not uncommon to see people with human forms. They were the star beasts. Then there were those with the most distinctive aura and appearance, the Fate Wardens. The aura they emitted was very different from that of most people. After observing several times, Lein and Nita discovered that some Faith Wardens also had a dark aura, which was in stark contrast to the aura of the young man with the white halo from before. Lein and Nita looked at the list of exchangeable items on the scrolling screen. Contribution points exchange. Silver badge, 30,000 points. Teton sword, 17,000 points. Mountain armor, 13,000 points. Damage talisman, 2,000 points. Purple stone, 100 points. Folio flower, 100 points. Red defense tower, 19,000 points. There were thousands more items on the exchange list. It seems difficult to get a badge just by doing patrol missions, Lein said, pondering how to earn 30,000 contribution points. Come on, let's explore the city first, Nita urged from the side. Alright, let's go. They left the war office and started thinking about where to go. How could I forget a place full of items like this? Lein thought to himself. They were now at the largest treasure pavilion in the city of Heaven's News. The pavilion stood tall at the center of Heaven's News, boasting 10 floors. Many people were coming in and out of the pavilion. Most of them were Tier 1 and Tier 2 beings, with occasional Tier 3 individuals appearing with a haughty demeanor. Even though they were at the Golden Core stage, these cultivators could live comfortably in the city. Not only cultivators, but Faith Wardens, players, and star beasts also frequented the pavilion to shop for equipment. Occasionally, someone in human form would emit a powerful dragon aura, indicating a significant background in the cultivation world. When Lein and Nita entered the first floor, they saw numerous glass displays surrounding the area. The weapons hanging on the walls were equally luxurious and impressive. "Brother, have you seen that huge bull head?" Nita pointed at the bull helmet hanging on the wall. Hell bull helmet. Level 25. Attribute: Reese plus 120, STR plus 76. Breath of Courage. Increases stamina by 25%. Increases Reese attribute by 25% for 1 minute. "Yes." "A special equipment for Tier 2 rulers," Lein said as he walked towards one of the displays. Besides the helmet, there were many weapons of various shapes and attributes. Murder Staff. Level 35. Attribute: INT plus 371, Agi plus 296. Breath of Courage. Releases a massive energy explosion in a 25-meter radius, dealing an additional 200% of total INT damage. "Welcome to Pavilion. How may I assist you?" A male attendant greeted politely. "I would like to see the most expensive items in this pavilion," Lein asked directly. The attendant's expression changed slightly. He thought Lein was being a bit arrogant and ignored him. After all, how could you trust someone who hadn't even reached Tier 2 to make such a bold request? Seeing the attendant's silence, Lein felt confused. "Brother, they're not part of the system. They don't even know us," Nita whispered from the side. Sorry, I was just joking," Lein apologized sincerely. He then took out a bag full of 10 million energy crystals. The attendant frowned and checked the bag's contents. A wide smile soon appeared on his face. "Sorry, sir, I didn't recognize you earlier." Hastily apologizing, the attendant ran to the back to retrieve something. "Please have a look, sir," the attendant said, presenting a bag full of items. Small bag. Intercontinental ship, 14 million energy crystals. Advanced lightning tower, 8 million energy crystals. Fu King's sword plus 10, 2,500,000 energy crystals. Lein was interested in all the items except Fu King's sword. Even so, he bought everything, feeling there was a slight difference between system items and cultivator items. "What's the total?" Lein asked casually. Hearing Lein's words, the attendant almost fainted. Did he just catch a big fish? Even with a 1% commission, he would profit greatly. "Sorry, sir, I can't handle such a large transaction. I need to call Elder One," the attendant said, heading to the back to fetch someone. Soon, an old man in a white robe appeared. Status: Name: Wanlu. Race: Kui race. Power Core: Cultivator. Level: Demon. Someone above Master? Lein and Nita were shouting in their hearts. Their hearts were pounding. "Young friends, sorry to keep you waiting." Elder One was very friendly, not emitting the slightest pressure. "Ha ha ha. It's no problem, Elder One." Lein could only laugh nervously. "No need to worry. I'm just doing some routine checks," Elder One said, scanning Lein's entire body with his gaze. Lein felt completely defenseless under Elder One's examination, standing still as if being searched without clothes. "Good, you may proceed with the transaction at the pavilion." Lein felt relieved hearing Elder One's words. He worried his talent might be discovered, not about the system's existence. "Then, I'll leave it to you, Elder One." Lein handed over a bag containing 67 million energy crystals to Elder One. In return, Elder One gave him a bag with 7 items. "Ha ha ha, young Master Lein is very straightforward," Elder One laughed. Having checked the bag's contents and found the value matched the agreement. "May I ask if young Master Lein is interested in another deal?" Lein hadn't expected Elder One to offer another deal. He was a bit cautious but nodded in agreement. "Well, what do you think, young friend? Are you interested?" Elder One took out a round object with strange writing and a portal image inside. "Multi-space portal, forms a dimensional path between spaces. Maximum distance, 10 spaces. 1 space equals 1,000 trillion km. Lein's eyes widened at the item before him. 1 trillion km? Lein thought to himself. 10 spaces mean approximately 10 trillion kilometers. Isn't this distance almost the same as the diameter of the Milky Way galaxy? What kind of existence is capable of creating a device with such a vast teleportation range? "What do you think?" Elder One asked, seeing Lein's interest. How many energy crystals are needed to exchange for it, Elder One? A small smile appeared on Elder One's face. This portal cannot be exchanged for energy crystals. It requires 5 blessing potions. Elder One continued to smile warmly, waiting patiently. In contrast to Elder One's calm demeanor, Lein's heart was pounding. Nita was no exception. Brother. Nita tugged on Lein's sleeve, very worried. Lein still couldn't accept how Elder One knew about his potions. He was also surprised that the blessing potions were so valuable. Alright, but I don't have 5 right now. I only have 3 potions. Lein tried to gamble. He felt Elder One didn't know exactly how many blessing potions he had. But somehow, Elder One could smell the potions scent on his body. 3 is fine. You can give the other 2 later, Elder One said calmly. Additionally, I also want the silver badge. Lein found Elder One easy to talk to. Since Elder One said they were making a deal, Lein tried to negotiate. Sure enough, Elder One took out a silver badge. Ha ha ha. Of course, I almost forgot that you are a player. Take it. This item isn't very valuable to us cultivators. 2 silver badges appeared in Lein's hands. Silver badge, a warrior's medal of bravery. Having passed the trials of Gaiyun. Lein didn't understand what Gaiyun was or how difficult it was to obtain it. So, he quickly put it in his bag. At the same time, he also took out the 3 blessing potions he had promised earlier. As he took out the 3 blessing potions, Elder One made a strange gesture. His hand formed a particular pattern, and then their surroundings changed. They were now in a completely different dimension. Ha ha ha. Young Master, very good. Very good. Elder One glanced at the 3 potion bottles for a few seconds. He then opened them and inhaled the blessing aroma deeply. The last ingredient. Even if it's just 3. Elder One sighed deeply. Young Master, when will you provide the remaining 2? Lein felt the old man in front of him really needed the blessing potions. But he truly couldn't take out more potions. He was worried about arousing others' suspicions. Elder One noticed the difficulty on Lein's face. Suddenly, Lein's eyes widened this time. Elder One's hidden mission. Name, Wanlu. Rank, S. Description, provide Elder One with 2 blessing potions. Reward, 1 million contribution points. Damn. What kind of item am I holding that it has such a high value? Lein screamed in his heart. He glanced at his sister Nita beside him. Did you see that? Lein asked. Nita didn't understand what her brother was asking. She raised her eyebrows as if asking Lein to explain further. Alright. I will provide the remaining 2 potions in 25 days. Lein had done the calculations in his head. He neither refused nor gave them too quickly. Successfully accepted mission. Elder One's hidden mission. Deadline 25 days. Agreed. Elder One smiled broadly. He then released the isolation barrier around them. Lein saw their surroundings filled with equipment displays. Once again they had returned. Young Master, it was a pleasure doing business with you. Before we part, please accept this platinum token from the pavilion. Elder One took out a transparent token. It was shaped like a royal shield but in a small size, about the size of an adult's palm. Without waiting any longer, Elder One disappeared from Lein's sight. The pavilion token, platinum. A token only held by a few lucky rulers and highly respected by the pavilion. This token can be used wherever a 2 pavilion stands. Owner, Lein. Validity, forever. Benefits, prioritized customer at the pavilion and highest privileges. Nice item. What happens if I duplicate it? Lein glanced at the transparent token in his hand, amazed by the token he held. They had not been in Guandu for a day, yet they had already become platinum-level customers at one of the largest pavilions. Brother, why did Elder One act like that? Nita was still confused about how someone with power above a master negotiated with them as if they were equals. I don't know either. Let's just consider ourselves lucky this time. Lein didn't think further. He really didn't know why Elder One didn't rob or force them. Whatever the case, it was good for them. They then left the pavilion and intended to try promoting to Tier 2. An old man appeared on a floating island high above the sky. The island was beautiful, with all kinds of natural beauty visible. Waterfalls, forests filled with lush trees, clear rivers with smooth stones, and all kinds of star creatures enjoying life on the island. However, on the entire island, there was only one white palace in the middle. White swans filled the courtyard. Long stairs, and magnificent statues adorned the steps. Currently, someone was walking through those long stairs with determined steps. After a few minutes, he reached the palace door and stood still. He just stood there without a sound, without movement, firmly waiting for something. A moment passed, and finally, a voice was heard from inside the palace. "Elder One, what important news brings you here?" The voice from inside the palace contained a magical power, soft yet reaching Elder One's ears clearly. "Lord Pavilion, I found the last item you requested." Hearing Elder One's words, a young man suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man was bare-chested. His pants looked like a skirt trailing to the glass floor of the palace. The thin pants gave a soft, relaxed, and smooth feeling to those who saw them. The blessing potion floated in front of the man. Then he asked, "Where did you get it?" Elder One explained everything he went through to obtain the blessing potions. He dared not hide anything, even explaining Lein's situation without adding or subtracting anything. "Very good. By the way, give this item to the little guy when he provides the other 2 potions. And also, do not cause him any trouble." The old man took something out of thin air, then disappeared in an instant. Elder One looked at the item left by the young man. "It seems I won a big bet this time." Elder One smiled slightly. He then turned and walked down the stairs. Leaving the pavilion, Lein and Nita explored several other places around the City of Heavenly News. They visited crowded places such as restaurants, hotels, entertainment venues, martial arts dojos, and schools. Naturally, all the buildings and their atmospheres were very different from the social norms of Earth. For example, on Earth, they still used motorcycles with several wheels. However, in the world of cultivators, they preferred to use animal-powered carriages. Additionally, most flying objects like airships and flying beasts were quite expensive. So, it was not surprising to see several pushcarts around. "Brother, how about we proceed to Tier 2 next?" Nita was already quite tired from walking around the city, so she felt it was time to proceed. "Yeah, let's rent a place for now," replied Lein. They soon went to one of the inns in the city center. They saw a 10-story inn and made a reservation for 1 week, spending 1,500 energy crystals. "Hotel room, 7th floor." "Brother, can you duplicate the silver badge?" Inside the hotel room, Nita asked with high curiosity. "Yeah. Wait a moment." Lein then opened his status panel, and the cooldown for his infinity duplicate talent was over. "Duplicate, silver badge, x 10,000. Are you sure?" "Yes." As usual, there was no hindrance. With a short burst of white light, 10,000 silver badges soon filled the storage space within his ring. "Yes." Lein and Nita were no longer using system bags. The high-level bag they previously used could only hold 1,000 item slots, with each slot holding 100 stacks. But when they visited the pavilion earlier, they bought a space ring with 100 cubic meters of storage for 10 million energy crystals. "Ha ha ha, it never disappoints," Lein said, looking at all the silver badges in the storage space and taking a deep breath. "All right. 50% of our goal has been achieved," Lein said casually. Their goal this time was to find a silver badge to proceed. But this time, not only did they get the silver badge, they also obtained many high-quality items. Lein felt that he needed to explore higher realms to quickly gain the strongest power. With his duplication talent, he could copy any item owned by powerful people. He even thought of duplicating the items used to create systems if possible. Lein didn't wait any longer and opened the promotion panel. "Proceed to Tier 2, consuming items, silver badge, 100,000 energy crystals, level 20 monster heart, commander rank." "Are you sure?" "Yes." Lein agreed casually. He suddenly felt a power entering his body. He could feel his blood flowing through every vein inside him. It wasn't painful but felt very strange, like a worm entering his body and moving freely. That strange feeling didn't last long, soon replaced by a comfortable feeling. His body felt full of power. "The ruler has successfully promoted to Tier 2. Sub-skills have been unlocked. Please fill them wisely." Lein was curious about his status increase, so he opened the status panel. Status: Name, Lein. Level, 20, 1%. Attributes: STR 1732, AGA 1580, INT 1338, Res 1691. Class, Swordsman, Holy Human, 90% exp. Skills, Divine/Shadow, Sky Shattering/Area of Light. Sub-skill, Dash. Equipment, Divine Sword +10, Two-Step Shoes +10, Night Splitting Cloak +10, Fierce Fighting Gloves +10, Durable Helmet +10. Talent, Infinity Duplicate SSS. Features, Market, Chat, Friends. Sub-skills. Lein said, confused. Do cultivator skill books also count as sub-skills? He had actually seen some skill books when he went to the pavilion, but there were no features other than general information. Yes, brother, maybe we should try buying some skill books and trying them out. Nita also thought the same. Yeah, besides, we're not in a hurry. Come on. You should also proceed to Tier 2. Okay, brother. Nita did the same, agreeing to the system prompt. Soon, Nita held Lein's hand, startled. Brother, Nita said, looking at Lein worriedly. Calm down, don't panic. Brother felt the same earlier. Nita seemed comforted and calmed down again. The promotion effect didn't last long. Nita looked at Lein and nodded. She then explained all her attribute status to Lein. Status: name, cute cat. Level, 20, 3%. Attributes: STR 1684, AGA 1613, INT 1377, Res 1562. Class, Archer, Nature Elf, 60% exp. Skills, Arrow Explosion, Nature Archery Dance, Sun Core Arrow. Sub-skill, Dash. Equipment, Light Moon Bow +10, Puff Movement Shoes +10, Cloud Dancer Robe +10, Shooter's Gloves +10, Core Helmet +10. Lein and Nita both gained an additional 500 points in each attribute. All their equipment had also been replaced with the best available items, each upgraded to +10. Forging was very difficult, requiring someone with a forging talent for a high success rate and many resources. Not only energy crystals, but rare-colored stones were also needed. All of that only applied to others. Lein didn't even employ someone with a forging talent to upgrade his and Nita's equipment to +10. He did it himself with a very low success rate, spending many times the usual resources. Brother, look, the event ranking has changed. Hearing Nita's words, Lein opened the event ranking board. Event ranking: 1. Raiden Tutu, 3600. 2. William Anderson, 1450. 3. Rick Armour, 1250. 4. Baichi, 750. 8. Laras, 430. Sister Laras? Lein asked, surprised. But after thinking about it, it made sense. He felt Laras had a special talent for combat. It seems we're falling behind again, Lein said, making a sad pose. Pack. A punch landed directly on Lein's stomach. The punch wasn't strong, but it made Lein surprised and slightly embarrassed. What's wrong, Nita? Lein still looked confused, not knowing what was happening. Arrogant. Don't complain if you're not on the ranking again. Nita turned away. Ha ha ha. All right, sorry, brother was just joking. Let's find suitable skill books for us. Nita still looked indifferent, but she walked towards the door. Lein raised his hand as if asking, what did I do wrong? Without thinking any longer, he followed her out to pavilion, 5th floor. Unlike before, when they were served by a regular attendant who hadn't even reached foundation cultivation, this time Lein and Nita were attended by an elder at the nascent soul level. The elder before them was the branch head of the pavilion in Heaven News City. Both of them were currently examining hundreds of books laid out before them. Each book contained skills that could be used to fill the sub-skill slots on their status panel. After reaching Tier 2, each skill book now displayed more detailed information. Brother, this one looks good, doesn't it? Nita handed Lein a thin, brown book for him to inspect. Fatal Shot, attack the enemy's weak point, dealing additional damage. Level, 1, 0 10,000. Base damage, 1200. Rarity, rare. Cooldown, 1 minute. Requirement, level 20, Archer. Yes, it's quite good for sneak attacks. But don't focus solely on attack skills. Pay attention to speed and defense skills as well. Lein advised. "Alright, brother. Excuse me, Mr. Su, how much is this book?" Nita asked the branch head, whose name was Sugo. "A rare level book is 1 million energy crystals, an elite level book is 250,000 crystals, and a common level book is 50,000 energy crystals," Sugo replied. Nita nodded and then learned the skill, Fatal Shot. Learning skill, Fatal Shot. "Are you sure?" "Yes." There was no unusual effect. The skill book simply disappeared into thin air after being used. The skill name, Fatal Shot, also appeared on Nita's status panel. "Amazing." "But brother, how do we level up the skills?" Lein was also puzzled by Nita's question. Suddenly, the branch head in front of them spoke up. "Mr. Lein, Princess Nita, you can level up skills using skill stones." The branch head pulled out a cube-shaped black stone. Insight Stone contains universal insights and can be absorbed. Insight points, 100. Insight level, low. Type, universal. The branch head then explained how to obtain insight stones and their effects. Insight stones are obtained by killing certain creatures, whether monsters or beings with power cores. Most insight stones are untradable, meaning they cannot be used by others. However, universal type insight stones can also appear, though they are very rare. Due to their rarity, their prices are extremely high. The price of a low-level universal insight stone is 10 high-level energy crystals. "High-level energy crystals?" Lein asked, confused. "Yes, Mr. Lein. One low-level energy crystal is equivalent to 1,000 medium-level energy crystals. And one medium-level energy crystal is equivalent to 1,000 high-level energy crystals," the branch head explained in detail. He also mentioned that this is just a general conversion rate, and in reality, no one would exchange one medium crystal for 1,000 low-level crystals. Essentially, crystals have certain purity levels at each tier. While the conversion is generally 1 to 1,000 based on quantity, it does not reflect the quality. "Alright. Can I exchange for high-level energy crystals?" Lein asked. "Of course, since you are our platinum customer, Mr. Lein. However, please note that the exchange is limited to 100,000 high-level crystals." The branch head explained the last part nervously, fearing he might offend the platinum customer before him. "Ha ha ha, of course not. I just want to exchange for 10 high-level crystals and 100 medium-level crystals." Lein pulled out a bag containing 11 million energy crystals. "The rest is for you." Lein deliberately overpaid by 400,000 pure crystals out of pride. He thought of being extravagant this time. Seeing the extra crystals, the branch head was surprised and stood still for a moment. But he tried to act as normal as possible. "Thank you, Mr. Lein." For the branch head, as someone at the nascent soul level, 1,000,000 crystals might not mean much. But earning 1,000,000 crystals in a single transaction still made him somewhat pleased. It was very rare for someone to tip that much in a single transaction. Lein didn't really care about how many high-level crystals he bought. As long as he had one high-level crystal, he could obtain 10,000 more within the next hour when the cooldown of the Infinity Duplicate talent was finished. And if he duplicated one high crystal 10 times a day for 10 days, he would get 1 million high-level crystals, 10 times more than the maximum amount he could exchange at the pavilion. Lein continued to look for skill books suitable for the swordsman class. Quickly slashes twice, dealing double damage if it hits the same target. Level 1, 0 10,000. Base damage, 2,700. Rarity, rare. Cooldown, 2.5 minutes. Requirement, level 20, swordsman. Sword aura, activates a sword aura for 1 minute, increasing damage and attack speed by 20%. Level 1, 0 10,000. Base damage, 1,000. Rarity, rare. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Requirement, level 20, swordsman. Not limited to the swordsman class, he also bought as many rare-level books as he could. With this many skill books, he was confident they would greatly aid the development of the people on his island. Moreover, it could potentially help some individuals with low-level core crystals to acquire more powerful primary skills. Light barrier, forms a transparent barrier for 5 seconds, reducing incoming damage by 10%. Level 1, 0 10,000. Base defense, 5400. Rarity, rare. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Requirement, level 20, universal. Fast jump, quickly performs a high and far jump within a 100-meter radius of the user. Level 1, 0 10,000. Base speed, 1500. Rarity, rare. Cooldown, 1 minute. Requirement, level 20, universal. They spent 20 minutes selecting 10 sub-skills to use and also bought dozens of other books to duplicate. The branch head handed them a bag containing dozens of skill books, while Lein handed over a small bag containing 128 million energy crystals. "Thank you, Mr. Lein. Don't hesitate to come back anytime," the branch head said with a warm smile. "No problem, Mr. Su. We will come again," Lein replied. Lein and Nita then left the pavilion and tried to complete the patrol mission they had taken earlier. A massive airship, 1,000 meters long and 100 meters wide, floated peacefully in the sky. The ship was black, adorned with large cannons along its walls, and protected by a transparent shield that enveloped the entire vessel. On board this warship were many individuals, teleporters who had arrived in the Grandu realm to assist the Kui race in their battle against the Torval race. Lein and Nita were among them. "Brother, how much longer do you think it will be until we arrive?" Nita asked as she continued to eat the curly noodles in front of her. They were sitting in one of the ship's restaurants, which was as luxurious as those found on major islands. "Maybe about an hour more." "We don't need to rush," Lein replied calmly, taking a bite of spicy crab. Since moving to the Divine Sky Realm, Lein had developed a strong liking for seafood. Suddenly, Lein paused his eating when someone approached their table. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" asked a young man standing beside the table with a girl. They seemed to be a couple. Their status appeared in Lein's view. Status: name, Grey Soul. Race, Sky Elf. Power Core, Faith Wooden. Level, Blessed Initiate. Status: name, Lein. Race, Sky Elf. Power Core, Faith Wooden. Level, Blessed Initiate. A Tier 2 Faith Wooden? Lein thought, slightly surprised by the young couple before him. "Yes, it's free," Lein answered casually. There were 2 empty seats at their table, so Lein didn't mind if someone else took them. The restaurant was nearly full, so it was natural for others to look for a place to sit. "Thank you. Sorry for the intrusion," Gray said as he sat in one of the empty chairs. There was no arrogance in his tone. Instead, he seemed quite humble. "I'm Gray, and this is my friend Lein." Gray introduced himself. Lein and Nita initially had a low opinion of Faith Woodens due to the tense relationship between Faith Woodens and players. However, the humble demeanor of this couple slightly altered their perception. The couple then sat down and ordered their food, making the atmosphere a bit warmer and friendlier. During the journey, Lein and Nita engaged in deep conversation with Gray and Lein, getting to know each other better. "Where are you from?" Lein asked with curiosity. "We're from the Nitrialam realm," Gray replied. "There, the Faith Woodens are the dominant sovereign." Lein listened attentively, intrigued by a realm he had never heard of before. "So, what brings you to the Grandu realm?" Nita asked, trying to understand the couple's purpose. "We want to enhance our combat experience and seek new opportunities," Lein answered enthusiastically. "The Grandu realm is a place full of challenges and opportunities." As the conversation progressed, Lein began to understand more about the Faith Woodens. Their power stemmed from the influence they spread. The more beings that believed in and worshipped them, the faster their power grew. A strong Faith Wooden can possess incredible power based on the faith of their followers, Gray explained. It's not uncommon for some to achieve immortality in the minds of their followers. Lein and Nita felt the holy aura emanating from the couple. If they hadn't already had their system and were at a lower level, they might have become followers of this pair. "Our realm is the Divine Sky, and the main power core there is the player." Lein shared information about their origin. Players develop very quickly. Some have reached the master level in just 1 year. Gray and Lein were surprised to hear Lein's story. Of course, Lein lied and didn't want to reveal the real situation in the Divine Realm. He didn't want to invite trouble to the Divine Realm. "Amazing. Are there really people with such power?" Gray said in awe. "Yes, indeed, brother," Lein added. "My father once told me that players have extraordinary potential. The conversation continued throughout the journey. Lein and Nita felt increasingly close to Gray and Lein. They found new friends in their first adventure into the outside world. The massive airship sailed for 1 hour and 20 minutes before finally reaching a very large island. The ship landed at one of the airship ports on the edge of the island. The passengers disembarked in an orderly manner. From the surrounding chatter, Lein learned that they were now at Fortress Island number 13, a fortress quite far from the front lines. According to their plan, they would only be conducting a patrol mission to check the situation. Brother Gray, are you also on a patrol mission? Lein asked Gray. Yes, Brother Lein. We don't dare go straight to the front lines on our first outing for experience, Gray explained. Alright, how about we patrol together? Lein suggested. Good idea, more people means more safety, Gray agreed, and Lein beside him nodded in agreement. The four of them didn't wait any longer and headed to the temporary combat post not far from the port. The Fortress Island, true to its name, had only a few tent posts as resting places and some simple temporary houses. Team number 17, please patrol the area marked on this map. You can use ship number 76, the post officer handed a map to Lein and the others. Thank you, Lein said, taking the map and then leaving the post with the others. They headed to the warship port. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the port. It was bustling, with many people also looking for their ships. The ship they would be using was large enough to accommodate 100 people. Let's go, Lein called out, waving to the others as he walked towards the ship. The enormous island stretched endlessly. From a distance, colorful lights illuminated almost every second. Loud explosions and thunderous roars were heard, accompanied by the constant roars of dragons and howls of lions. Two groups were fiercely fighting, trying to annihilate each other. Near the mountains, two groups clashed fiercely. One group was led by an old man with a black book floating in front of him. The other group was led by a woman with long silver hair. Ha ha ha, just a lowly player. Still tier 2, yet already entering the main battlefield, the silver-haired woman mocked from a distance. Why do you talk so much? Show me the power of the beast masters. The old man with the black book replied calmly. There was no fear in his eyes, only a fighting spirit and a desire to showcase his power. Yes, the old man was Old Man Heikel, a core member of the World Trade Alliance. Lein had sent them each a silver badge for promotion a while ago. Mr. Heikel, you seem more energetic after getting promoted, said a man with a large hammer from the side. Ha ha ha. Of course. When else can you feel such power at my age? Old Man Heikel laughed heartily. But suddenly, his pupils shrank. A large claw appeared in his vision with terrifying power. A silent attacker? Whispered Old Man Heikel. His body was suddenly engulfed in black flames. No, more accurately, his body turned into black flames. The red bear claw struck empty air. Old Man Heikel reappeared a considerable distance away. Seems like bear meat is good for bone health. How about I roast some? Old Man Heikel said casually. The silver-haired woman was shocked but quickly resumed attacking with her beasts, not giving him time to cast his spells. Troublesome, muttered Old Man Heikel. He quickly chanted some spells, and the surrounding environment turned pitch black. Retreat. Move back within a 1-kilometer radius, Old Man Heikel ordered the others. The silver-haired woman couldn't see anything but didn't panic. She raised her right hand, and a hologram of a bat monster appeared. A large bat with a wingspan of 10 meters appeared. The woman jumped onto it and also summoned an owl-shaped monster. She wasn't foolish enough to summon beasts that had no advantage. In the dark night. Troublesome, said Old Man Heikel, seeing the numerous monsters the woman summoned. His body turned into flames again and swiftly moved towards the silver-haired woman. Black flames spread in all directions, filling the area where the woman was. Their battle continued with no one knowing who would win. Meanwhile, Laraz's team was in a very different situation. A large cross, 100 meters tall, stood upright on the ground, emitting an aura of light that enveloped the area within a 1-kilometer radius. Whenever a team member was severely injured, their wounds quickly healed. A woman with 2 orbs of light in her hands became the center of attention. A 20-meter-tall elephant was constantly being attacked by the woman with her light orbs. Yes, the woman was Laraz. She became the star of the battle in that area. Look, Since when did our fortress number 41 get assistance from the center? Didn't they say there would be no help for 3 hours? Said a faith wooden soldier. Yeah, I also heard they are players, responded another soldier, even though they are usually very annoying, remember. We are at war with the Kref race right now. The faith wooden soldier's conversation was audible around. Initially, they thought Laris was a faith wooden because of her cross-weapon and terrifying light powers. But when their lives were at stake, they suppressed their dislike. Sister Laris is very strong, said Dion from a distance, admiring Laris's new power, now at tier 2. Yes, if you think about it, isn't the alliance leader even scarier? Said old man Takulani from the side. Hearing that, Dion swallowed hard. How did the alliance leader get so many silver badges, even before one day after the event appeared? He wondered. If Lein bought using contribution points, he would be the #1 player on the leaderboard. But in reality, Lein wasn't even in the top 20. Filled with strong curiosity, Dion could only wait and continue fighting the enemies that came. A ship pierced through small clouds in the void. On the ship, 4 people were casually discussing. They were Lein, Nita, and the couple Gray and Elaine. They had been flying for 4 hours without finding any Torvu race enemies. With nothing else to do, they could only chat and play some games. Lein and Gray were currently playing chess with 144 squares, similar to chess on Earth, but with more pieces. Meanwhile, Nita and Elaine sat at the front of the ship, chatting warmly. You know, I was never allowed to go far without my father's supervision every day, Elaine said with a sad tone. Even to play with my peers, I always had to be accompanied by a guard. Elaine was the only child of a mayor. As an only child and a girl, she received very high and classy care. However, behind that care, her childhood freedom was very limited. Not a day without supervision. She only had time to herself when she slept. Nita felt moved hearing this. She remembered the difficult times living with her brother Lein. Hearing Elaine's story, Nita felt even more grateful for her life. They continued their light conversation, while Lein and Gray continued playing chess. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of a magic projectile speeding through the void, surrounded by small lightning bolts. Gray, who was previously relaxed, stood up quickly, staring in the direction the projectile came from. Sorry, Mr. Lein, wait for my turn for a moment, Gray said seriously. He approached the ship and stood still. The projectile arrived at high speed and nearly hit their ship. But Gray was ready with his hands raised, creating a 10-meter high portal. Silence. It was as if nothing happened. Lein and Nita watched in amazement. Teleportation power? Lein thought to himself. Amazing. Brother Gray is very strong, praised Nita. Gray just smiled thinly hearing the praise. He knew that Lein and Nita's strength was not inferior to his. In the distance, a man with a face full of beast tattoos cursed angrily. Damn. Our hideout is exposed, he said. The man had been hiding in the area for 3 months, but finally, his hideout was exposed due to his own failure. Let's attack those bastards, he ordered 9 other ship captains. The long idle ship engines roared back to life. The ships started moving, slowly heading towards where Lein and the others were. Prepare. They will arrive in 3 minutes, Elaine warned. Why should we wait? We also need to prepare, said Lein while taking out several large objects from his bag. The items he took out were large black cannons, 1 meter long, with golden-coated muzzles. What are those, brother Lein? Asked Gray curiously. Nothing, just some small toys, Lein replied with a smile. Seeing Lein didn't intend to explain further, Gray turned to Nita hoping for an explanation. Those are cannons usually used for island defense, brother Gray, Nita explained briefly. I know, but how do you have so many? Gray was surprised to see more than 20 cannons had been taken out. He knew those cannons were very expensive, not to mention the operational costs that required a large amount of energy crystals. However, he suppressed his curiosity and helped Lein set up the golden cannons. Nita and Elaine also helped mount the cannons on the ship's walls. The atmosphere turned tense, everyone preparing for the upcoming battle. In his heart, Gray felt both admiration and a bit of worry. This battle would be a test for all of them. A fleet of ships of varying sizes appeared from a distance. On top of these ships, a white flag with a dragon's head fluttered arrogantly. Captain, there are only 4 of them, each with Tier 2 strength, reported a female officer in a firm tone. 2 players and 2 Faithwoodens. Their ships are non-combat, equipped with 20 high-level cannons and around 100,000 points of defense. The captain, a disheveled man with messy curly hair, stared sharply at the Lein's ship in the distance. His eyes radiated a cold light. Good. These little bastards dared to expose our hideout with such a small force. The captain grinned fiercely, skillfully playing with a small knife in his fingers. The knife suddenly struck the table in front of him. Load all the fire cannons, battle lasers, and thunder bombs. Don't leave a single scrap. The captain shouted, his voice loud and full of anger, startling the female officer. Yes, sir, she replied, trembling. On the Lein's ship. Damn. There are 10 of them, Gray muttered, surprised to see 10 ships in the distance. The smallest ship was 100 meters long, while the flagship in the middle was 500 meters long. Lein felt troubled. 10 ships with the smallest being 100 meters? He sighed deeply as he looked at the cannon in front of him. Lein checked the cannon data. Fire cannon. Type, ship defense weapon. Power, 3000. Firing speed, every 1 minute. Range, 10 kilometers. Defense, 15,000. Energy consumption, 300 energy crystals. It seems I have to use that weapon, Lein thought hard. Lein pulled out an altar with a sharp triangle standing on it. At the tip of the triangle, there was a transparent round ball. Sky punishment mortar. Type, ship defense weapon. Power, 50,000. Firing speed, 5 shots, 1 minute cooldown. Firing range, 100 kilometers. Defense, 100,000. Energy consumption, 10,000 energy crystals. What? Sky mortar? Elaine exclaimed from beside him. She had seen this weapon when she followed her father to an Imperial event, where their ship was suddenly attacked, and the destructive mortar saved them. 10,000 energy crystals. True to its name, Lein chuckled. This sky mortar was one of the items from the pavilion. Besides high-level ships, this pavilion also provided special ship defense weapons. Sky punishment mortar. Duplicate 10,000 times? Confirm? Yes, Lein answered firmly. Immediately, 10,000 mortars appeared in his storage ring. He began to pull them out one by one until 5 mortars stood firmly. Brother Lein, you hide too well, Elaine and Gray said almost simultaneously, surprised. It's nothing, Brother Gray. Come, help me set up these mortars quickly, said Lein while installing mortars in several empty areas of the ship. The installation required attention, like large nails on each side, taking time if done alone. They didn't have time to remove the previous fire cannons, so they set up the mortars wherever they could. In less than a minute, 5 mortars were installed. Let's destroy that beast, Master, Lein said, handing a bag of energy crystals to Elaine and Gray. The mortars began consuming the energy crystals, the transparent balls at their tips lighting up, the light growing brighter. Meanwhile, on the enemy ship. Weird, how is it? Are the weapons loaded? The captain asked his female officer. Still in process, sir. 1 minute and 12 seconds more, she answered timidly. Why so long? I told you all weapons should always be loaded. The captain gritted his teeth in frustration. Their current distance was about 34 kilometers from the Lein's ship. How about we attack directly, sir? There might be valuable items on them? One of the subordinates suggested. That's true, the captain pondered. He initially wanted to destroy the Lein's ship out of anger, but his subordinate's suggestion made sense. You're right. Besides, our position will be easily tracked if we use the ship's attack. Everyone, increase to maximum speed. Hijack that ship, the captain ordered. However, they froze witnessing a massive energy surge from the Lein's ship. No! Destruction mortar! They screamed in panic, but it was too late. The light had already shot out, striking them instantly. Explosion! Boom! Bam! Boom! 5 massive explosions shook, followed by 5 simultaneous explosions. The blasts were so powerful that they shook the glass walls of the Lein's ship. A mushroom cloud 100 meters high formed. Guild, Lapertu, Beast Bonding, X plus 2,700 points, plus 1 contribution. Guild, True, Spirit Link, X plus 12,500 points, plus 10 contribution. Guild, Ramuan Ritu, Spirit Link, X plus 11,700, plus 10 contribution. Guild, Gazer, Alpha Command, X plus 123,900, plus 1,000 contribution. Kill notifications flooded in. Most were beast bonding, Tier 1 soldiers of a beast master, then Tier 2 Spirit Link, and some Alpha Command with over 100,000 exp. Alpha Command was Tier 3 Beast Master. Congratulations, ruler level increased. Level 21, attribute points plus 250. Guild, Kalmu, Tier 2, X plus 13,100, plus 10 contribution. Besides Beast Masters, Lein also saw notifications providing information about player kills. Lein guessed the Beast Masters were also assisted by players from other realms. Lein estimated that each ship had at least 50 people. With a total of 10 ships, that meant over 500 people. For someone with Tier 2 strength, this was a nightmare. But for Lein, they were all exp points. A few seconds later, the exp notifications stopped. Brother, look, some are still alive, Nita's voice sounded. Gray and Elaine also saw it. A white griffin flew in the void, its size more than 50 meters. Other beasts like a red bat and a fish with 8 wings were also visible. Damn, true enough. You almost made me die. Damn it, the captain muttered, breathing heavily. If he had been late summoning his protective turtle star, he would have turned to ash. The captain then directed his beasts toward Lein. He couldn't wait to tear apart the person who had made him so miserable. Now the griffin flew very fast, followed by 5 other stars. In line with the level of the beast master who summoned them, these wild beasts were very large and strong. Danger, brother Lein, that's a Tier 3 creature, Gray said, trembling. Lein watched the 6 beasts coming from a distance at very high speed. Brother Gray, thank you. But you need to leave now, Lein said seriously. The person in front of him was a Tier 3 Beast Master. Status: Name, Voiral. Race, Torval race. Power Core, Beast Master. Rank, Alpha Command. But Brother Lein Gray felt very troubled. Not because he didn't want to help, but the presence of Tier 3 creatures was indeed very terrifying. Sorry Brother Lein. Why don't we leave together? Elaine suggested. We have our own way. Besides, that person surely won't just watch and let us go without effort, Lein replied. Gray and Elaine didn't wait any longer. They saw a great flame spew from the griffin's mouth. Immediately they took out a portal and entered together with Elaine. Meanwhile, Nita and Lein took out island cores from their storage rings. Immediately, a 500-meter island appeared. A large fire burst forth and destroyed the 100-meter ship where Lein previously stayed. Now, they were on the island with a teleportation talisman. Voiral saw the vast island emerge and a sinister smile spread across his face. Very well, you indeed have many tricks up your sleeve. Soon, all of that will be mine. He was unafraid and flew toward Lein's island. The 500-meter island that Lein had brought out wasn't really 500 meters. It was just an island core where rulers appeared initially. However, he had tens of thousands of island blocks and quickly combined them with the island core. Thus, the island he stood on was a flat, empty land with nothing on it. Nita, get ready. Don't waste the golden defense talisman and the teleportation talisman, Lein said, glancing at Nita beside him. Yes, brother. Nita was excited. All the equipment on her body glowed blue. A long green cloak, thin red gloves, and light lace-up shoes. All this gear enhanced Nita's natural beauty. Lein could only admire his sister's beauty. Of course, the pride he felt was the pride of having successfully protected, cared for, and watched over her all this time. Brother, stop staring at me. Nita felt her brother's gaze from the side. Ha ha ha. All right. Don't let your guard down. Lein chuckled and then activated all the equipment on his body as well. White steel armor, shiny silver boots, and a long golden sword. All this equipment boosted Lein's strength to the maximum. Voiral had now landed on the island. Immediately, he summoned dozens of other beasts. Previously, he had only called flying creatures. A giant gorilla, a fire wolf, a 100-meter-long python, and many other beasts appeared. You will die today. Ha ha ha. Armored gorilla. Attribute, 2400 STR. 1800 INT, 2180 agate. 2370 Res. Skills: Strong Punch, Earthquake Leap, Rampage. DOS Land Python. Attribute: 2215 STR, 1792 INT, 1764 Agate. 1966 Res. Skills: Peaceful Constriction, Tail Strike, Sticky Slime. Fire Main Lion. Attribute: 2484 STR, 2172 INT, 2004 Agate. 1688 Trees. Skills: Lion's Fury, Killing Move, Agile Body. Seeing Voiril summon his many beasts, Lein did not panic. Once again, he took something out of his bag. What emerged were Golden Warrior dolls shaped like fully armored humans. Golden Warrior. Attribute: 1476 STR, 920 INT, 1355 Agate. 1316 Res. Skills: Double Slash, Deadly Stab. Golden Warrior. Attribute: 1476 STR, 920 INT, 1355 Agate. 1316 Res. Skills: Double Slash, Deadly Stab. You think you're the only one with an army? Lein chuckled. He had obtained these Golden Warrior dolls from the pavilion. He felt that these dolls would greatly enhance his strength without much effort, so he had duplicated them beforehand. Currently, Lein continued to pull Golden Warrior dolls from his storage ring. The number already exceeded 1,000 and kept growing. Although the golden dolls' attributes were lower than the beasts summoned by Voiril, their sheer numbers are over 10,000 in Lein's storage area could deal significant damage to the beasts. Voiril was increasingly shocked by the things Lein produced. His desire to kill him and obtain all those items grew stronger. He no longer stood still and ordered all his beasts to attack. The griffin Voiril rode charged forward, clearing out the Golden Warriors. From the sky, a massive claw formed and quickly headed towards Lein. The claw cut through the air, producing a sonic sound. Lein was prepared. His boot skill was already active, boosting his ag attribute by half, breaking through 2,000 points. Stop dodging, are you out of tricks? Voiril mocked from atop the griffin flying over the island. Dare to harm my brother? From afar, Nita had already drawn her bow strongly. Skill 3, Sun Core Arrow, shoots a sharp arrow that can lock onto the target, plus 100% damage, and ignores 50% of the enemy's defense. Cooldown 1 hour. A black arrow shot through the air. Voiril tried to dodge and moved away, but the arrow kept following him. Annoying, he muttered. He raised his right hand, and a hologram of a golden turtle appeared. The turtle roared, startling Lein and Nita a bit. When Nita's arrow hit the hard shell of the golden turtle, a big explosion occurred. Crack, crack. Yes, the golden turtle shell cracked. The turtle fell hard to the ground. Damn it, I'll kill you. Voiril saw his turtle fall. He descended and flew directly toward Nita. A serrated silver sword appeared in his hand, emitting a powerful aura. Nita tried to dodge but couldn't. Voil's speed was almost 1.5 times the strength of the beasts he summoned. Nita's figure was split. Ha ha ha, one down. Voiril breathed victoriously. However, his eyes widened in shock. An absolute protective light appeared. When his silver sword touched the transparent shield, it was like a sharp knife slicing through water, with no effect. Taking this opportunity, Nita moved away and leapt back. A protection talisman, huh? Voiril proved himself to be a tier 3 creature. With just one clash, he knew what was happening. How many more do you have, huh? Voiril didn't give a chance, lunging again with his silver sword. At this moment, a very bright light filled a 100-meter area. Lein, whose attributes had doubled, tried to block Voiril while Nita shot from afar. What is this? As far as I remember, the aura was still very young. Voiril looked at Lein in confusion. His gaze became very serious this time. His sword and Lein's continued to clash, causing small fireworks. Each of Lein's slashes gradually wore down Voil's defense, while the opposite happened to Lein, whose protective talisman kept activating. Fortunately, the golden talisman he possessed activated for a few seconds, not based on incoming attacks. Lein suffered almost no damage during his clash with Voiril. Voiril retreated and leapt back. He summoned his griffin again. "I won't let you." Lein didn't want the annoying man to ride his mount again. He then activated his second skill. Skill 2. Sky Shattering Slash, creates a 100-meter-long sword aura. Ignores 50% of enemy defenses, self-heals 50% of damage. Cooldown 10 minutes. From afar, Nita kept shooting, not allowing Voiril to call his mount again. Damn it! Voil's aura surged rapidly. Black aura enveloped his body. What's happening? After he transformed, possessing a black aura, he indeed felt an increase in strength. However, Lein's attack felt even stronger. A very long and powerful sword light was unleashed. At this moment, the sword light seemed to split the heavens, heading toward Voiril. Impossible! What talent has this kid awakened? Voiril looked on in disbelief. The sword light split Voiril, who had a black aura. So foolish! How can you activate dark power when I am in light area mode? Lein muttered softly. As expected, the system notification was heard. Guild, Voiril Alpha Command. X plus 141,500, plus 1,000 contribution, Voiril dropped, silver storage ring. What? Silver? Lein shouted in shock. He currently only had a regular storage ring. The third skill of the holy human race, true to its name, provides a twofold increase in power. Meanwhile, the second skill is designed to eliminate enemies with a single strike. Earlier, he had seen Voiril activate a black aura. When Voiril activated this aura, his strength indeed increased. However, he didn't know that his second skill had a passive ability that would deal double damage to dark creatures. How lucky this time. Without Voil's dark aura, I might have had to use other items, Lein said with a relieved sigh. Of course, he had many items at his disposal, even countless ones. However, items that could threaten a Tier 3 creature were not many. Some he considered using included the Sky Mortar and Intercontinental Ship. "Brother, are you alright?" Nita had already approached, slightly worried earlier. But thanks to the Golden Defense Amulet, her concern greatly diminished. "Yes, and you?" Lein asked in return. "Of course, I'm fine." Nita was as enthusiastic as usual. When they fought Voiril, she began to understand her own strength even more. It was certainly a pride to be able to compete with a Tier 3 creature. Although the greatest help was given by the Golden Amulet. How broken bar. Alright. Let's finish off those beasts. Lein looked at Voil's summoned beasts, which easily defeated thousands of golden puppets. They immediately charged towards the beasts, attacking as much as they could. Guild, Fire Lion, X plus 1,800. Contribution points plus 10. Guild, Black Crow, X plus 1,900, contribution points plus 10. These monsters gave less exp than Tier 2 creatures, and added 10 contribution points. Slash, swish, sizzle. Lein's first skill passive attack was still very effective. The 5 additional sword shadows after the main attack provided a sort of finishing, giving the final touch and killing the beasts. From a distance, arrows that were very fast, fierce, and terrifying brought fear to the beasts. Not only were they very strong, but the arrows could also explode. Nita jumped and moved around in the air. She could be said to be floating, but still, she had to touch the ground after a few moves. Her arrows were terrifying, and her arrow dance skill allowed Nita to attack quickly from any direction. Guild, Golden Python, X plus 1,860, contribution points plus 10. All the remaining beasts were finally dealt with. It was time to extract the corpses. Extract corpse, Golden Python, are you sure? Yes. Successfully extracted corpse, Golden Python, obtained, Golden Python skin. Energy Crystal X23. Golden Python blood 10 milliliters. Hardbone X1. Lein was slightly surprised by the items he extracted. Although their value was low, he still collected them because these items would be very useful for blacksmith players on his island. Nita also helped to extract Voil's beast corpses. In just 1 minute, all the beasts had been extracted. Then Lein went to where Voiril had died earlier. There was no corpse, only a silver ring with a white sheen. Lein picked it up and checked the panel information. Space ring, silver. Owner, Voiril. Slot, 10,000 cubic meters. Note, The space ring has an active soul barrier. Please break the soul barrier with soul power to change the owner. Soul barrier? Soul power? Lein muttered softly. He had never heard of the term soul before. He tried to enter the silver ring's space. However, all he found was a dark space with nothing in it. He couldn't even enter it, or make any move to attack. Lein put the silver ring into his current space ring. So, what now? Return or continue? Lein asked, looking at Nita beside him. It's best if we return and report, Nita suggested. Lein agreed. Then he took out another small boat from his bag, about 50 meters long. But before leaving, he went to the island orb in the middle of the island. Island orb. Owner, Lein. Island speed, 5 square meters per second. Island size, 500 square meters. Action, take over destroy. Since he wanted to get island blocks, he needed to choose destroy. Destroying territory. Lein, 500 MA squared. Obtain 23 island blocks. 23 island blocks, each 1 MA squared, appeared inside. The island blocks didn't appear physically. In the storage space, the island blocks were like cards with the number 7800 written in the upper right corner. The maximum number that could appear after Lein's observation was 10,000. After finishing destroying the island, they boarded the small boat and headed back the way they came. Lein's empty island was left behind. Humanity already knew that an island that had been destroyed would collapse and fall within a few minutes. Lein's small boat moved quickly across the void. Although it seemed like a void, there was still air, and even wind that made Lein and Nita's hair flutter continuously. Brother, is it possible to bring the dead back to life? Nita's sudden question made Lein freeze. For some reason, he felt that Nita was not her usual self at that moment. Lein looked at his sister at the front of the boat. That straight back reminded him of when they were young. He still remembered when he picked up Nita from elementary school. It was 1 week after their parents' departure. On the way home, Nita asked, "Brother, when is Mum coming back?" "I miss Dad." At that time, Nita asked with a face full of hope and longing. In her mind, her parents were on a work trip and hadn't returned yet. Lein deliberately made up a story about their parents' death to Nita. He didn't want his 10-year-old sister to be sad because of the loss. At that time, Lein answered very positively. He said that Mom and Dad would come home and bring delicious fruits and snacks. Faced with Nita's question now, Lein wanted to say something, but he didn't. He didn't want his answer this time to cause another disappointment for Nita. Sniff. Now, sobs could be heard. Yes, Nita was sobbing quietly. She was trying to hold back her tears. Her gaze was straight ahead, staring into the endless dark void. Her expression was blank, as if she was thinking about something. Suddenly, she felt a hand patting her shoulder. Then, that person sat beside her. Lein sat beside Nita, patting and hugging her with one arm. Occasionally, Lein glanced sideways at his sister's face. Nita's gaze was still blank, staring straight ahead. Lein was confused, not knowing what to do, not knowing what to say. So, he just stayed by her side in silence. Suddenly, he felt her head resting on his shoulder. Nita seemed tired, so she leaned on Lein's shoulder. But her gaze was still blank, with no expression on her face. Her cheeks were still wet, and she never wiped them. And so, the two siblings crossed the vast void with their small boat. Slowly but surely, the boat continued towards its destination. "Welcome, sir. How can we help you?" A female receptionist greeted Lein and Nita. "We'd like to report something related to a mission," Lein replied. He then explained their journey during the patrol and also mentioned destroying the flying ship with the sky mortar. "All right, sir, I will make a record of it," the receptionist said. While working on something behind the desk, a few minutes passed, and the female receptionist finally spoke to Lein. "Thank you for the report, sir. You have earned an additional 5,000 points as a mission bonus. Please check your war badge." Lein was curious about the number of contribution points he had, so he checked his war badge. War badge, name, Lein. Power core, system, tier 2. Rank, silver. Contribution points, 11,200. Origin, Divine Sky Realm. A small smile appeared on Lein's face when he saw his contribution points. They had been in the Grandu realm for less than 6 hours, yet his points had already exceeded 10,000. He then checked the event ranking panel. Event ranking 1. William Anderson, 21,850. 2. Jackson, 17,600. 3. Baichi, 13,000. 4. Mizo, 12,750. 5. Lein, 11,200. 16. Laras, 4,600. 21. Nita, 1,300. Rank 5. Lein's day brightened a bit when he saw his name on the event ranking. Several congratulatory messages popped up. Laras, congratulations, brother Lein, for entering the top 10. Deal, brother Lein, amazing, thank you for the silver badge you gave me. Hey Manuel, young Master Lein is extraordinary, keep it up, young Master Lein. Everyone in the World Market Alliance chat column also sent encouraging messages. Alliance chat, World Market, Pandawa, amazing, our alliance leader is very strong. Warni, rank 5. Wow, the Indonesian alliance can't even enter it. Strongest man, the alliance leader earned 11,000 points in 6 hours. I can't even get 100 points. Shirley, alliance leader. Please take care of the alliance for Nita. Herman, hey. If the alliance leader stays in the top 10 until the end of the event, I'll share 10,000 energy crystals with 10 people. The World Market Alliance already had more than 6,000 official members. Only official members could enter the alliance group chat. The entire alliance chat was filled with praise for Lein. He only replied with thanks and told them to keep striving and not to be complacent on the first day. Alright, thank you, miss. The points have been added. Lein thanked the female receptionist, and then they left the war office building. Nita, what do you think about building a store in the Guandu realm? Lein asked Nita, who seemed a bit better than before. Good idea, brother. It's okay, Nita replied casually. Her voice was back to normal, and there was even a cheerful tone to it. However, her face still looked a bit gloomy. Okay, before that, let's eat something at a restaurant first, Lein said enthusiastically, raising his right hand high. Hearing the invitation and the excitement from her brother, Nita let out a small laugh. Let's go. Nita seemed to have gained some positive energy. She also raised her right hand and shouted with joy. And so, the siblings headed to one of the restaurants in the Heaven News City area. Eastern part of Heaven News City. A middle-aged man was explaining the rental prices of land and buildings to a pair of young people. The young people were Lein and Nita. They planned to rent a place to establish a branch of the World Market Alliance store. Mr. Sun, what is the rental price for this place and building? Lein asked, pointing to an area on the map. This building and area are quite busy, young Master Lein. The lowest price is 350 mid-tier energy crystals per month, said Sun Fute, the landowner, providing some price details. Lein made a quick calculation. 3,500 mid-tier crystals are equivalent to 3,500,000 energy crystals. This means if they sell level 20 weapons at 5,000 each, they would need to sell 700 weapons every month, or 23 weapons every day. Since the price was acceptable and considering that the environment of Guandu was a mid-tier realm, Lein agreed. Alright, sir. Let's make a 1-year agreement, Lein said. Mr. Sun was very excited to hear that Lein was making an agreement, and a 1-year agreement at that. When else would he get such a wealthy client like young Master Lein? Mr. Sun took out a contract paper, which explained the 1-year agreement. Lein would have permission to operate in the agreed area. After signing, Lein took out a pouch containing 42 high-tier crystals. Yes, Lein only had 10,000 mid-tier crystals. Mid-tier crystals were not urgent at the moment. For Lein, high-tier or mid-tier crystals were the same. Young Master Lein is very generous. Mr. Sun's eyes sparkled when he saw the 42 high-tier crystals in the pouch. Thank you, Mr. Sunday. Thank you, young Master Lein. They shook hands and completed the agreement. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Mr. Sun said respectfully. Lein now realized that besides strength, wealth also brought respect from people in the cultivation realm. Old Sun's days are numbered, Lein thought. Lein watched Mr. Sun leave, then turned his gaze to the 3-story building in front of him. The building's surface area was 30 meters wide and 50 meters long. When they entered the building, they saw high-quality wooden walls. The building was dust-free, seemingly maintained and cleaned daily. Although there was no furniture or decorations, Lein was very satisfied with the building's condition. "What do you think, Nita?" Lein asked his sister beside him. "It's very nice, brother." "When will we move in?" Nita replied. "We will furnish and accessorize it tomorrow, then instruct some Alliance members to guard the store," Lein explained. They checked other parts of the building up to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, there was a fairly large window. The view outside the window was truly stunning. Lein and Nita could see the neatly lined houses of Heaven News City's citizens along the city's main street. The crowded activity or people passing by, buying and selling with the shops along the roadside, was clearly visible from the 3rd floor. "Welcome, sir." A guard with a silver sword at his waist greeted a man and a young girl as they exited the portal. The ones stepping out of the portal were Lein and Nita. They decided to return after completing only one mission on the first day of the event. After all, it was already 8 p.m., even though it was nighttime. The city's surroundings and the entire island weren't dark, except for a few areas intentionally kept as forests. "I have written some notes about the Grandu realm. Document them and inform the head of communications," Lein instructed the guard while handing over a few sheets of paper. As the island's owner, he was the supreme ruler and didn't need to do everything himself. "Yes, sir," the guard replied respectfully, taking the documents from Lein. "Brother, let's take a leisurely walk," Nita suggested from behind. She didn't want to use a vehicle all the way to their house. Enjoying the city's environment at night was a trendy activity. The night sky in the Divine Sky Realm was thousands of times more beautiful than the sky on Earth. Thousands of stars could be seen clearly, and some stars had stunning colors. "Let's go." They then left the square and took public transportation. After reaching a less crowded area, Lein and Nita got off. "You don't need to, young master," the bus driver said, refusing the money Lein offered. "Take it," Lein insisted, extending his hand. Reluctantly, the bus driver took the money, looking at Lein with admiration. "Goodbye," Lein said as he got off the bus. Nita watched her brother from beside the vehicle, her face showing an expression of curiosity. "Wow, how cool," Nita said with a meaningful look on her face. "What? Isn't it good to do good deeds?" Lein defended himself. He didn't think it was strange to insist the driver accept his money. "Yes, you are very kind. You're like a prince in a novel." PFFFT. Ha ha ha. As they walked, Nita's teasing continued. Sometimes, she laughed heartily. She found her brother very amusing when he did something unusual. On Earth, her brother often ran away without paying for public transportation, so seeing him behave differently now was very funny to her. They walked for a few minutes through the city's nearby park. Occasionally, they saw bus stops with people waiting for the next bus. The roads were now covered with coarse black stones like asphalt on Earth. The sidewalks were made of smooth stones. At night, the air was quite cold. Occasionally, Nita and Lein's hair was blown by the night breeze. The two walked in silence along the empty night road, their shadows cast by streetlights and the moon following them. "Brother, thank you," Nita said calmly. "What are you saying? Do you think I do all this for nothing?" Lein responded as if he had heard something strange and the answer was obvious. "Ha ha ha. All right. You are indeed the best brother in the world," Nita said, hugging Lein briefly with one arm. "By the way, you're turning 25 this year, right?" Before Nita could continue, Lein cut her off and said, "Enough. Don't go on." Ha ha ha. Nita laughed heartily. "Don't worry, brother. If you need help, I have many connections here," Nita said, winking. Lein didn't respond. He knew his sister was teasing him. They continued their walk to the next bus stop. Lein's private storage room. It had become his habit to check his storage area daily. He prioritized the items to duplicate and planned his future development. Lein had important notes about the items he obtained today. At the top of the list were the items he bought for 67 million energy crystals, a territory defense weapon, a golden puppet, and an intercontinental ship, among others. He planned to duplicate each item at least once. He also obtained items during his second visit to the Pavilion. He acquired hundreds of skill books, including, that is, fast movement, rare, steel body, elite, strong/common, eagle eye, elite, fire arrow, rare, double layer shield, rare, thunder strike, elite, Mystic Barrier, Rare, Shadow Step, Common. He planned to duplicate each skill book at least once. That way he had at least one item as a duplicate source. Other items Lein obtained during his journey included mid-level and high-level energy crystals, insight stone, low, to enhance sub-skills, and a silver ring from defeating the Alpha Command Master Beast Voiril. He routinely duplicated high-level energy crystals. He even felt he could buy every item in the Guandu realm, provided they could be bought with energy crystals. Lein highly valued their insight stone, giving it a high priority for duplication. Next, he examined their space ring, silver, in his hand. He wondered if he could duplicate a soul-bound ring. Duplicating, space ring, silver, 10,000 times. Are you sure? Yes. A white light flashed and then disappeared. A broad smile appeared on Lein's face. Now, 10,000 silver rings had appeared in his ordinary storage ring. Space ring, silver. Owner, slot, 10,000 square meters. Note, please drip your blood to bind the ring. Ha ha. Lein's small laugh broke the silence in his private storage room. How could he not laugh? He had obtained 10,000 silver storage rings effortlessly in mere seconds. Huff. For the umpteenth time, he took a deep breath, imagining how powerful his infinity duplication talent was when it came to items. Although these items didn't directly increase his power, he could use them to accelerate his growth and strength. Lein then checked all the contents of his bag and his notes to sort the items in their proper places. He had been using storage chests from the beginning, but compared to space rings, storage chests had no advantage. Of course, this was assuming he didn't obtain a higher-level space storage chest. For now, Lein sorted all items into golden chests. Once he felt everything was in order, he headed to the city hall to check the daily reports. The main hall of the city lord, Lein, behind the desk, was currently reviewing the daily reports from various city departments. The reports he received had been meticulously organized by Jarvis, an expert in urban development and planning. Jarvis was Lein and Nita's right-hand man in managing the City of Life. At the top of the report was the Department of Spatial Planning and City Layout, presenting information about the city's areas, public spaces such as parks, sports fields, greenways, etc. Below that was the Department of Infrastructure Development and Management, detailing progress on the city's infrastructure construction projects. Lein continued to review reports from the Defense Department, which provided statistics on tower construction, nest troops, active soldiers, etc. This was followed by information from the Education Department about planning education for children and young generations, which had to be planned from now on. Finally, Lein checked the Health Department's section, detailing plans for access to hospitals, medical equipment, etc. Every day, Lein spent at least 30 minutes reviewing all the reports and adding notes. Nita, brother, let's have dinner. Continue the work tomorrow. Nita's private message echoed. This kid is acting like a mother, Lein said casually. He recalled his childhood when his mother would tell him to come home every night. Back then, Lein disliked it, but now he wanted to relive those moments. Huff. Lein shook his head, stopping himself from thinking about the past. He then closed the report files and headed to the dining room for dinner with Nita. In the morning, Lein and Nita exercised at a field near the city hall. Morning exercise had become a routine for the past few days. Brother, are we going to enter the Guandu realm again? I received information from the Alliance that a 50-meter portal appeared in Old Man Heikel's city. Disaster City, Nita asked Lein while jogging lightly. First help me find some suitable Alliance members to manage and take care of the store we rented in the Guandu realm. I will buy some furniture and arrange the items and goods we will sell. Lein explained in detail. He planned to explore several realms to seek fortune. So, after completing the establishment of the first Alliance store, they would enter another portal and explore other realms. All right, brother. They continued their exercise until 7 a.m. After that, they split up to find members and buy furniture. Mr. Lein, welcome. An old man with a neat appearance greeted Lein. He was currently in the largest furniture store in the city, General Store. The man who greeted him was the store owner himself. Good morning, Mr. Roy. I would like to order some furniture for setting up a store. Lein explained his purpose. Let Mr. Roy recommend the best furniture for him. Mr. Roy understood and then took Lein to browse the entire area. Mr. Roy introduced strong, elegant, and high-quality glass display cases, sword racks, weapon racks, etc. Buying furniture took about 10 minutes. Nita had also finished her part, and they agreed to meet in front of the Gaundu Realm store. Gaundu Realm, Heaven's new city. Quick, lift it over there. Move to the right. Clean up, don't leave any trash behind. Currently, Lein, Nita, and over 30 World Market Alliance members were busy arranging the layout of furniture such as tables, display cases, shelves, paintings, etc. On the top floor, Lein had prepared a special room as a warehouse and equipment storage. He also stored 10 gold chests here, all containing level 520 weapons, healing pills, low-level talismans, low-level skill books, etc. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly sell expensive items like silver-grade space rings or intercontinental flying ships. In addition to the 30 store staff, Lein also employed 20 guards and security personnel, including 15 level 1 players and 5 level 2 players. 20 guards were enough to handle problems caused by street drunks. Additionally, he had given them access to the chest containing gold warrior dolls, useful for dealing with stronger troublemakers. Setting up the store took about an hour. Everyone was now gathered on the first floor. There were 2 leaders among the Alliance members. On the right was a tall, thin middle-aged man with black glasses and a friendly face. This man was Herman, chosen by Nita as the store manager. Next to Herman was Asit. Asit was a 28-year-old man with a muscular build and used a chain with sharp spikes as his weapon. All right, Mr. Herman and Brother Asit, I will entrust the seed store to your care. I hope for the best and that it benefits our alliance. Lein shook hands with both of them and then posted the assignment in the alliance chat. Alliance chat, World Market. Lein, congratulations to Mr. Herman and Brother Asit, who will be in charge of the first World Market Alliance store operating in the Gaundu Realm. Laras, congratulations to Mr. Herman and Brother Asit. Hana, congratulations Mr. Herman, Brother Asit, best wishes for you. Hayekle Manuel, congratulations on your assignment, Mr. Herman and Brother Asit. A festive welcome filled the alliance chat. Thank you, Mr. Lein. Thank you, Mr. Lein. Both of them sincerely thanked Lein. Not only did they become important people, but before, they were just ordinary Tier 1 players. Yet, in an instant, they received silver badges for promotion to Tier 2. Words couldn't express their joy. Nita, how is it? Pretty good? After the assignment handover, Lein and Nita were now looking at their seed store. Yes. Good. Good, Nita said seriously. The front of the store featured a large glass display case containing various weapons such as bows, swords, shields, staffs, armor, etc. Colorful pills and talisman papers were elegantly displayed on the case. Inside the store, there were beautiful chairs and tables for visitors to browse. They also saw some natives of the Gaundu realm entering the store, curious and wanting to see the newly established store. Before long, more and more people came. Ha ha ha. See, isn't this method effective? Nita said proudly. She suggested giving a 25% discount for the first week to attract initial buyers. After all, their goal wasn't to make a profit but to obtain unique items and establish networks in this vast universe. All right, you are indeed smart. Let's go. Don't bother them anymore. With that, Lein and Nita left the store. They intended to enter another realm and seek their fortune. The sight of a city full of technology appeared before Lein and Nita as they emerged from the massive 50-meter-tall portal. After resolving the issues with setting up the first branch store in the Gaundu realm, they immediately returned to the City of Life and then entered the 50-meter-tall portal in the City of Disaster, owned by Old Man Hayekle. They emerged in a very busy part of the city. The area where the portal was located was a designated zone surrounded by boundary lines. Besides them, they also saw others emerging from the portal. As usual, various races and types of power cores appeared. Onadrula, welcome to the realm of Xrox 55. Onadrula, welcome to the realm of Xrox 55. A woman with short hair, wearing a tight metallic blue outfit, floated above the ground with a white disc under her feet. She greeted everyone emerging from the portal with a warm smile. Amazing. Isn't this far beyond Earth's technology? Nito exclaimed, awestruck by the cityscape in front of her. Black and metallic blue buildings pierced the clouds endlessly, their unusual shapes adding a sense of grandeur Nito had never imagined. Flying cars soared like birds along their paths, and police officers with special vehicles monitored specific locations. City residents also observed the arrival of various races from the portal. They were equally amazed and surprised by the powerful individuals emerging, a rare sight indeed. Lein tried to find their next direction, his eyes settling on a nearby cubicle building not far from the portal. Blue cubes, 3 meters tall, were neatly lined up around the portal, with people queuing to enter them. Lein and Nito joined the nearest queue and waited their turn. After a few minutes, it was finally their turn. Inside the simple box was a holographic panel. The panel requested Lein to fill in his personal data as he had done when entering the war post in the Grandu realm. Lein casually filled out all his information on the form. After finishing, the holographic panel printed a card that appeared in a box next to the panel. Lein took the black card and inspected it. War badge, name, Lein. Power core, system, tier 2. Rank, bronze. Contribution points, 0. Origin, divine sky realm. Seeing no difference from the war badge in the Grandu realm, Lein didn't pay much attention and exited the box. Look, brother, they have a flying soccer field. Nito exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She pointed to a large holographic screen showing a flying soccer match, a futuristic sport where players used jet shoes and tried to score goals with a glowing ball. Lein smiled slightly, directing his gaze elsewhere. Yes, it's incredible. But we need to focus. We have to find the Odomok Race War Office. Lein and Nito started walking, following holographic guides floating in the air, directing them to the Odomok Race War building. From various pieces of information in the city, they learned that they were in the Odomok race territory, the player race in the Xrox 55 realm. The Xrox 55 race was currently at war with the Azza race, the Faithwooden race. They walked through bustling streets, filled with various races and creatures busy with their affairs. The surrounding buildings soared high with sleek, futuristic designs, casting long shadows on the ground. Finally, they arrived at the Odomok Race War building. It was one of the most striking buildings in the city, towering with a sleek and futuristic design, dominated by reflective black glass and glowing blue neon accents that shone at night. The entrance was large and automatic, opening smoothly as Lein and Nito approached. Inside, the floor was covered with a shiny material reflecting shadows like a mirror. The lobby was filled with various races from across the universe, each busy with their matters. In the center, a floating reception desk operated by a friendly and efficient AI. Large screens displayed available missions, complete with engaging holographic visuals. On one side of the room, there were several interactive kiosks where warriors could choose their missions, check contribution status, or obtain important information. Amid the hustle and bustle, Lein and Nito felt excited and enthusiastic. The displayed missions varied from border patrol to exploring new territories. Warriors from various races discussed and conversed, making the place lively and full of energy. Lein stood before a holographic panel selecting missions when suddenly, a young man with a long, round hat spoke from the side. "Excuse me, are you also here to take a mission?" Lein observed the young man, who looked quite young. Then his gaze shifted to an older man behind him, who seemed to be a guardian. "Yes, that's right." "Is there a problem?" Lein asked. He had a bad feeling about this kid. Just from his appearance, it was clear that this boy was not ordinary. "Sorry, but can we do a team mission together?" the young man asked with some difficulty, as if afraid Lein would refuse. He had been watching since Lein and Nito first entered the war office, but now he mustered up the courage to ask. Hearing the sudden invitation from a stranger, Lein rechecked their status panel to ensure nothing was amiss. Status: Name, Zhao Feng. Race, Shenlizi. Power core, Cultivator. Rank, Status: Name, Liang Wei. Race, Shenlizi. Power core, Cultivator. Rank, Qi condensation. The young man was named Liang Wei, while the older man was Zhao Feng. Once again, Lein felt uncomfortable meeting someone whose strength was above master level. He disliked dealing with someone who could easily kill him. Sorry, but we can't. Lein didn't want any trouble with these two, so it was better to refuse from the start. The young man looked a little sad upon hearing Lein's rejection. Why? The young man didn't give up. He wanted to know the reason. What the? Who are you? I don't even know who you are, where you come from, or what your purpose is. Lein cursed the boy in his mind. I already have my own team. Lein made a reasonable excuse. How many people? Are they strong? Is there any vacancy? The boy kept asking more questions. Lein felt frustrated, so he said to the old man behind the boy, "Sorry sir, but we really don't want to form a team right now." The old man looked at Lein calmly, staying silent. "Little brother, what is your purpose? And why did you choose us out of so many people?" Nita asked kindly. "Well, it's like this, sister. I'm looking for something like this." The boy showed a picture of a purple plant with white flowers. "I need this flower to heal my mother. She hasn't left her room for a long time." The boy's eyes were filled with tears as he spoke. "Sister, you and your brother are the brightest lights here," the boy said, looking at Lein and Nita with hopeful eyes. "Young master, remember your promise. Otherwise, I will have to take you back." The old man, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up when the boy explained his vision. Lein and Nita thought the same thing but decided to set it aside for now, not wanting to cause any trouble with the old man. Nita, touched by the boy's story, said, "All right, let's form a team together." Lein also felt more open after learning the boy's purpose. However, a question lingered in his mind. Isn't the boy's guardian extremely powerful? Great. Thank you, sister. The boy was delighted, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. He seemed to have a clear goal now. Suddenly, a mission notification appeared on Nita's panel. Liang Wei's hidden mission. Name, Liang Wei. Rank, B. Description, help Liang Wei find the soul grass. Reward. Nita was surprised. She sent a message through the system chat to Lein to ask. As she suspected, only she received the mission. Judging by the mission description, Liang Wei's mission was unrelated to the race war event. "Alright. Wait here for a moment. I'll select our mission first," Nita said to Liang Wei. Odo mock race missions, combat. Patrol at Fortress number 21 for 6 hours. 170 contribution points. Fight and enter the main battlefield for 8 hours. Contribution points plus 340. Guard and defend at Fortress number 47 for 7 hours. Contribution points plus 500. Participate in the assault plan. Contribution points plus 800. Odo mock race missions. Achievement. Eliminate a tier 1 user race member. Contribution points plus 5. Eliminate a tier 2 user race member. Contribution points plus 50. Eliminate a tier 3 user race member. Contribution points plus 500. The mission list was not much different from the Kui race mission board, except the contribution points earned were several times higher. After selecting a mission, they left the war office and took the nearest flying vehicle to the airship port in Solar City. Empty space, Divine Sky Realm. A 1,000-meter-long sailing ship sped steadily through the clouds. In the captain's room, a female officer reported to another woman who appeared to be the leader. "Captain Hana, we are currently heading to the American Alliance area in the next 2 hours. All preparations are complete," the female officer explained. "And the High Portal Island has been installed at location number 23. She added. The ship they were on was a special World Market Alliance vessel tasked with opening portal point routes to all other alliances. The person in charge of this grand operation was the core member of the alliance, Hana. "All right. Proceed with the next plan," Hana ordered. Besides establishing portal islands, her team's task this time was to set up alliance stores on other alliance islands. So far, they had built more than 100 alliance sites. In each alliance, they could establish one main alliance branch and dozens of other branches on the island. Some islands did not allow it and even demanded unreasonable prices. However, with the financial resources of the World Market Alliance, this was not an issue. Report, Ma'am. A foreign island is visible within 1 kilometer. a soldier reported from the captain's room door. Hana frowned and then went to the control room to see the detected foreign island. From afar, a 3,000 meter by 3,000 meter island was indeed visible. On the island, large mountains and several flying creatures could be seen. Hana's team's ship continued to approach the foreign island. The visible foreign island was not a ruler's island but a beast island in the divine sky realm. They had encountered beast islands like this many times before. Naturally, they wouldn't leave it be. Although the items or materials dropped by the monsters on the island were not useful to people like Lein and the Alliance leaders, they were still valuable to those with lower power levels. Order Team 17 to destroy it and collect all dropped items. Once done, don't forget to destroy the territory orb, Hana ordered clearly. Yes, Captain, the soldier replied firmly, then turned to inform the military section leader. Shortly after Hana's command, 10 smaller ships headed towards the foreign island. From afar, the battle could be seen. It turned out that the foreign island was inhabited by eagle-like beasts with an average size of 7 meters. Rock Eagle, Level 12. Attributes: STR-62, Int 41, AGA 49, Res 58. Skills: Illusion Feathers, drops soft feathers to create a torture illusion for 1 minute. Shadow Eagle, Level 14. Attributes: STR-56, Int 39, AGA 45, Res 51. Skills: Eagle Shadow, grants temporary strength to the shadow for 1 minute with 25% of the host's power. Ha ha ha. These birds are quite strong. Come on, this is our chance to get energy crystals to upgrade our equipment. Some soldiers discussed enthusiastically. Victory was certainly in their hands, with the help of 10 Tier 2 leaders behind them. Moreover, if the enemy was too strong, the main ship would attack directly regardless of the materials and resources on the island. With just a few rounds of divine mortars, a 7,000 meter long island could be rendered powerless. Killed Rock Eagle, Level 13, X plus 67. Killed Shadow Eagle, Level 10, X plus 31. A series of system alerts rang in the soldiers' ears, making them more eager to eliminate the eagle monsters in front of them. The battle continued until all the rock eagles were dead. The bodies were extracted for materials, and the entire island was searched for hidden items or materials. The final task was carried out by the Tier 2 leaders to destroy the territory orb. Welcome, sir. A guard greeted Lein and Nita as they entered a large building. The building had 12 floors with a futuristic design that left Lein and Nita in awe of its beauty. They entered and were greeted by the sight of people transacting with the store's attendants. They were in Vortal Store, one of the best equipment shops in Solar City. Before departing on a mission with Liang Wei, they decided to visit this store. The interior of Vortal Store was spacious. A large round lamp continuously rotated in the center of the ceiling, emitting positive energy that made everyone feel comfortable. The walls were adorned with large, diverse advertisements. Some displayed